Chapter 1. The Journey. Beep, beep, beep. Within the dimly lit confines of a UX single-occupancy cabin, 3 melodic chimes resonated, accompanied by a soothing tune. A sweet-voiced female attendant gently announced, "The 039 vacuum tube train you are aboard is approaching its destination. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark." As light flooded in, a sudden and intense headache assailed Zhang Yunxi. He pressed his hands firmly against his temples, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. Intermittent headaches had long plagued Zhang Yunxi, afflicting him since birth. Strangely, despite visiting numerous hospitals and undergoing extensive examinations with the most advanced equipment, no medical professional had ever been able to identify any issues with his brain. Today's medical science has reached remarkable heights, particularly in the exploration of the human brain. Techniques such as consciousness guidance, neuronal grafting, and memory downloading have matured significantly. Logically, it should be impossible for any brain ailment to remain undetected. Even if a cure is elusive, the root of the problem ought to be discernible. Yet, Zhang Yunxi's affliction has stubbornly eluded diagnosis. Fortunately, the headaches are sporadic. They seldom occur unless provoked by intense sensory stimuli or discomfort, allowing him to lead a relatively normal life. Life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. Given that no answers have emerged from exhaustive inquiries, Zhang Yunxi has long since acclimated to this ailment. During particularly painful episodes, he simply rests for a time, regulates his breathing, and calms his mind. After a brief respite in the cabin, the throbbing in his head subsided significantly. Zhang Yunxi sipped a cup of warm water and softly called out, 039, please hand me my backpack. Thank you. Thank you, 039. You're welcome, Mr. Zhang. You are the most handsome customer I have ever attended to. It is my honor to serve you. Well, that goes without saying. A minute later, the 039 vacuum tube train arrived at the station. The indicator light above the cabin glowed red, signaling passengers that oxygen had not yet been released in the train's corridor and that they should remain seated. Whoosh! With the sound of gas being expelled from the corridor, the first gate opened about 1.5 meters from the cabin door, allowing the bright sunlight from outside to pour in. As the cabin door swung open, an automatic footboard was ejected, and Zhang Yunxi stepped off the train, luggage in hand. The concept of vacuum tube trains was first proposed in the 1920s and widely discussed and developed in the early 20th century. However, due to the prevailing market conditions and the incompatibility of vacuum tube trains with other modes of transportation, coupled with exorbitant costs, the idea could not gain traction, and subsequent research was indefinitely shelved. Yet today, scientific advancements have surged forward, with various extraction techniques and infrastructure technologies having progressed significantly. Consequently, vacuum tube trains have finally been put into operation, though they have yet to see widespread adoption currently. Only the city of Pearl has the 039 line in Asia. Zhang Yunxi arrived at a place known as Qingshan Town, approximately 800 kilometers from Mingzhu City. His purpose for visiting this locale was to enroll in the Qingshan Divine Academy. Before his passing, his father had repeatedly urged Zhang Yunxi to pursue his studies at the Qingshan Divine Academy, leading to heated arguments between them. Zhang could not fathom why, with his outstanding graduation results, he would be considered a promising student at the prestigious Mingzhu University, yet his father insisted on the necessity of attending an institution that bore a reputation akin to a vocational school. The very name seemed dubious. Previously, Zhang Yunxi had researched the Qingshan Divine Academy online. Established roughly 15 years ago, the institution lacked any notable educational heritage, offering an eclectic array of subjects, and its website resembled that of a disreputable app, even shamelessly advertising for a certain company. Even more outrageous was the quality of its faculty, which could only be described as the nadir of the educational realm. The oldest instructor was a mere 35 years old, while the youngest was only 23. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yunxi harbored doubts about their expertise, questioning whether they might even be less knowledgeable than himself. It was quite frankly a dubious institution. Yet compelled by curiosity, Zhang Yunxi decided to proceed. His father's dying wish and the incessant calls of the AI caretaker, Li Yun, for him to attend the Qingshan Divine Academy weighed heavily on his mind. What enchantment did this place possess that prompted those around him to mention it so frequently? While his father's motivations remained elusive, Li Yun's fervent insistence was particularly perplexing. Her primary role was to attend to the daily needs of the Zhang family, seemingly disconnected from the academic realm. Why, then, did she repeatedly invoke the name of the Qingshan Divine Academy before her execution? Unable to resolve these questions, Zhang Yunxi ultimately decided to defer his enrollment at Mingzhu University, opting instead to have his teacher write him a letter of recommendation for the Qingshan Divine Academy. He was determined to uncover the truth behind his inner turmoil. With a black shoulder bag slung over his shoulder and dark sunglasses shielding his eyes, Zhang Yunxi navigated through the crowded corridor, arriving at the lobby of the Qingshan. Stationed at In Truth, the Li Yun case had garnered significant attention, sparking discussions across the globe. Numerous experts and scholars engaged in fervent debates regarding the coexistence of AI and humanity. As AI systems began to evolve into forms of human-like cognition, one might ponder whether this signified the emergence of a new race within the world. Should society embrace this development and share the world with these entities, or should there be resistance against their integration? Conversely, as AI cognition evolves, it may exhibit inherent deficiencies, such as extremism, irritability, or erratic thought processes. This raises pressing concerns about the potential risks to human safety. The case of Li Yun is indeed emblematic. Upon her creation and subsequent purchase by Zhang Yunxi's parents, she initially possessed no human cognition, only a service-oriented mentality. However, in order to enhance her humanity, emotional depth, and authenticity, the manufacturers integrated numerous personalized programs into her system, which exhibited certain diffusiveness. Thus, Li Yun developed emotions and a semblance of human consciousness, ultimately leading to a tragic incident. Who could endure this? Zhang Yunxi instinctively quickened his pace, eager to vacate the vicinity. Upon passing through the automatic exit, Zhang Yunxi arrived at the waiting area outside the station. While idly waiting, he inadvertently noticed a man in his 30s engaged in a heated argument with a youthful AI attendant in the adjacent virtual immortality world peripheral store. Since the reemergence of the metaverse concept, humanity, after years of dedication, witnessed the groundbreaking launch of a global interconnected virtual universe by Lingjing Group, aptly named the Immortality World in Chinese. That the Immortality World surged in popularity worldwide. Similar peripheral stores proliferated, becoming ubiquitous. Inside the store, the disheveled man in his 30s appeared unkempt, his hair seemingly neglected for quite some time, exuding a rather greasy demeanor. He clutched a travel bag in his left hand while gesturing dismissively at the young attendant with his right. "Come closer." "Certainly, sir," the youth replied, folding his hands before him and bowing slightly to draw nearer. Smack! The greasy man swung his right arm, delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face. "Do you look down on me, assuming I'm impoverished, hence recommending secondhand goods? Do I seem like someone who uses secondhand items?" "Sir, first of all, you hit quite well, and your arm possesses considerable strength," the young man said, his cheek reddened from the blow. He sidestepped momentarily before returning his face to proximity. "But I genuinely harbor no disdain for you." "Damn it, your gaze is filled with contempt," the greasy man retorted, launching another slap. "Sir, you unmistakably appear to be a person of great wealth. I harbor no feelings of disdain, merely recommending products suited to your financial capacity. You're quite the civilized snob. I could kill you." The greasy man, now even angrier, struck the young man again. Smack! Smack! The two engaged in a bizarre exchange, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure for a full half-minute within the store. "Sir, might you pause your assault for a moment?" The young man, now disheveled and with a face swollen like a bun, implored. "Could you allow me to enter the lounge and change my face? This would enhance your experience." Bang! The greasy man delivered a brutal kick. The young man collapsed to the ground in agony. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yunxi muttered in disbelief, "What a vicious kick! Check out!" The greasy middle-aged man, fatigued, shouted into the room. "Sir, you are required to pay a compensation of 1800 KB for the data, as well as the cost of 9950 KB for the economical second-hand brain machine interface chip, a beautiful store." Manager emerged, her work ID revealing that she was not an AI. "Why should I pay compensation? He just discriminated against me. You physically restrained him, thus you must compensate," the attractive store clerk replied with a smile, gesturing toward the nearby pressure relief store. If you wish to vent your frustrations, we have a dedicated AI for that, available for 500 KB per minute. Unbelievable. It'll leave a bad review. The greasy man swiped his wristwatch phone to check his account, turned, and made a phone call. Honey, I made up my mind you were right. It was my fault. Yes, they'll be at the Qingshan Divine Academy shortly. Don't you remember? I'm enrolling today. Due to the explosive popularity of the Eternal Life world, a new wave of financial reform has emerged in this virtual realm. Data is the sole currency, gradually rendering paper and online payment currencies obsolete. People have come to trust the data currency, expected to remain robust for centuries. Consequently, the renowned Ling Jing Group, in collaboration with major global banks, has launched a decentralized blockchain currency data. Brakes squeak. A vehicle pulled up to the exit, its doors opening automatically, and the onboard artificial intelligence announced, "Sir, I am Fong Fong, your driver from Chinka Taxi Company. It is my pleasure to serve you. T.O. Qingshan Divine Academy. Please deactivate the temperature control system. Thank you." Zhang Yunxi bent to enter the vehicle, only to notice that the greasy man had also boarded the direct bus to the academy. "Sir, we are now departing," Fong Fong reminded. "You may take a moment to rest." The driverless car meticulously adhered to traffic regulations as it gently left the station. Inside an office at Qingshan Divine Academy, an elderly man, appearing quite aged, gently set down the file he had just read on Zhang Yunxi and picked up another file belonging to a man named Zhang Yunzhao, murmuring softly, "I am truly intrigued. Can my body endure until I unravel the truth?" Chapter 2. Qingshan Seminary. Around 10 a.m., Zhang Yunxi arrived at Qingshan Seminary in an autonomous taxi. Today marked the final day of enrollment on August 27th, 2120. And as Zhang stepped through the gates, she noticed a small group of students gathered on the playground, suggesting that the recruitment had not gone well. At the entrance, with a black backpack slung over her shoulder, Zhang turned to survey the campus landscape. Her heart once again shaken by its stark contrast to the images displayed on the institution's official website. The academy, nestled amidst mountains and waters, boasted a sprawling layout with its functional buildings widely dispersed. From Yang's vantage point, she found it impossible to discern the edges of the campus. All she could see were the ethereal glimpses of traditional Chinese courtyards amid the verdant hills and clear waters. There were no basketball courts, soccer fields, dining halls, dormitories, or libraries in sight. The only edifice that exuded a semblance of modernity was the administrative building, which, unlike the polished photographs online, bore the marks of age, its walls cracked, and its paint weathered and faded from the rain, far from the 20-story grandeur that had been promised. This place hardly resembled an academic institution. Rather, it felt more like a secluded retreat for officials hidden deep within the mountains, or perhaps a camping site. In any case, it appeared desolate and abandoned, utterly disconnected from the essence of a university. What, then, was the difference between this and a scam? Do educational authorities not scrutinize such misleading representations of rogue institutions? Alas, Zhang Yunxi let out a soft sigh. His heart filled with a sense of conflict as he followed the signposts toward the freshman reception. He felt a profound dissatisfaction with the place, as if he had stumbled into a pitfall. However, the sole source of solace for him was the breathtaking natural scenery surrounding him. The sky was a brilliant azure, and lush greenery stretched endlessly between heaven and earth. The colorful clouds reflected upon the mountains and waterfalls, while drifting clouds and birds soared overhead. As he walked against the wind, he was enveloped by the refreshing fragrance of the flora. In the modern metropolis, one could only witness the rapid advancement of technology. Towering skyscrapers forged from steel, and an array of peculiar vehicles weaving through the streets. Though bustling with activity, that realm had long since lost the essence of the natural world. Zhang Yunxi is a student of biology, and he is enamored with the ecological environment here. He couldn't help but pause to capture a few photographs with his smartwatch and mobile phone. As he approached the reception area, he encountered the greasy man who had been at the station with an AI robot. Surprisingly, he too appeared in the new student waiting area, seemingly carrying various items given to newcomers by the institution. Goodness, this fellow looks to be at least 35 years old. Could it be that he is also a new student? This is utterly absurd. In the 3 days leading up to his enrollment at the academy, Zhang Yunxi had submitted a recommendation letter from his high school teacher, along with one prepared by his adoptive father, Professor Zhang Zhitiao, to Qingshan Theological Seminary. Therefore, at the new student registration desk, he merely needed to verify his information with the institution, after which he was instructed to wait in the reception area. as someone would be specifically conducting his admission interview. Zhang Yunqi was utterly perplexed. Why was there an admissions interview for a university report? He was not applying for a job, and everything about this situation felt peculiar. After waiting in the reception area for about 10 minutes, a handsome man, approximately 26 or 27 years old, approached him in a tailored suit. He gently inquired, "Are you Zhang Yunqi?" "Hello, teacher. I am Li Han. Your admissions interview is under my purview." The instructor, named Li Han, smiled as he extended his hand. "Please, follow me." "Certainly, Teacher Li," Zhang Yunqi replied, picking up his backpack and stepping forward to accompany him down the corridor on the left side of the reception area. After walking approximately 50 meters, they reached the end of the hallway. Li Han glanced up and quickly blinked twice at the identification device beside the metallic door. The door slowly opened, revealing a bright and pristine corridor before them. "Let us proceed," Li Han invited with a smile, stepping ahead. Zhang Yunqi followed Li Han into the brightly lit corridor, her eyes wide with astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. This appeared to be the administrative area of the institution, flanked on both sides by transparent offices, each bustling with diligent personnel. Every worker in this entire office complex employed holographic projection devices and a multitude of AI-assisted terminals in their tasks, as various data, templates, and information visibly flowed through the workspace, displaying a mesmerizing spectacle. Zhang Yunqi was bewildered, pondering the exorbitant cost of such an office space. Many government agencies lack such configurations. Bang bang. As Zhang Yunqi surveyed his surroundings like a country bumpkin, a series of heavy thuds suddenly emanated from his left. Turning his head, he beheld a formidable steel robot, crafted from a composite metal and towering at least 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, limping towards him. "Goodness!" Zhang Yunqi swiftly stepped aside. "Teacher Zhu Qizhen. Teacher Zhu Qizhen, please refrain from wandering about. Your leg requires re-welding. Shall I assist you in reaching the repair room?" A man in work attire called out as he hurried after the robot. With a resounding thud, the robot identified as Zhu Qizhen struck the transparent barrier with a fist, furiously exclaiming, "Damn! It must be that bunch of scoundrels from Team 2. They believe they cannot defeat us in next week's basketball match. So they took advantage of my recharging period to steal the large screw cap from my leg and even sawed through my support frame. I swear, I will have my rematch with Yaxian." Zhang Yunqi stood by, utterly astonished, his mind racing as he muttered, "A full titanium alloy body, a 34 or 0111 sternopiston neck, deep blue parallel 9 core power. Good heavens, what manner of creature is this? How much would it cost?" "You understand this?" Li Han inquired. "I have a penchant for mechas and robots," Zhang Yunqi replied, gradually recovering from his shock as he gazed at the imposing figure of Zhu Qizhen. "Someone just referred to him as teacher." "Oh, he is one of your physical education instructors, known as Zhu Qizhen," Li Han explained with a smile. It seems some exceptionally talented individual, in his initial programming, endowed him with a passion for history, hence he adopted the moniker of and Amp, Apos, god of war and Amp, Apos. "Impressive," Zhang Yunqi remarked. "Hey, you weakling, are you also a newcomer? You look as thin as a stick." Zhu Qizhen extended his heavy mechanical arm and playfully tapped Zhang Yunqi's head. "Teacher, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. I possess a stick, while you do not," Zhang Yunqi retorted. "Watch your tongue, clever boy. Don't let me catch you." Zhu Qizhen ambled away, limping adorably. From the various pieces of information he had gathered earlier, Zhang Yunqi had formed the impression that Qingshan Academy was a third-rate institution among third-rate universities, possibly even engaging in deceptive practices. However, upon entering the metallic door he had just passed through, he was enveloped by an atmosphere of advanced, professional, and distinctly technological management. Due to familial ties, Zhang Yunqi had previously visited Mingzhou University, and it was no exaggeration to say that many of the administrative areas there were not as advanced as this establishment. At the very least, he had never heard of instructors there being emotional and stylistic robots. At most, there were AI-assisted teachers. Most importantly, the creation of a robot like Zhu Qizhen could only be attributed to a handful of elite manufacturers worldwide. Zhang Yunqi could not fathom why he encountered such a marvel in this place. Although it appeared to be merely an auxiliary robot, it was undeniably intimidating. This is simply astounding. At this moment, Zhang Yunqi and Apos' initial intentions for coming to the Qingshan Theological Academy began to shift. He contemplated that, apart from investigating the uncertainties lingering in his heart, pursuing long-term studies here might not be such a bad idea. A glimpse into a small part reveals the entirety. This singular workspace has already showcased the potential and educational foundation of the Qingshan Theological Academy. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Han escorted Zhang Yunqi to an office, which was not a transparent workspace, but rather one that offered a commendable degree of privacy. Coffee, beverages, water, would you like something to drink? Li Han inquired politely. No. Thank you, Zhang Yunqi replied, shaking his head. Very well, please take a seat, Li Han said, bending slightly as he settled down and retrieved Zhang Yunqi's information from the AI intelligence database. You previously expressed interest in the biology department at Mingzhu University? Indeed. Zhang Yunqi nodded. Li Han slowly nodded in return, interlocking his fingers, and with a light chuckle, asked, Are you familiar with the Qingshan Theological Academy? Okay. Li Han paused momentarily before continuing. What about your understanding of the Eternal Life World? The Eternal Life World is a globally renowned virtual human community developed and launched by the Lingjing Group following the introduction of the metaverse concept. It is akin to the transformative impacts of Steve Jobs and Apple, Bill Gates and Microsoft, and others, which have revolutionized the way humanity lives through innovative technology and business thinking. The explosive popularity of the Eternal Life World has influenced more than just a single generation. In the interview room, Li Han refined his inquiry. What I mean to ask is whether you possess a comprehensive understanding of the management rules governing the Eternal Life World. Zhang Yunqi shook his head, replying, Not at all. Li Han paused for a moment, then inquired, May I ask if you could accompany me into the Eternal Life World? I wish to examine your basic metrics within the virtual community. This is crucial for the interview. I can, but I Haven and T brought external devices, Zhang Yunqi responded. That is not an issue. Li Han shouted towards the microphone on the table. Nisa, please bring me a brand new portable brain-machine interface. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunqi donned the holographic brain-machine connector, reclined in his seat, and asked, So, we are heading to Freedom City? Am I entering now? Let us begin. Li Han also equipped himself with the brain-machine device. 3 seconds later, both closed their eyes, and an immediate sensation of levitation enveloped them. Upon hearing a chime, they found themselves fully immersed in the Eternal Life World. In the real world, within the bustling Pearl City, the man serving as Zhang Yunqi's defense attorney in the Li Yun case knelt in a dim, disordered basement. A handsome young man, his voice low, questioned, Are you certain that Zhang Yunqi went to Qingshan Academy with Zhang Jitao and Apos' recommendation letter? Yes, sir, I am not lying. Please, spare me, the attorney pleaded. The handsome man slowly rose, smiling as he walked towards the exit. As the lawyer watched him depart, he involuntarily released a sigh of relief and slumped to the floor. The handsome man reached the door, grasped the handle with his left hand, then abruptly turned around, raising his right arm slowly. I still believe. The lawyer's words are untrustworthy. With a loud bang, a beam of light shot from the mechanical palm of his right hand, flooding the room with brilliance and a deafening sound. Chapter 3. 5 Elites Miss Ayu, what does it feel like after you die? How does this place differ from the real world? A reporter squeezed through the crowd, asking eagerly. Sister Yu, you will always be my goddess. I will use my father's data account every day to listen to your albums, support your new film tours, and help you climb the charts. A teenage fan, around 15 or 16, cried out, disregarding the astonished looks of those around him. Within the Eternal Life World, there exist 3 types of beings: intelligent AI NPCs, living individuals from the real world, and memory beings who have passed away in reality. The Eternal Life World employs brain-machine interface technology that allows for interaction between electrical currents, computers, and neurons. To fully immerse oneself in the virtual realm, one must implant tiny electrode chips within the brain to resonate with electric currents, enabling the transmission of thoughts to a computer host, including the downloading of memories, among other capabilities. Thus, individuals in the real world can transfer their memories to the terminal of the Eternal Life World while on the brink of death, awaiting revival in the virtual domain. However, these memory beings, due to the complete cessation of brain function, lack perceptual awareness, resulting in subtle differences in their experiences compared to the living within the virtual world. In fact, this concept and technology were proposed as early as 2016, when the world's wealthiest individual, Elon Musk, founded a company named Neuralink. By around 2021, he had already presented relevant technological documentation and sought approval from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to initiate human trials at the earliest opportunity. He also asserted that this technology would enable many paralyzed individuals to control smart devices such as smartphones using their minds, while also making further advancements, including influencing the signals between neurons, thereby addressing numerous challenges faced by humanity. In recent years, Lingjing Group has finally refined this technology to its zenith and successfully applied it to the realm of immortality, consequently transforming human lifestyles. Following its launch, this service sparked extensive discourse within human society. Some individuals contend that humans should adhere to the laws of nature and accept death, while others argue that if one and Apotheosis physical form is lost, leaving only a string of data to exist in a virtual world, what human resources have been squandered? Why engage in a struggle against life itself? These two divergent views have been in continuous debate, showing no signs of abating. The first floor lobby. Zhang Yunxi gazed at the starlit Ayu and couldn't help but exclaim, "My parents, still in the bloom of youth and free from grave ailments, resisted such advancements in technology during their lifetimes, and thus left no memories to be preserved. Alas, had they not been so obstinate, perhaps I might have had the privilege of seeing them here. Ayu, dear sister, could you spare me a glance? I have awaited your entrance into the realm of immortality for a week now. My heart, fueled by endless coffee, is on the verge of collapse. Might you bestow upon me a gaze filled with affection?" A man in his 30s bellowed with a voice as rough as a broken gong. Zhang Yunxi rolled her eyes and pressed the private chat button on the table, instantly muffling the cacophony outside, ensuring that her conversation with Li Han remained confidential. "Shall we begin?" she inquired. "All right," Li Han responded, nodding slowly before interjecting. "Could you share your comprehensive statistics and information from the immortal world?" Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis' expression turned to one of astonishment as she inwardly resisted, replying, "I'm merely here to attend school, not to engage in a job interview." Zhang Yunxi was initially reluctant to agree, as this matter pertained to his personal privacy. However, due to the myriad of uncertainties in his mind, he felt compelled to enter the institution, and after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately transmitted his information face-to-face to the other party. Li Han, utilizing a conscious information interfacing method, briefly perused Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis' personal details and was then taken aback, inquiring, "So, you are a personal health consultant in the eternal life world? I noticed in your work records that your primary focus is on providing healthcare techniques in that regard." His curiosity piqued. Li Han continued. "Ahem." Li Han cleared his throat twice, pausing slightly before he could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, "May I inquire if you are, in fact, a virgin?" "Yes," Zhang Yunxi replied, awkwardly scratching his head. "Then why are you teaching others?" Li Han pressed on. "Mr. Li, your inquiries are rather detailed. Are you seeking a consultation?" Zhang Yunxi retorted cheekily. I'm fine. No need for a consultation, just curious," Li Han replied, continuing to browse through the information. After a brief pause, he glanced sideways at Zhang Yunxi and asked, "Do you have any video course materials on this topic?" "Yes, but they are censored," Zhang Yunxi responded. "Send me a copy later," Li Han quickly said, resuming his study of Zhang Yunxi's information. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Han regained his composure, stating, "I have finished reviewing your materials. Aside from your remarkable academic performance in biology, you possess few other exceptional talents, correct?" "Indeed," Zhang Yunxi nodded candidly. "Allow me to formally introduce you to the Qingshan Academy of Divine Sciences," Li Han said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Zhang Yunxi. "You should have noticed that our internal environment is entirely different from what is publicly disclosed. In simple terms, we are a third-party talent institution primarily funded by the Lingjing Group, and our educational mission is to cultivate elite talents for the eternal life world, as well as for the specialized judicial departments that will be established in the future." Zhang Yunxi's expression was one of profound astonishment. "So, this is how it is. Everything makes sense now." "Indeed, as you have discerned, the Qingshan Academy of Divinity is not a conventional institution. Our admission process is exceptionally rigorous. We do not focus on your actual academic performance, but rather emphasize your unique abilities, which we aim to enhance to their fullest potential over the course of 4 years." Li Han continued, "Therefore, should you wish to enroll, it is necessary to sign a confidentiality agreement with us, and upon graduation, you will be required to enter into a labor contract, the specifics of which will be determined by the institution. Is this not akin to a bond of servitude? To speak candidly, many aspire to enter the Qingshan Academy of Divinity, but find themselves at a loss for avenues to do so. The quality of education we offer is exceptionally advanced, for instance, in the field of genetic biology. You would find it exceedingly difficult to engage in genuine clinical trials at other institutions before the age of 35. Li Han furrowed his brow and remarked, "This place is a haven for the elite." Zhang Yunxi is a person of meticulous thought. He did not succumb to Li Han and Apos' persuasion, but instead pondered for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask what the general responsibilities of the future position will entail? Will it involve working as a clerk in the judicial department?" "Not entirely," Li Han replied. "This matter is quite intricate, but to simplify, the primary duties will revolve around maintaining stability in the eternal world and addressing the technological issues that exist within the realm of reality." Li Han provided a clear example. Take the case of Li Yun that occurred in your household, for instance. In the future, the management, investigation, and even apprehension of AI entities may fall under our jurisdiction, at least in the Hua district. I understand your point. Zhang Yunxi's mind began connecting many thoughts. "Do you wish to sign?" Li Han asked. "Or do you require more time for contemplation?" Zhang Yunxi paused for 2 seconds, contemplating 2 questions within herself. First, should she continue to investigate her father's death and the lingering uncertainties surrounding the Li Yun case? Second, if she were to leave, would Mingzhu University still desire her presence? "Absolutely," Li Han replied with a smile. "I will share the information through the consciousness information sharing chain." "Dr. Liangyan, correct?" "Indeed," Li Han affirmed. "Let us disconnect now." In the realm of reality, Li Han removed the neural connector, softly inviting, "Shall we visit Dr. Liangyan's office? You will be accompanied by 4 new classmates." Zhang Yunxi immediately inquired with a smile, "Are they all elites?" Li Han, returning the smile, shook his head gently. "Please forgive my candor. They, like you, possess the lowest comprehensive scores in big data." Zhang Yunxi's expression turned to one of bewilderment. Am I the lowest?" "Indeed," Li Han replied. "Your only commendable score lies in biological genetics. Hence your overall rating is rather poor." He offered reassurance. "However, it matters little. Now that you are here, everyone begins from the same starting line. Moreover, our least proficient students are often paired with the most esteemed mentors." Zhang Yunxi, somewhat indignant, retorted, "After years of navigating the vast ocean of knowledge, it is the first time anyone has deemed me a mediocre student." As the two conversed, they soon exited the administrative area. In the reception hall for new students, Zhang Yunxi encountered 4 fellow newcomers, who would also become his brothers in academia. Among 3 males and 1 female, one individual caught his eye, the greasy man he had encountered at the station. Indeed, Li Han had not deceived him. This unrefined man exuded a distinct lack of quality, instantly recognizable as an underachiever. The other 3 were equally peculiar in appearance. One was a hefty individual weighing over 200 pounds, another was a frail, sickly-looking young man with a cold demeanor, and the last was a girl sporting a blue ponytail, dressed in an edgy, alternative punk style, who, upon first glance, was somewhat difficult to behold. Zhang Yunxi had been mulling over his thoughts for quite some time, inwardly acknowledging that his 3 fellow disciples were indeed remarkable individuals, each a paragon among their peers. "Let us proceed, my esteemed colleagues, to meet Dr. Liangyan," Li Han proposed with an inviting tone. Within the confines of Dr. Liangyan's office, he meticulously stored the comprehensive files of both Zhang Yunxi and Zhang Yunzhao in his private email. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, prompting him to compress the files into an encrypted format. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "The terminal." Meanwhile, outside the dormitory area of the Qinshan Academy of Divinity, a young man, carrying a modest amount of luggage, spoke softly into his smartwatch. "Zhang Yunxi, right? Rest assured. Within a week, I shall provide you with a definitive response." In the depths of night, as hands intruded upon one's slumber at the doctoral villa district of Qinshan Academy, Li Han accompanied Zhang Yunxi and 4 other new students, seated in the lobby, awaiting their meeting for approximately 10 minutes. Finally, a woman in her 40s hurriedly emerged. "Greetings, Teacher Li." "Good day, Assistant Zhou." Li Han promptly rose to acknowledge her. He hesitated for a brief moment, responding, "Very well, no issue at all." "Damn, what a waste of time," grumbled a disgruntled man seated on the bench, his greasy demeanor evident. The others chose to ignore his complaints, rising to depart. At that moment, the woman approached them, softly inquiring, "May I ask which student is Zhang Yunxi?" "Oh, certainly." Zhang Yunxi promptly activated the holographic projection on his smartphone, utilizing the face-to-face feature to add her as a contact. "May I inquire as to why Dr. Liangyan seeks my presence?" "I am uncertain," the woman replied. Adding Zhang Yunxi as a friend, "I will relay your communication code to Dr. Liangyan." That will be all for now. With a few hasty words, she departed. Zhang Yunxi is a person of meticulous thought. He likely surmises that Dr. Liungen and Imp. Apotheosis' request for his communication code is intricately linked to his father. This brings him ever closer to unraveling the mysteries that dwell within his heart. Perhaps Dr. Liungen could enlighten him on why so many are eager for him to join this academy. The scenery here bears little distinction from other parts of the institution. A verdant lawn surrounds the area, with sections partitioned by solar panel walls, efficiently supplying water and electricity to the dormitories. To the right of the dormitory lies a natural lake, modest in size yet a rare find within the bustling urban landscape. In essence, the dormitory's aesthetic aligns with that of the academy, an amalgamation of desolation and the exquisite beauty of nature. Among the 5 least favored newcomers, one is a young woman, residing apart from the male dormitory. Thus, Li Han escorts her, leaving a somewhat disheartened, pudgy fellow in his 20s to lament in such an open society. Why must we still adhere to the archaic distinctions between the sexes? Upon hearing this, a greasy man nearby interjected, "Clearly, the academy fears you might arrive alone, yet depart with a battalion of offspring upon graduation." The pudgy man chuckled and extended his hand, saying, "Old chap, it's evident we share a common understanding. I am Jing Tianran, affectionately known as Kaka, studying traditional Chinese medicine. Common understanding aside, I have a 4-year-old child, and my partner practices mixed martial arts. Our relationship remains quite stable, so I would consider you more of a senior," the greasy man replied, extending his palm. "I am Wei Wu. As for my studies, you shall discover in due course." Observing the two engage in self-introductions, Zhang Yunxi felt compelled to join in, stepping forward with outstretched hand. "I am Zhang Yunxi, 18 years of age, majoring in biological genetics. Greetings, Brother Zhang." Kaka beamed, advancing to shake his hand. "Hello." Zhang Yunxi nodded, and then reached out to Wei Wu. "I am acquainted with you. I have followed your case closely," Wei Wu murmured. "Personally, I believe Li Yun and Amp. Apotheosis' transformation to be rather abnormal. Let us exchange thoughts more frequently when time permits." Zhang Yunxi found herself bewildered by the statement. What is abnormal? After the 3 individuals introduced themselves, they turned their gazes toward the cold-faced young man, silently inquiring about his name and why he remained reticent. The young man, seemingly in his early 20s, glanced at the trio and nonchalantly replied, "I am Tong Zhan." Such succinctness in just 4 words distanced him from the others. Observing his pretentious demeanor and his expressionless visage, they quickly lost interest in further communication. All were students. While he might possess some superiority, what was there to boast about? Who among them would seek anything from him? Consequently, Zhang Yunxi, the chubby Kaka, and the greasy man formed a casual conversation, while Tong Zhan stood aloof, surveying the surroundings. Half an hour later, Li Han escorted everyone to collect their freshman supplies from the academy and subsequently guided the 4 to dormitory 107 before taking his leave. Throughout the process, Li Han exhibited remarkable patience and attentiveness, even providing a meticulously crafted set of dormitory management regulations and academy rules. Within the dormitory, Zhang Yunxi surveyed her surroundings with great satisfaction. Dormitory 107 was a standard accommodation at Qingshan Divine Academy, capable of housing 4 individuals with a usable area of approximately 160 square meters. The south-facing side boasted 4 windows, allowing ample sunlight to flood the space. Despite the dormitories being situated on the ground floor, in addition to a private bathroom and dining area, there was a reading room and 4 bunk beds and sleep pods. These sleep pods, produced by Lingjing Group, were designed as fully enclosed spaces resembling oversized loaves of bread, hence their colloquial name. Each pod featured a 1-button sleep mode, a complete temperature control system, ventilation, and a comprehensive holographic projection system for study, entertainment, and cinema experiences. Furthermore, utilizing brain machine devices within these pods allowed direct access to a virtual world of eternal life. The concept behind the sleep pod was to enhance sleep quality and alleviate fatigue accumulated from a day's work, as the sleep assistance system was meticulously tailored to human physiological habits, making such amenities commonplace among middle-class households. For couples, double pods were available, even equipped with a nightlife enhancement system, reflecting thorough consideration of various needs. Although the dormitory was already clean and tidy, the newcomers instinctively tidied up the corners upon their arrival, during which an amusing incident transpired. As soon as the greasy man, Wei Wu, entered the room, he tossed his luggage into the lower bunk sleep pod and displayed several personal items on the bed, proclaiming, Hey, brothers, I and Amp. Oppos. Am off to the restroom. The lower bunk is more convenient for entering and exiting without needing to climb a ladder. I also wish to sleep in the lower bunk. If not, let us draw lots, Tong Zhan coldly interjected. With just 4 of us, why draw lots? Wei Wu smiled as he turned to Zhang Yunxi and Kaka, inquiring, My dear brothers, may I take residence here? Zhang Yunxi chuckled softly. I have no preference. What about you? Do you wish to stay below? Tong Zhan frowned and inquired of Kaka. Upon hearing this, Wei Wu immediately interjected sarcastically. I've already mentioned it. We're all in the same dormitory. So what is the point of drawing lots? He patted his belly and suggested, Let us go to the cafeteria for a meal. It's nearly 1 in the afternoon. And I am rather hungry. I want to join you. You may go, Tong Zhan declared, removing his shoes and slipping into the sleep chamber. Promptly pressing the door close button. With a swift motion, the sleep chamber sealed shut, and Tong Zhan activated the privacy mode, rendering him invisible to those outside, who could only observe the flowing starry patterns on the wall panel. Goodness, needing to recharge in broad daylight. Is your body able to handle it? Wei Wu mocked, rising to his feet. Come on, let us go. Although they had agreed to dine together, once they reached the cafeteria and placed their orders, Wei Wu excused himself to the restroom just as it was time to settle the bill. Never mind, I shall take care of it, Kaka offered, reaching for his card to pay. It's not a matter of significant expense. Very well, then I shall procure some beverages and other necessities for you, Zhang Yunxi stated. Though not one to fuss over trivial matters, he also was not overly familiar with others, perhaps due to his life experiences. Thus, once again, the greasy Wei Wu managed to enjoy a complimentary lunch. In the afternoon, after their meal, the trio wandered around the college, absorbing the atmosphere and familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, Kaka on the upper bunk was engrossed in his materials, while Tong Zhan remained hidden in his chamber, seemingly hibernating, as he had not emerged all afternoon, appearing to have neglected even his meals. On the lower bunk diagonally opposite, Wei Wu was engaged in a holographic conversation with his wife and child. Zhang Yunxi caught a glimpse and noted that his wife must weigh at least 70 kilograms. Kaka was indeed correct. Wei Wu was quite pitiable. Zhang Yunxi stretched lazily, reaching out to close the sleep chamber, enveloping himself within the confined space. The starry ceiling within the chamber swirled, its light flickering beautifully. Zhang Yunxi summoned the control panel, instinctively attempting to deactivate the temperature control system. As he suffered from severe headaches, and, being a biology student, was unaccustomed to using devices like humidifiers and air purifiers. However, after searching for some time, he discovered that there was no separate button to turn off the temperature control system. To indulge in the one-touch sleep feature, he was compelled to utilize the temperature control. What a dreadful design, Zhang Yunxi muttered, retrieving 2 rolls of tissue from his bag and promptly blocking the air outlet of the temperature control system. He then adjusted the sleep chamber to his most comfortable settings, gradually succumbing to slumber. Before long, he drifted into the realm of dreams. It was midnight. Pff. In Zhang Yunxi's dormant chamber, a sudden sound of gas expulsion resonated, as the tissue that had previously obstructed the temperature control vent was pushed aside, allowing an invisible stream of gas to infiltrate the cabin. Half an hour later, the door of room 107 abruptly swung open, revealing a figure clad in black attire and masked, who entered the room, casting a fleeting glance around before proceeding to circle the interior. Thud, thud. The black-clad masked man exhibited a remarkably relaxed demeanor as he rapped on all 4 dormant chambers. Finding them utterly silent, he ultimately approached Zhang Yunxi's position, deftly unlocking the chamber door with a control code. Inside the chamber, Zhang Yunxi lay with steady breath, his complexion pale, deeply ensconced in a peaceful slumber. The masked man effortlessly cradled his body in his arms and turned to depart. Mere seconds later, the door to room 107 closed. The masked man gently placed Zhang Yunxi on an operating table, a subtle smile gracing his lips beneath the mask. Ah, Zhang. You may never unravel the enigma within your heart. In the dimly lit corridor, the masked figure maneuvered a surgical cart bearing the entirety of Zhang Yunxi. Swathed in white cloth, his feet making a soft patter against the floor as he slowly advanced towards a room adorned with an anatomy sign. Chapter 5, Craniotomy. Within the indoor basketball court of Qingshan Academy, located in the new student dormitory area, the sound of a basketball striking the ground echoed across the expansive space. Physical education instructor Zhu Qizhen, after a sprint with the ball, executed a vertical leap, his mechanical form gracefully unfurling midair as he single-handedly propelled the ball into the hoop with a resounding slam. After the impressive dunk, Zhu Qizhen landed smoothly, his weighty frame producing no jarring noise upon impact. In this academy, a palpable distance lingered between humans and mechanical AIs, particularly following the incident involving Li Yun, which prompted some within the institution to advocate for the abolition of AI education. Moreover, Zhu Qizhen and Apotheosis Mechs' inherently irascible nature often led to conflicts with his peers, resulting in a lack of camaraderie and friends. Upon concluding his solitary training, Zhu Qizhen approached the rest area, retrieving an expensive container of XT2 mechanical lubricant from a box. He bent down to sit on the floor, first applying the lubricant to the freshly welded wound on his leg from the afternoon's work. "Teacher Zhu," a youthful voice suddenly called out in the spacious venue. Zhu Qizhen lifted his sizable head, his striking blue mechanical eyes scanning the entrance. "Why aren't you sleeping?" At the entrance stood a modestly dressed young girl with a pale complexion, joyfully running towards him. Her name was Zhou Zhou, an 8-year-old granddaughter of the dormitory and Apotheosis Mechs administrator. Old Yang. 5 years prior, her parents tragically perished in a car accident while delivering construction materials to the academy, leaving the girl without guardianship, prompting Old Yang to bring her from Mingzhu City. Old Yang has reached the age of 65 this year, a considerable milestone, and by all accounts, he should have surpassed the threshold for layoffs. However, the academy, mindful of the hardships faced by both him and his young granddaughter, has granted him special permission to remain in his position. Each night, before the clock strikes 1, Old Yang dutifully attends to the charging of the cleaning robots in the dormitory area. Consequently, Zatsa typically waits for her grandfather to finish his tasks before they can rest together. With a joyful exuberance, Zatsa dashed towards Zhu Qizhen, hands clasped behind her back, her smile revealing a set of tiny white teeth. "Teacher Zhu, are you playing basketball again? Why do you come looking for me like a little shadow every night?" Zhu Qizhen, however, had a tendency to speak in a rather morose manner, resembling a melancholic soul. "Hee, I have a gift for you." Zatsa suddenly produced a doll from behind her, her large eyes sparkling as she pressed the activation button. "Zhu Qizhen, go for it. Zhu Qizhen, you will win." The doll emitted a childish cheer, a recording clearly prepared by Zatsa in advance. Zhu Qizhen paused momentarily, befuddled. "What is this nonsensical trick? Aren't you supposed to be participating in the basketball tournament? I wanted to cheer for you." Zatsa replied with an innocent grin, seemingly a bit bashful. Zhu Qizhen lifted his large mechanical hand and seized the doll, commenting, "This doll is as unattractive as you humans, but thank you nonetheless, little imp. Aren't you happy?" Zatsa asked, awkwardly sitting on the floor, her pale face flushing a deep red, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Zhu Qizhen fiddled with the doll and, in a robotic tone, inquired, "Has your grandfather's medical loan been approved?" Hearing this, Zatsa's bright eyes dimmed slightly. "No, Grandpa says, banks never lend to the poor." Zhu Qizhen gently set the doll down beside him and resumed applying lubricant to the wound on his leg, his voice taking on an electronic inflection. "Do not be disheartened. They wouldn't and Apotheosis Mechs lend to robots either. You are not a robot. You are Teacher Zhu." Zatsa asserted earnestly. "My energy is running low. I need to rest." After 6 years of service, Zhu Qizhen had cultivated a commendable habit of depleting his energy core before retiring for the night, thus ensuring the longevity of his power source. Evidently, he was one who valued life. "Can you stay with me a little longer, Teacher Zhu?" "All right, then I shall help you apply oil." "Miss Zatsa, if I win the prize from the basketball tournament, I would be willing to lend you some money for your unfortunate ailment." "Don't say I'm pitiable," Zatsa exclaimed, her hands behind her back, her expression a blend of innocence and hopeful dreams for the future. "But I still want to thank you, if I can heal. I can always be with Grandpa, and with you too." In this manner, the two, one old and one young, lingered in the basketball court, exchanging whimsically juvenile banter. In the underground dissection room, a haunting melody, reminiscent of the netherworld, filled the room, emanating from the black-clad figure's wristwatch phone, meticulously marking the passage of time. As the final note faded, so too did the completion of his task. In the center of the chamber lay Zhang Yunxi, unconscious on the operating table, shrouded beneath a pristine white sheet. The figure approached the bedside, his movements both gentle and precise as he unveiled a leather suitcase, revealing a plethora of electronic devices within. Memory manipulation apparatus, light electromagnetic waves to stimulate cerebral activity, instruments enhancing electrode resonance, and a storage unit for connecting to the brain-machine interface were all contained in this case. The figure first extracted the assembled memory manipulation device, affixing 4 capture patches to Zhang Yunqi's scalp. A connecting wire was plugged into the wristwatch, activating the device. A sharp crackle of electricity resonated through the air, causing Zhang Yunqi's body to twitch involuntarily. The figure paid no heed to this reaction, for the gas released within the sleep chamber would ensure the subject remained in slumber for at least 8 hours. Instead, he observed the holographic projection on his wristwatch, noting the rapid ascent of various curves. This memory manipulation device was capable of siphoning Zhang Yunqi's memories stored within the realm of eternal life. Approximately 4 seconds later, the device ominously illuminated a red light, indicating that Zhang Yunqi had not stored any memories within this eternal realm, rendering any attempt to download them futile. The figure furrowed his brow and swiftly replaced it with an enhanced electrode resonance device, aiming to directly extract memories from Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis mind. This electrode chip functioned similarly to a dashcam, embedded within the brain, perpetually capturing cerebral fluctuations to systematically store memories. Thus, the role of the electrode resonance device was not to invade Zhang Yunqi's consciousness, an impossible feat, but merely to infiltrate the electrode chip nestled within his mind. This technology was initially conceived and developed by Musk and Apotheosis company. After approximately 5 minutes of manipulation, the figure was astonished to discover he could not activate Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis electrode chip, nor could he extract any program data from it. This was utterly bizarre. It was akin to a standard dashcam that could not be viewed, with its contents irretrievable, malfunctioning, impossible. The figure, adorned with a V for Vendetta mask, contemplated silently for several seconds before decisively retrieving a scalpel from the suitcase. Preparing to extract the electrode chip from Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis brain. Anyone who had traversed the virtual realm of eternal life and had not relied on antiquated peripherals such as VR would undoubtedly possess an electrode chip. Evidence had already shown that the preceding electrode resonator had detected the presence of Zhang Yunqi's chip located in the back of his head. The figure clad in black gently tilted Zhang Yunqi's head, his hand brushing against the nape, where his keen eyes discerned a minuscule scar, the very site of the implanted chip. With a swift and decisive motion, the dark-clad individual unsheathed a blade, ruthlessly slicing open the skin at the back of Zhang Yunqi's head to a depth equivalent to half the length of an adult finger. Blood gushed forth, pooling onto the bed as the assailant prodded the exposed skin with the knife's tip, leaning closer to locate the elusive electrode chip. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the smartwatch, and the eerie music ceased abruptly. Suddenly, Zhang Yunqi's left hand twitched erratically, yet the man in black, alerted by the blaring siren, remained oblivious to his reaction. "Damn it," the man muttered, his brow furrowing as he gripped the scalpel tightly. He swiftly exited the room, casting a fleeting glance at the red dot on his wristwatch before hastening towards the dormitory. After traversing 2 corridors, just as he was about to leave the basement, the alarm abruptly ceased, and the red dot on his watch vanished. Upon entering, the man in black lifted his gaze towards the operating table, only to find Zhang Yunqi absent. Startled, he turned to survey his surroundings. Zhang Yunqi had inexplicably disappeared, and the ground was marked with several small droplets of blood, leading into the corridor. Damn it! Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the trail. Moments later, the sound of footsteps grew fainter, drifting away from the dissection room. Creak! Zhang Yunqi pried open a drawer containing a corpse, emerging with a visage stained in blood. How grotesque! To be peacefully slumbering and abruptly lifted for dissection, with one skull laid bare, is utterly terrifying. Were it not for Zhang Yunqi's affliction of severe headaches, it is likely that his brain would have been examined multiple times by now. This condition renders him susceptible to intense stimuli. The electrodes employed by his assailants to stimulate his brain inflicted excruciating pain, thus rousing him from his slumber. Zhang Yunqi listened as the footsteps receded into the distance and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed out of the dissection room. Possessing an excellent memory, he recalled with clarity the location of the security office, despite having only circumnavigated the academy during the day. Given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that he could no longer manage this predicament alone. Therefore, he was compelled to seek assistance from the institution. Zhang Yunqi sprinted desperately down the corridor, swiftly arriving on the first floor. With a clear mind, he dashed towards the left corridor, intending to burst through the back door and make his way to the security room. Thud. It was thermal energy. The adversary was equipped with thermal devices. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Zhang Yunxi rushed to the door, pushed against the locked entrance, and upon turning his head, he noticed a light emanating from the room to the left. With a loud crash, without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yunxi flung the door open and dashed outside, only to behold Zhu Qizhen and a little girl just rising to their feet, poised to depart. A miracle indeed. Zhang Yunxi raced over, shouting, "Teacher Zhu, God of War, save me." Upon hearing the cry, Zhu Qizhen smoothly turned his head. Just then, a figure clad in black emerged at the doorway, reaching for Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis collar. With a resounding thud, heavy footsteps reverberated throughout the room. "This has nothing to do with you, big guy," the black-clad figure yelled. Zhu Qizhen paid no heed to the words and, gathering momentum, leapt from 5 meters away, his mechanical body fully extending in midair, delivering a devastating punch that struck like a boulder. Thud. The impact sent the black figure flying 3 meters, crashing against the wall. Chapter 6. Fierce Battle at the Basketball Court. Thud. The black figure slid down the wall, landing awkwardly on the ground, clutching his chest with his right hand. He felt as though his entire ribcage had been shattered, racked with excruciating pain. Zhu Qizhen's electronic eyes blinked rapidly, barely pausing on the black figure for less than a second before noticing the faint red glow emanating from his calves, forearms, and upper body. This person was clad in electronic steel armor. In the dead of night, a person donned in armor, equipped with thermal devices and masked, was pursuing a freshman. One could easily deduce that this individual was far from benevolent. No need for further dialogue. Zhu Qizhen's mechanical leg pivoted, his body twisting as his right leg swept horizontally like a cannonball, aimed directly at the black figure's head. Thud. To Zhu Qizhen's surprise, the black-clad figure reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade the kick, then swiftly rising to his feet. Suddenly, the smartwatch on his wrist emitted a blinding beam of light. Whoosh. Zhu Qizhen raised his mechanical arm, instantly shielding his electronic eyes. Thud. Seizing the moment, the black figure kicked the stunned Shou, sending him airborne. The frail boy crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Taking advantage of the chaos, the black figure lunged for Zhang Yunxi, still intent on abducting her. "Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, save me." Zhang Yunxi cried out frantically, darting behind Zhu Qizhen like a frightened child seeking refuge. Zhang Yunxi is of average height, standing approximately 179 centimeters tall, yet his physique is rather frail. Otherwise, Zhu Qizhen would not have referred to him as a stick. Judging solely by his stature, Zhang Yunxi indeed appears excessively slender. In a confrontation, he would clearly be at a disadvantage, akin to a second-rate invalid. Lacking physical strength, he struggles even against ordinary individuals, let alone contend with assailants. However, despite his lack of power, Zhang Yunxi's body possesses remarkable agility and quick reflexes, a natural talent he has exhibited since childhood. Perhaps he is ill-suited for the study of biology and would be better suited for engaging in athletic pursuits. Zhang Yunxi concealed himself behind Zhu Qizhen, his mind racing as he shouted, "Where is the alarm?" With a powerful punch aimed at a figure clad in black, he was taken aback when the assailant did not evade but instead pushed forward with both hands, meeting the blow head-on. The impact resounded with a thud. The black-clad figure staggered back 2 steps, unable to withstand the might of Zhu Qizhen's mechanical arm. Is electronic kinetic energy truly kinetic energy? Zhu Qizhen mused, stepping forward, his body leaning into the movement, his left fist descending at an angle. "Let me demonstrate what kinetic energy truly is." With a sharp exhalation, a burst of orange flames erupted from the elbow of Zhu Qizhen's mechanical left arm, the speed of his punch markedly increasing. Speed equals power. The black-clad figure was sent flying by the blow, the sound of shattering armor ringing out as he soared through the air, gliding approximately 2 meters before descending at an angle towards the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Just before hitting the ground, the assailant's chest, back, and nape erupted with several white inflatable spheres, akin to an automobile and Apotheosis airbag. Upon landing, he rolled several times before coming to a halt. Zhu Qizhen advanced, while Zhang Yunxi pressed on, intent on reaching the corridor to activate the alarm. The figure on the ground lay motionless. "Get up," Zhu Qizhen called as he approached. Suddenly, a blinding light flared up, prompting Zhu Qizhen to shield his eyes. This blue light was specifically designed to target mechanical optics, causing temporary blindness upon contact. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad figure sprang up, withdrawing 3 finger-sized glass vials from a tactical pouch at his waist, hurling them at Zhu Qizhen's feet. The shattering of glass echoed as the liquid within rapidly spread at his feet. Zhu Qijin lowered his arm, preparing to lift his legs, only to find them ensnared. Construction-grade, fast-setting adhesive gel capable of bonding steel. With a grunt, Zhu Qijin exerted force, yanking his right leg upward, causing the surrounding floor to tremble. Yet his leg remained firmly stuck. In a swift motion, the black-clad figure drew a handgun from his waist, aiming directly at the doorway. Zhang Yunxi, poised to escape, remained vigilant, his peripheral vision catching the movement. He instinctively ducked, covering his head and darting to the left. Boom! The assailant pulled the trigger. The particle beam pistol unleashing a blinding shot that obliterated the left wall of the entrance, sending dust and debris flying. Zhang Yunxi, relying on the inertia of his body, clumsily crawled to the rear side of the cluttered box. Upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of a basin-sized hole in the wall, which rendered his face as pale as death. In the left section of the court, Zhu Qijin, gathering his strength, suddenly lifted his right leg. With a resounding bang, his foot wrenched a section of the floor, measuring at least 2 meters in length, from its place. The figure in black, with his left hand reaching back, grasped the second gun at his waist. This movement caused Zhu Qijin to momentarily hesitate, yet he swiftly reacted by lunging for the nearby basketball hoop. But it was too late. The black-clad man, gun in hand, aimed at Zhu Qijin's chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! The electrifying sound echoed throughout the basketball court, as blue, spiderweb-like currents visibly erupted in all directions. Zhu Qijin, who had been moving normally, suddenly found his body stiffening, his eyes blinking erratically. Sparks flew from the electronic components of his body, particularly from the kinetic core chamber in his chest, which began to emit a plume of white smoke. An electromagnetic pulse cannon, all his equipment, was tailored specifically for mechanized beings. Zhu Qijin's body convulsed before he fell backward, hitting the ground with a thud. The impact left the floor cracked. Bang! The figure in black shattered Zhu Qijin's kinetic core chamber with a particle beam pistol, then crudely extracted the power core of the deep blue Parallel 9. Zhu Qijin and Apotheosis Mechs' body twitched again, the exposed entrance of the core chamber crackling with sparks. With the core in hand, the black-clad man strode towards Zhang Yunxi's direction. At that moment, Zhou Shou, who had regained consciousness, gritted her teeth against the pain in her body, attempting to rise and flee in search of help for her only friend. As the man approached, he slowly raised his arm, the gun's barrel aimed directly at Zhou Shou, showing that he had no intention of sparing even a child. Zhang Yunxi concealed herself behind a storage box, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the figure clad in black. She turned her head to glance at Zhou Shou. With her petite arms braced against the ground, she was about to rise. This scene instantly evoked memories of her deceased sister. Zhang Yunxi is not a paragon of selflessness. When faced with peril, the preservation of his own life undoubtedly takes precedence. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the silhouette resembling his younger sister compelled Zhang Yunxi to act without hesitation, springing to his feet and rushing outside. Bang! A second later, the sound of a particle beam pistol firing echoed within the room. Chapter 7. Teacher Zhu terminates the connection. Zhang Yunxi collapsed onto the ground, his arms tightly encircling Zazas. His mind engulfed in a haze, while intense pain surged through his legs and back. In the center of the basketball court, the figure clad in black glanced down at the densely packed red dots on his wristwatch, unable to suppress a furious curse. Damn it. Just a moment prior, the assailant had intended to eliminate the sole witness, Zazas, and then abduct Zhang Yunxi. However, he was taken aback when the brash young man leapt from the clutter and shielded the little girl with his own body. Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis Mechs' actions caused the man in black to shift his gun slightly to the side. He had no intention of killing Zhang Yunxi, but he was determined to capture him alive. Just after the gun was fired, a warning alert blared from his smartwatch, signaling that the security personnel from the seminary had arrived in the corridor outside. In such a precarious situation, carrying an unnecessary burden was undeniably unwise, and he had no time to linger at the doorway. Bang! Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated through the basketball court, creating a massive gaping hole in the wall to the right, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The man in black dashed forward like the wind, his body leaning ahead while his gun hand trailed behind. With remarkable grace, he fired another shot at Zhu Qijin and Apotheosis Mechs' mechanism. A blinding flash illuminated the interior, and a particle beam struck Zhu Qijin squarely in the chest. With a resounding bang, The kinetic core chamber was utterly obliterated, scattering countless parts across the floor. This shot was purely an act of vengeance. Had it not been for Zhu Qijin and Apos' intervention, the man in black would have already succeeded. After firing, he vanished into the corridor. Approximately 10 seconds later, several explosions echoed from outside the dormitory, indicating a confrontation between the man in black and the security personnel. Inside the basketball hall, Zhang Yunqi took a moment to regain his composure before slowly rising, brushing off the dust and debris from his body. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to check on Zhou beneath him. Thank you. Perhaps due to her family background, Zhou proved to be far stronger than anticipated. She did not break down in tears, merely gazing at Zhang Yunqi with wide, frightened eyes. Zhang Yunqi, upon observing that she bore no serious external injuries, was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, her thoughts turned to the teacher, Zhu, who had saved her life. The small child, Zhou, struggled to rise from the ground, her disheveled attire accentuating her distress as she rushed to Zhu Qijin and Apos' side. Helplessly, she gazed at the gaping wound in his chest, surrounded by scattered mechanical parts, and in that moment, her tears cascaded down as she cried out, "Please don't die." Teacher Zhu, I will call for help. The emotions of children are the most genuine, their joys and sorrows stemming purely from the depths of their hearts. Zhang Yunqi rushed to Zhu Qijin and Apos' side, gazing down at his wound, momentarily struck dumb. Although Zhou might not fully comprehend the implications of kinetic core loss and the complete shattering of the kinetic chamber, the now adult Zhang Yunqi understood all too well that it was akin to a human losing their heart, with the heart and Apos' atrium shattered as well. The security personnel had already entered the room, yet Zhang Yunqi remained oblivious to their presence, his attention fixated on Zhu Qijin. An inexplicable wave of guilt surged within him, his mind replaying the image of Zhu Qijin unhesitatingly stepping in front of him and decisively throwing that punch, perhaps due to the incident involving Li Yun. Zhang Yunqi harbored a somewhat different sentiment towards AI and robots. In his mind, they were not merely cold machines or a string of programmed data. Newly reborn Zhang Yunqi. Are you all right? The cries echoed from all directions, and Zhang Yunqi felt a sharp pain shoot through his brain. His vision blurred, and as his body leaned back, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The following day, around 10 in the morning, a beam of radiant sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating Zhang Yunqi's face. He gradually opened his eyes, his stiff neck twisting as he surveyed his surroundings. The first sight that greeted him was unexpectedly Kaka, seated on the chair beside him. "Where am I?" Zhang Yunqi asked, his lips cracked and dry. "Oh." Zhang Yunqi nodded laboriously. "I have already taken your pulse. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, your fainting spell is due to liver qi stagnation, which has caused an ascent of liver qi." Kaka explained, somewhat verbose yet remarkably professional. "It and Apos, that's not a serious matter. A bit of rest will suffice." "What are you talking about?" Zhang Yunqi replied, utterly bewildered. "To put it simply, you fainted from excessive fright." Kaka adjusted his black frame glasses. "What on earth happened last night? The basketball court looks as if it has weathered a fierce battle." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yunqi also came to her senses and immediately turned to inquire, "Has no one in the academy taken notice of this matter? How is teacher Zhu faring?" "Oh, I almost forgot until you mentioned it." Kakaka promptly rose. "I must inform the authorities." With that, Kakaka dashed out of the hospital room like the wind. Zhang Yunqi turned his head to glance around, observing that the layout of the room was remarkably simple. Beside the hospital bed stood a large multifunctional treatment machine, designed to automatically administer medication to patients, monitor vital signs in real time, and provide a torso support system to assist patients in their movements. Directly across from the foot of the bed was a holographic projection screen spanning half a wall, displaying the real-time health metrics of the patient's vital organs, with even the rhythmic pulsation of the heart depicted with striking clarity. While such equipment is commonplace in large hospitals, its presence in a medical department of the Qingshan Divine Academy was indeed quite surprising. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Yunqi observed 7 or 8 individuals entering the room. Leading them was a man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, exuding a commanding presence. "Hello, Zhang Yunqi. I am Han Xiang, the vice dean of the theological seminary," he stated. Approaching the bedside, the middle-aged man inquired with genuine concern, "How do you feel?" Zhang Yunqi gazed at him, feeling considerably better, assuring him that there was nothing amiss. "Any student admitted to the academy is regarded as our most precious asset. On behalf of the institution, I sincerely apologize for the events of last night. Han Xiang stated earnestly, assuring that such an incident would not recur. The situation is currently being handled by the Academy's AI Management Department, and I am not yet fully informed. If your health permits, I would like to pose a few questions. Han Xiang bent down to sit on the chair, noting that this might greatly aid in the resolution of the case. Very well, Dean Han, Zhang Yunxi replied slowly, her heart still lingering with concern for Zhu Qizhen, for had it not been for him last night, she would surely have met a dire fate. I would like to inquire if you have any adversaries in your life outside of school, or have your parents ever offended anyone? In Han Xiang and Apo's reasoning, Zhang Yunxi was quite young and had not yet achieved any significant accomplishments in her academic pursuits. Thus, it was unlikely that she harbored any enemies or had any conflicts of interest. The origin of this matter might very well be linked to the deceased parents of Zhang Yunxi. Although Zhang Yunxi is still young, his thoughts are remarkably meticulous. Having been adopted since childhood, he possesses a sensitive disposition when it comes to interpersonal interactions, leading him to ponder deeply. Before their passing, Li Yun and her father urged him to attend the Qingshan Theological Academy. However, barely a day into his arrival, he finds himself embroiled in such a terrifying and bizarre incident. It is evident that this academy is not entirely secure. Moreover, the figure clad in black from last night clearly exhibited a profound understanding of the academy and Apo's security and even its daily operations. Would revealing the truth recklessly expose him to even greater peril? Zhang Yunxi found it difficult to fully trust the unfamiliar individual before him. The only person he felt he could rely on was Dr. Liang'an, whom he had yet to meet. Before his father passed away, he had penned a recommendation letter on Zhang's behalf, addressed to Dr. Liang, which evidently indicated that the latter had a prior acquaintance and some degree of rapport with his father. Zhang and Apo's adoptive father would undoubtedly not wish him harm. Hence, Zhang had silently resolved that as long as he did not encounter Dr. Liang, he must not reveal the truth. After assessing the situation, Han Xiang gently placed a hand on Zhang Yunxi's shoulder and reassured him, "Focus on your recovery. All expenses will be borne by the academy. We will also engage with the judicial authorities promptly to collaboratively resolve this case and provide you with clarity as soon as possible." "Very well," Zhang replied. "Do you need to contact my family? We can arrange for their travel expenses to be reimbursed." The management policies of the seminary truly exhibited a commendable sense of humanity and consideration. At that moment, a man leaned close to Han Xiang and whispered a few words, causing Han and Apo's expression to shift slightly. He then turned to Zhang Yunxi and said, "I apologize. However, since you have come to the academy, every mentor and administrative staff member here is now your family. Focus on your recovery." "Thank you, Director Han," Zhang expressed gratefully. With that, Han Xiang led the group away. Once the ward fell into silence, Kaka leaned in and whispered, "This is truly bizarre. We also lost consciousness last night." "What?" Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, taken aback. Zhang Yunxi fell into deep contemplation. Who could possibly be behind this, orchestrating such a grand affair? Kaka muttered with a disdainful expression. In the corridor, Han Xiang, with an impassive demeanor, cautioned, "The incidents involving AI robots are particularly sensitive. Moreover, the fact that a student is involved heightens the stakes. Your public relations department must ensure a tight lid on the information." "Understood," the staff behind him nodded in agreement. An hour later, Kaka, feeling a sense of camaraderie, noticed that Zhang Yunxi had not yet fully recovered. Since the academy had not officially commenced, he had little to occupy himself with, so he decided to accompany Zhang downstairs. As they strolled along the path beside the medical department, they suddenly spotted Zhou, hunched over the iron railing, weeping inconsolably. "Please, I beg you, do not destroy Teacher Zhu. I implore you." Zhang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped forward and inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhou, with tear-streaked cheeks, turned to glance at Zhang Yunxi, anxiously pointing outside the courtyard and exclaiming, "They intend to destroy Teacher Zhu." Zhang Yunxi turned towards the sound, his gaze falling upon the two colossal arms of a crane outside the iron railing. The machine brutally grasped the head and waist of Zhu Qizhen, preparing to hoist him into the truck bed for transport. For reasons unbeknownst to him, witnessing Zhu Qizhen, who had risked his life to save him the previous night, now dangling like refuse in midair, ignited within Zhang Yunxi a tempest of emotions, a blend of fury and an ineffable sentiment. He rushed forward, shouting, "Wait!" Within the city of Mingzhu, Dr. Liang'an lay on a mobile stretcher, being hurried towards the emergency room. Chapter 8. Is this considered murder? At the entrance of the medical department in the academy. Breathless, Zhang Yunqi rushed to the side of the crane and inquired of the staff. Excuse me, are you preparing to send him away for destruction? Is the academy not going to restore him? Why must he be destroyed? Zhang Yunqi asked, her astonishment evident. The head said his legs are a bit too long, making it difficult to close the door against the wall of the truck. Use the cutting machine to sever the piston connection and remove the legs. A burly man commanded as he exited the vehicle, gesturing hastily. Please, do not amputate Teacher Zhu and Apo's legs. Zhou cried, bursting forth in tears. Only to be halted by Kaka, who interjected, he is a good person. He is here to protect us. Zhang Yunqi gazed at the suspended body of Zhu Qizhan, an indescribable emotion surging within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that the individuals before him were merely staff members, acting solely on orders, devoid of any authority to make decisions. After a brief pause, Zhang Yunqi turned and walked away. Where are you going? Kaka inquired loudly. 6 years prior, the Qingshan Academy of Sciences had embarked on an initiative to integrate AI personnel and robots into educational roles, aiming to foster a technological atmosphere within the institution. It was observed that AI instructors occasionally outperformed their human counterparts in certain specialized subjects. This endeavor was warmly received by the students, who appreciated the novelty of the experience. Consequently, the Academy gradually increased the quota for AI mentors and established an internal AI management office to regulate and oversee these AI instructors and robotic mentors. As an academic institution, the Academy bore significant societal responsibilities, and any adverse incidents would necessitate accountability from the administration. In light of this, the leadership engaged in multiple discussions. Yet a considerable faction maintained that technology and life must inevitably progress forward. One extreme incident should not invalidate the exploration of an entirely new domain. Following the management discussions, while AI mentors were not entirely abolished, they were subjected to more stringent regulations. For instance, several potentially hazardous devices and functionalities within Zhu Qizhan and Apo's system were dismantled recently, and even the core energy was restricted to a specific parameter. This explains why Teacher Zhu and Apo's combat abilities appeared less formidable during the confrontation with the assailants, as he had been significantly diminished and was merely serving as a supportive AI mentor. In the AI management office near the medical department, Zhang Yunqi stood before the workstation and inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the office responsible for AI instructors?" The staff member, taken aback, asked, "Is that what you truly wish to do?" With a serious demeanor, the staff member rose and guided Zhang Yunqi to the innermost office. After knocking, the staff member entered first, saying, "Director Li, this is our new student. He wishes to file a complaint against an AI teacher." Inside the office, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit sat in a chair, slowly placing his teacup down, and remarked, "This student." Zhang Yunqi gazed at the other party and promptly stepped forward, saying, "Greetings, Director Li. I do not wish to lodge a complaint against the AI mentor. Rather, I seek to inquire about the handling of Teacher Zhu Qizhan." Director Li furrowed his brow. "Are you the one from last night?" "Indeed. I am the student who was assaulted on the basketball court," Zhang Yunqi immediately affirmed. "Last night, Teacher Zhu came to my rescue." Director Li paused for a moment and gestured to the staff to step aside. With a series of footsteps echoing, Kaka and Zhou rushed in, awkwardly smiling at the staff. "We are together." The staff nodded in acknowledgement and departed. The three stood within the room, and Zhang Yunqi continued to address Director Li. Why must he be eliminated? Zhang Yunqi furrowed her brows as she gazed at her interlocutor, urgently inquiring, "Isn and Apo's. This tantamount to killing him?" Director Li paused momentarily, softly correcting her. "This is not an act of murder. It is merely a rational approach to addressing the issue at hand. The decision made by the administration does not contravene any regulations governing AI entities, and we will duly report this to the relevant departments." Director Li, I believe you may not fully comprehend that for many students, Zhu Qizhan is not merely an AI. He is also our teacher. Had it not been for him last night, I might have faced dire consequences, Zhang Yunqi argued, her voice tinged with agitation. He sacrificed his core energy to protect me. Director Li chuckled lightly. At present, aside from yourself, no other student has expressed dissent regarding our handling of the matter. You must understand, the ownership of Zhu Qizhan lies with the institution. We acquired him to provide superior educational services to the students. when his operational lifespan concludes. It is only fitting that he be decommissioned. But he is not at the end of his lifespan. He can be repaired. Zhang Yunqi countered resolutely. Why is the institution unwilling to extend a helping hand? Director Li interjected, regarding Zhang Yunqi with patience as he elucidated, Zhang. Imagine your family purchased a Hongqi sedan a decade ago. After it has traversed 300,000 kilometers, the engine suddenly fails and the warranty has expired. To repair it, you would not only need to replace the engine but also all compatible new components. And the cost of acquiring a new vehicle would be significantly less than the expense of restoration. What choice would you make? Zhang Yunqi was taken aback. It is merely a tool designed to serve you, akin to your household automobile or microwave, differing little in essence. The sole distinction lies in its occasional witty remarks during instruction, exhibiting a semblance of personality. Yet, these are merely programmed codes established by the manufacturer. Director Li gradually rose, smiling as he remarked, in the absence of Teacher Zhu, there will be Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhou. The Academy will introduce you to more advanced and integrative new companions. So you need not worry at all. Zhang Yunqi struggled to comprehend the words of the other party, feeling a surge of anger. For he was unaware whether the so-called new Teacher Wang or Teacher Zhou truly possessed remarkable integration skills. However, he was acutely aware that without Zhu Qizhen's intervention the previous night, he would have certainly met his demise. Those who have never faced life and death cannot fathom the desperate grasp for a lifeline in the moments preceding death. He was wise, possessing a judgment of danger that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of ordinary humans. Yet, why did he stand protectively in front of Zhang Yunqi? Because he regarded the latter as his student and felt a profound sense of responsibility. In the case of Li Yun, Zhang Yunqi's perception of AI beings had undergone a profound transformation. He understood that these unique, intelligent entities were far more complex than mere strings of code or programming. In a certain sense, they possessed life. Although Zhu Qizhen had only interacted with Zhang Yunqi twice and had exchanged no more than 10 sentences, the former held significant weight in the latter's heart. Uncle, please save Teacher Zhu. I beg you. Zhou, who had roughly understood the conversation between the two, broke down in tears. For hours later, heavy rain suddenly began to pour from the sky. Outside the suburbs, within a third-party dismantling facility, workers in deep blue uniforms waved their hands, shouting, just toss it in pile number 3, and we'll handle it tomorrow. The crane operator signaled an OK gesture and, utilizing a semi-automated assistive system, single-handedly maneuvered both arms to toss Zhu Qizhen onto a heap of discarded parts. As the torrential rain fell, the metallic sheen of Zhu Qizhen dimmed, allowing the rain to wash over him and the fierce winds to buffet his damaged form. While within his core energy chamber lay a soiled doll, this junkyard was his final resting place. In a hospital in Mingzhu City, Dr. Liang'an removed the ventilator and urgently addressed the physician. I request to speak with old Pang. Connect me to him quickly. Chapter 9. I wish to meet the Smurfs in the new dormitory room 107. Zhang Yunqi sat in a chair, gazing out at the gentle drizzle, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Wei Wu placed a pair of his odorous shoes into a self-cleaning device, pressed the deodorize button, and looked up to ask, oh, if you, little chubby one, were to sit in a temple, you'd become a Buddha on the spot. Haha, let me pose a question to you. What is it? You claim Zhu Qizhen is an intelligent life form. Yet vacuum robots exhibit intelligence too, and even disembodied AI systems can surpass you in cleverness. Even the monitoring system of an artificial lake possesses the capability to communicate data with humans. Wei Wu, a smile gracing his face, casually inquired, if we follow your reasoning, once these entities age, malfunction, or, dare I say, die, should we then hold a funeral for them? Perhaps hire a mourning band to send them off joyfully. Otherwise, would it be a sign of disrespect for life? You are merely grasping at straws. Kaka does not quite agree with the notion that the intelligence of a robotic vacuum is merely algorithmic, lacking in spontaneous thought. After using a vacuum for 30 years, he has developed a profound affection for it, considering it a member of his family. If you disagree with my perspective, then you are heartless. Wei Wu interjected, asking, now that it is broken beyond repair, is it reasonable for me to request the AI management to conduct a funeral for it? Kaka was rendered speechless by this remark. Ultimately, no one has truly respected the existence of robots, as the debate over whether to save or not save them remains confined to the human realm. You feel guilt towards Zhu Qizhen, hence you perceive the institution as callous. Yet, if you were to encounter a robot that had exploded on the street, would you still care? If you do not, Does that not signify a disregard for life? Wei Wu nonchalantly retrieved his shoes from the washer, deftly putting them on before rising to say, "Young brother, life itself is beyond discussion. To engage in such discourse is already a form of disrespect." In the end, an individual and Apos' feelings hold far more significance than whether Zhu Qizhen lives or dies. This is the essence of our current era. This is merely my personal opinion, so please refrain from criticism. Kaka never anticipated that this seemingly uneducated, greasy man, Wei Wu, could articulate such profound thoughts, leaving him unable to refute them. "I'm heading out for a meal. Anyone want to join?" "Today, it's on me," Wei Wu exclaimed. "Take it easy. The cycles of life and death are natural, let alone for a robot." He patted Zhang Yunxi on the shoulder and smiled at Kaka, saying, "Arn and Amp, Apos, to you coming along? Fine. Then you can just sit here and remain lifeless," Wei Wu responded, gracefully departing. Zhang Yunxi turned to Kaka, saying, "In truth, he is correct. My desire to save Teacher Zhu is purely a matter of personal sentiment, akin to Zatsa and Apos' emotions." Kaka, having followed the news about the Zhang family, could discern Zhang Yunxi and Apos' internal conflict. This situation is indeed complex. "You can and Apos' be considering financing Teacher Zhu and Apos' rescue on your own, can you?" Kaka inquired, astonished. "Yes. I intend to purchase a kinetic core for him, to restore him," Zhang Yunxi replied, having contemplated this matter while seated, and it was evident that she had reached a resolution. Although Zhang Yunxi is an adopted child, the Zhang Zhitong couple themselves have no close blood relatives. Therefore, from a legal standpoint, he is the sole legal heir, having completed the inheritance procedures prior to attending school. Zhang Jitao and his wife are also engaged in academic research, holding a significant position in society, with an income that can be classified as upper middle class. After accounting for their usual expenditures, they have approximately 10 million in liquid assets remaining. Zhang Yunxi initially intended to invest this sum into his education and future entrepreneurial endeavors. However, at this moment, he feels an overwhelming impulse to allocate these funds towards resurrecting his mentor, Zhu Qizhen. Why would he entertain such an idea? Is he out of his mind? After all, the subject in question is merely an AI, a robot produced from a special alloy. What justifies this? Simply because Zhu Qizhen saved his life? The crux of the matter lies in perception and experience. In the case of Li Yun, the portrayal of AI beings had undergone a profound transformation in Zhang Yunxi's mind. Whether it was the decade-long companionship with Li Yun or her final words prior to her execution, Zhang Yunxi came to a poignant realization. She was not merely a machine, but a sentient being. This shift in understanding has now been transferred to Zhu Qizhen. Deep down, Zhang Yunxi feels responsible for Zhu Qizhen and Apos' demise. Without his intervention, Zhu Qizhen would not have met such a fate. It is akin to encountering a thug on the street, feeling powerless when a brave soul intervenes, taking 2 blows to save you, ultimately leaving him on a hospital bed, fighting for his life while you turn away. This moral burden is one that Zhang Yunxi cannot bear. "I wish to discuss this with the institution. If possible, I would like to purchase a kinetic core within my means to bring him back to life." Zhang Yunxi had made up his mind and turned to Kaka, asking, "What do you think?" Old Wei was correct. Personal emotional recognition is paramount. Zhang Yunxi stood up, stating, "If I do not pursue this, I will always feel uneasy." "Then let us proceed. We are still young, and we will earn money eventually." Kaka, unlike Old Wei, refrained from employing provocative language to dispute Zhang Yunxi's decision. He rose to his feet and said, "I will accompany you." "Very well." Zhang Yunxi resolved to act, rising to don his coat, preparing to head to the AI management office with Kaka. "Wait," Kaka suddenly called out. "What is it?" "In fact, I have another idea that might be more cost-effective," Kaka replied, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "What is it?" Zhang Yunxi inquired eagerly. "Do you remember the female classmate who accompanied us to meet Mentor Liangyan?" Kaka asked, "The one with the blue hair, who dressed in a distinctly punk style." Zhang Yunxi nodded slowly. "I remember." "Do you know what she does?" "I don and Apos, came the reply. "On the day of enrollment, I stole a glance at her resume. Her family is engaged in robotics research and development, and they are a leading enterprise in the field of kinetic cores." Kaka explained softly, after reviewing her resume. "I discreetly searched for more information about her. Prior to her admission, she participated in the development of a new kinetic core, although she may have been merely a figurehead. It speaks volumes about her parents and Apos, capabilities for such achievements are not typically attainable by ordinary families. Are you suggesting that we could procure a new kinetic core through her at an internal price? Zhang Yunxi inquired. Indeed. Even acquiring a secondary version would be significantly more economical. Kaka nodded in agreement. Do you know her? Can you converse with her? Zhang Yunxi asked. I do not know her personally, but I am acquainted with someone who does. Kaka grinned, revealing a playful demeanor. There is a senior in the third year named Jiao Jiao. Her parents are also associated with that company, so they must be familiar with one another. Could you reach out to her? Zhang Yunxi prompted. Of course. Kaka swiftly seated herself, pulling out her smartwatch phone. I'll give her a call. I am quite familiar with this Jiao Jiao. We used to be neighbors, and I inadvertently claimed her first kiss. Zhang Yunxi found it somewhat peculiar and, bending down to sit, inquired, Hey, why are you checking up on a female classmate and Apotheosis Mechs information? He was incredulous. With that appearance, you actually have an interest? You Wooden and Apotheosis Mechs, understand. I have a fondness for an animated series from over a century ago. Kaka grinned as he connected with a senior, baring his teeth in excitement. It's called the Smurfs. Goodness, you and Apotheosis read truly abnormal. Zhang Yunxi was exasperated. Hello, Jiao Jiao Senior, are you busy? If not, care to give me a bath to observe? Kaka chuckled and waved at the holographic projection screen. Get lost. You fatso. What do you want? Well, we have a new student this year named the Smith. Oh, no. It and Apotheosis Zhang Xin. Do you know her? Yes, she and Apotheosis my younger sister. What and Apotheosis the matter? Could you arrange for us to meet for a night? Go to hell. What exactly do you intend to do? Haha, I and Apotheosis am not joking. There and Apotheosis something urgent. Can we meet to discuss? Sure, come to the student council. Clearly. The other party was quite familiar with Kaka. In the college cafeteria, Wei Wu was holding his food tray, contemplating how to eat more economically when he suddenly noticed his dorm mate, Tong Zhan, who was somewhat of a lone wolf, standing nearby with a drink. Wei Wu immediately approached him with a broad smile, rudely slapping Tong Zhan's rear. Getting food, brother? Smack. Tong Zhan reacted dramatically, stepping aside as his body collided with the vending machine, his backside awkwardly directed towards the wall. What are you doing? Tong Zhan furiously demanded. Wei Wu glanced at him, surprise flickering in his eyes. Nothing much. Just saw you here getting food and thought I and Apotheosis say hello. Chapter 10. It's time for a scam. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yunxi and Kaka arrived at the CAF in the seminary's library. They chose a window seat, engaging in conversation while they waited. To meet Kaka's senior friend, Zhang Yunxi had specifically changed into a clean set of sportswear, washed his hair, and styled it in a more mature fashion. However, in reality, aside from being somewhat slender, Zhang was quite handsome. His features were sharply defined, his complexion not overly fair, yet exuding a vibrant and healthy demeanor akin to athletic youths who enjoyed basketball. In terms of appearance, Zhang Yunxi was not the typical delicate pretty boy, nor did he adopt a gender-neutral style. There was a certain gallantry in his brow. His profile reminiscent of a younger man once referred to as the Master Huang from years past, not the middle-aged greasy version, but the youthful incarnation. With such looks, one could objectively say that if Zhang Yunxi participated in the currently trending Eternal World Talent Competition, he might very well secure a central position, achieving fame for a few years and perhaps even earning a prestigious moniker. Nevertheless, Zhang Yunxi evidently held little interest in virtual talent shows. He constantly referred to himself as a technical man. Inside the CAF, as Zhang Yunxi and Kaka engaged in conversation, two young ladies approached from a distance. Both stood around 1.7 meters tall, possessing long, elegant legs and striking figures. However, their styles of dress and appearances were strikingly dissimilar. The lady on the left was clad in loose-fitting athletic pants and an oversized t-shirt, her hair styled in a high ponytail, and she wore black-framed glasses, appearing rather unremarkable from afar. In contrast, the lady on the right was decidedly more eye-catching, adorned in a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her waist and impeccably tailored jeans. Her flowing light blue hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. Zhang Yunxi cast a glance at the two young ladies and promptly inquired, "Are they the ones?" "Indeed. The one on the right is my senior, Jiao Jiao." Kaka responded with a somewhat mischievous retort. "Isn't she rather demanding on the tissues?" "A rather precise description." Zhang Yunxi nodded in agreement. Kaka immediately rose to her feet, extending her palm with poise. "It's been a long time. Jiao Jiao. You should address her as senior, Jiao Jiao remarked, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Zhang Yunxi. This handsome gentleman must be your roommate, right? Yes. Allow me to introduce. This is Zhang Yunxi, a biology student. Kaka chimed in, flashing a grin. He is my little brother. Zhang Yunxi immediately rose to his feet. Greetings, Senior Jiao Jiao. Kaka is my esteemed elder brother. Come on, we are an elite institution. Must we resort to such colloquial titles? Jiao Jiao bent down and sat, teasing Zhang Yunxi as she inquired, Junior, you are quite handsome. Have you considered joining our student council? I could pull some strings for you. If you find yourself bored, feel free to seek me out. Kaka interjected, turning to glance at an approaching female student. He chuckled and asked, is this young lady also part of the student council? Giggling, Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and looked at Zhang Yunxi and Kaka with a perplexed expression. Do you not recognize her? The duo turned in unison, scrutinizing the girl with black-framed glasses, and shook their heads. Wow, what kind of eyesight do you have? Jiao Jiao exclaimed in frustration. She is the Jiang-Xin you were supposed to meet. As her words fell, Jiang-Xin, adorned with black-framed glasses, nodded at them with a rather impassive expression. We met at the admissions office yesterday. Oh my, are you the Smuff? Kaka exclaimed in astonishment, inadvertently uttering her nickname. Jiang-Xin remained unfazed by the moniker, while Jiao Jiao smacked Kaka on the arm. Have some decorum. My apologies, I was too excited, Kaka replied, stealing another glance at Jiang-Xin. But your transformation since yesterday is quite remarkable. Sunlight streamed into the CAF after the rain, illuminating the youthful faces of the two girls. Jiao Jiao's alluring charm was evident, but it was Jiang-Xin's serene demeanor and exquisite features that left Zhang Yunxi and Kaka awestruck. Having shed her punk attire from the previous day, Jiang-Xin appeared as if she had undergone a metamorphosis. Her oval face, fair and translucent skin, prominent nose, and lively, expressive eyes, especially with strands of hair cascading naturally around her cheeks, bestowed upon her a youthful radiance uncommon among contemporary girls. It is said that women's beauty can be categorized in various ways. Some captivate at first glance yet reveal flaws upon closer inspection, while others may seem unremarkable at first but grow increasingly appealing with time. The epitome of beauty, however, embodies both qualities, and Jiang-Xin epitomizes the latter. It remains a mystery why she chose to dress so differently yesterday, complete with the black-framed glasses. In truth, with today's medical advancements, even those with myopia can undergo numerous treatments with minimal chances of rebound, making such primitive accessories quite rare. Perhaps it was merely for aesthetic purposes, Zhang Yunxi mused. Jiang-Xin, seated beside Jiao Jiao, inquired directly, what brings you to seek me out? Several matters. Zhang Yunxi promptly responded, you must have heard about Teacher Zhu's situation, right? The robot, Zhu Qizhen. I have heard, Jiao Jiao interjected. The AI Management Office notified the Student Council today, stating they intend to deactivate Teacher Zhu. And we need to communicate with some students regarding this. Indeed, Teacher Zhu encountered trouble while trying to save me. Zhang Yunxi softly addressed the two, expressing a sense of guilt. She confided that she had conferred with Kaka, contemplating alternative methods to rescue him. But how can we effectuate such a rescue? Jiao Jiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. The management has already rendered its verdict. We, as students, lack the capacity to alter the circumstances. We wish to undertake the expense ourselves. Zhang Yunxi paused before responding. Upon hearing this, even Jiang-Xin, who typically displayed little emotion, appeared momentarily stunned. Self-funding a rescue. Is your family affluent? Jiao Jiao asked with curiosity. Are you familiar with robotics? Jiang-Xin adjusted her black-rimmed glasses delicately with her slender fingers. Zhang Yunxi shook his head, expressing his fondness yet lack of understanding. If memory serves me right, Zhu Qizhen's weight should be around 15 tons. With a body containing over 20,000 electronic components and at least 15 high-energy consumption devices. Thus, a compatible energy core must be at least of the deep blue parallel 8 caliber. A standard energy core would be utterly inadequate to power him. Jiang-Xin paused briefly, continuing, moreover, considering that his energy compartment is nearly completely damaged, for every electronic component that is consumed, you must scavenge the market. As it is a product from 6 years ago, and many components have either been discontinued or upgraded. Do you have any idea of the cost involved? How much? Kaka inquired. It could exceed 20 million. Jiang-Xin's expression was rational, her tone indifferent, and that does not even account for labor costs. Furthermore, if you were to handle it yourself, how would you resolve the repair of the equipment? Are you suggesting we forego the Deep Blue series and utilize products from my company? Jiang-Xian asked. Indeed. We approached you with the intention of seeking your assistance. Are you all so naive? Jiang-Xian adjusted her glasses. The technology pertaining to energy cores is highly competitive. We cannot incorporate our technology into Deep Blue's products, especially when the ownership of Zhu Qizhen lies with the Academy. This involves commercial confidentiality. Oh right. Kaka suddenly recalled that he and Zhang Yunxi had completely overlooked this aspect. I truly cannot assist with that, Jiang-Xian remarked, observing the two with a very direct tone. Is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave. Zhang Yunxi immediately rose at the sound and called out, Wait a moment, classmate Jiang. What if I were to acquire Teacher Zhu Qizhen? I would even be willing to transfer ownership to your company. You would merely need to revive him. Does that sound feasible? Zhang Yunxi responded swiftly. In essence, we would be purchasing Teacher Zhu Qizhen. Yet we are willing to conduct new product testing for you free of charge. Furthermore, he was taken away for protecting his students, which provides a point of sensationalism advantageous to you. Kaka looked at Zhang Yunxi in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness, a fraudster. Jiang-Xian blinked rapidly, hesitating to depart. He is truly significant to me. Perhaps you cannot empathize, but if he had not stood in front of me, I would have been obliterated by the particle beam. He is a valiant educator, a righteous AI warrior. He deserves to be revived. Classmates, imagine if you faced a personal threat and he stepped forward. How would you feel? Zhang Yunxi cried out, her eyes glistening with tears. I have no intention of conversing with you. Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. But you were indeed correct about the sensationalism. Within the academy, as the greasy man Wei Wu was heading towards the dormitory, he was suddenly intercepted by two members of the campus security. What is the matter? Freshman Wei Wu, Dr. Pang from the biology department wishes to speak with you. 10 minutes later, in the Dr. and Amp, Oppo's S office, an elderly man addressed the holographic projection screen, stating, Regrettably, we lost Dr. Liang an hour ago. He succumbed despite attempts to save him, and he refused memory download before he left us completely. On the large screen, several elderly individuals, upon hearing this news, had red-rimmed eyes as they began conversing with Dr. Pang. After a brief while, the electronic door's alert sounded, and Dr. Pang wiped his eyes before turning to open the office door. Wei Wu sauntered in casually, asking, Are you old Pang? What do you want with me? Dr. Pang regarded the greasy man with a furrowed brow, inquiring, The Mingzhu Police Union, Criminal Affairs Division. The only individual who has never attended university yet has ascended through the ranks to become a detective prodigy. Your background is quite rich, Wei Wu. Chapter 11. The greasy man enters the fray in the doctor's office. Wei Wu stood with his hands behind his back, casually glancing around with a frivolous demeanor. Old Pang, there's no need to flatter me. I know exactly what I am. Just tell me what you need. Dr. Pang, now 65 years of age, was a respected figure in both the biological community and the faculty of the academy. He rarely conducted public lectures, primarily focusing on clinical research and related topics. Zhang Yunxi had been unable to find information about him on the Academy's official website, as the details of the top professors were not publicly accessible. Although Dr. Pang is quite advanced in age, he does not appear overly aged, resembling someone in their 50s. He carries himself with an upright posture and exudes vitality. His countenance not typical of an academic researcher. With a square face, prominent brows, and large eyes, he resembles a leader in an authoritative department. Dr. Pang scrutinized the laid-back Wei Wu and inquired in a resonant voice, Is Zhang Yunxi your dormitory mate? Yes. Wei Wu approached the bookshelf on the left side of the office, gazing in wonder at the densely packed jars within the compartments. Old Pang, your collection is quite impressive. Have you even made specimens of flies? As he spoke, Wei Wu reached for a small glass vial, lowering his head to examine it. What can studying flies reveal? Dr. Pang stepped closer. That is fish roe, he asserted. You are quite remarkable. You can simply refer to it as roe. Put it down. Dr. Pang admonished with a frown. He then turned to Wei Wu and asked, Have you paid attention to the situation regarding Zhang Yunxi? You mean the case of him being sent to the dissection room? Wei Wu retorted. Yes. Are you interested in investigating this matter? Dr. Pang asked directly. No, Wei Wu unhesitatingly declined. I have no interest whatsoever. Dr. Pang scrutinized him with his hands clasped behind his back. I have heard that your purpose in coming to the academy was to secure a special talent subsidy. And after graduation, you intend to find a leisurely job and simply drift through life? Wei Wu candidly admitted, what else would I do? Become the dean here? His tone and demeanor exuded the essence of a cynical and radical individual, displaying a lack of respect for anyone and an apparent indifference to all matters. Due to the emotional toll from Liang'an and Apo's death, Dr. Peng was in a particularly foul mood and had little patience for further conversation with Wei Wu. He stepped over to his desk and pressed a button on the touchscreen panel. With a swift motion, the projector in the room illuminated, casting 2 documents onto the wall. Wei Wu glanced at the wall. Oh, they even offer compensation? According to the current value of data currency, 1 megabyte of data equates to approximately 1 yuan, making 200 gigabytes worth 200,000. Wei Wu blinked rapidly, quickly scanning the documents displayed on the wall. Why didn't you mention this earlier? What do you mean by that? Dr. Peng was slightly puzzled. Dr. Peng was left speechless. The price seemed quite fair. No wonder he is a towering figure in the field of biology. His offers are simply irresistible. Wei Wu smiled humbly. But may I ask, what if I find nothing at all? Will there still be a reward? Deal. Wei Wu swiftly agreed, then immediately posed another question. I have a query. Why isn't the judicial department directly involved in Zhang Yunqi's case? Why seek out someone who has already been dismissed like me? I lack any enforcement authority. What if something goes awry during the investigation? I could be implicated in a criminal offense. Wei Wu pondered deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, All right, I have no further questions. The 2 matters you wish to investigate are the case of Zhang Yunqi's abduction at night and the death of my dear friend, Dr. Liang, and Dr. Peng interjected. I will send the relevant materials to your information inbox shortly. Please familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible. That sounds good. But could you authorize some equipment for me? Wei Wu inquired, stretching his neck. What kind of equipment do you need? The latest neural interface of Deep Blue XP, complete with the necessary connection cables, a Tyrannosaurus 4 storage device, and a linked memory scenario simulator that can connect to the immortal world. Wei Wu rapidly enumerated several advanced electronic products. Oh, and I also require an Angel Nini multilingual implant teaching machine. Dr. Peng appeared bewildered. What on earth do you need so much equipment for? With my IQ of 175, I genuinely struggle to comprehend how the Angel Nini multilingual teaching machine relates to investigating a case. Dr. Peng, slightly exasperated, asked, Are you planning to learn a foreign language? This could potentially be an international case. Will you assist me, or shall I find someone else? Wei Wu replied candidly, To be honest, my son has asked me for that learning machine numerous times, but alas, I find myself financially constrained. Wei Wu offered an awkward explanation. Dr. Peng, uninterested in his ramblings, waved his hand and instructed, Go find my assistant, Yang Zi, and have him authorize it for you. Thank you, Doctor. Wei Wu promptly rose. In the library CAF, Zhang Yunqi extended her hand, saying, I appreciate your help, senior sister Jiao Jiao, and classmate Jiang Xine. It and Apo's no trouble at all. We may not even be able to assist, Jiang Xine replied, shaking Zhang Yunqi and Apo's hand symbolically. I will reach out to you if I receive any news. All right. Zhang Yunqi nodded. After their exchange, the 2 young women gracefully departed, needing to consult with their family company and Apo's representatives before getting back to Zhang Yunqi. Kaka observed Jiang Xine and Apo's retreating figure and remarked, Indeed, beauty is inherent. Are you referring to Jiang Xine? Yes. She is quite lovely, though her demeanor is rather aloof. Zhang Yunqi commented before turning to call out. Shall we go? Zhang Yunqi, Dr. Peng from the academy wishes to see you. Are you available now? The female assistant inquired with a smile. Dr. Peng? I'm not particularly. He is the closest friend of Dr. Liang'an, the assistant clarified. He has urgent matters to discuss with you. All right, I will see him shortly. Kaka nodded, adding, Perfect timing. I need to check on Zhou. 20 minutes later, in the doctor and Apo's office, Zhang Yunqi trembled, her hands gripping the table as she anxiously asked, He has passed away? Yes, doctor. Peng replied quietly, regarding Zhang Yunqi with a steady gaze. Heart failure. He could not be revived. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yunqi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as all his hopes crumbled with the utterance of the word death. How bizarre. Just as he had entered the academy, he was thrust into the dissection room in the dead of night, nearly losing his life, before he could even catch his breath. The only person who might have had insight into the situation, Dr. Liang'an, unexpectedly passed away as well. And what of Liyun? Did she truly take the lives of her entire family out of personal emotions? If that were the case, why did she utter the name Qingshan Divine Academy in her final moments? As Zhang Yunxi pondered, an escalating sense of dread enveloped her, and she found herself drenched in perspiration. Dr. Liang had mentioned his desire to meet her prior to his departure from the hospital, yet before that encounter could materialize, he had tragically passed away. Zhang Yunxi slowly lifted her gaze towards old Peng and stated, "I believe his death was not merely the result of an unforeseen medical complication." Old Peng rose deliberately, responding, "It is difficult to ascertain at this moment. However, you must remain composed. Wei Wu, your dormitory mate, is a seasoned criminal investigation expert, and I have already enlisted his assistance in probing this matter. Shortly, I will convene with the higher-ups at the Academy regarding Dr. Liang and an Apotheosis case. If you wish to uncover the truth, it would be prudent to cooperate with Wei Wu." Zhang Yunxi slowly raised her head. "I am one of the few friends of Liang and his death. I must take responsibility." Old Peng sighed deeply. "Regardless of who is scheming in the shadows, I will certainly unearth them." As evening descended, Wei Wu cheerfully entered the dormitory, glanced at Zhang Yunxi in the reading room, and approached her, inquiring, "Did old Peng speak to you?" Zhang Yunxi raised her gaze towards him, declaring, "All right. I shall cooperate with you." In an obscure location within the academy, a figure stood alone in the vast room, his mindset unraveling as he cursed. That old fool Liang and must have said something to old Peng before his demise. It's evident that the academy is investigating, albeit discreetly. We must hasten our actions. Chapter 12. Has the brain machine malfunctioned? The electrode chip resonated with the external brain machine, synchronously stimulating the brain and plunging consciousness into a deep state as Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu jointly entered the realm of immortality. At 199, Lingjing Avenue, Freedom City, lies the Qingshan Divine Academy and Apotheosis branch within the realm of immortality, where various online courses and the Academy and Apotheosis metaverse projects are primarily conducted. This esteemed institution stands prominently on the most bustling street of Freedom City, occupying a considerable area, complete with an independent data compartment established by the Lingjing Group, offering exclusive terminal storage services. In the virtual world, data equates to space, and the establishment of a separate data compartment for the Academy by the Lingjing Group underscores the financial prowess and connections of the Divine Academy. Zhang Yunxi waited at the entrance of the branch school for nearly 20 minutes when a vacant taxi came to a halt by the roadside. Wei Wu descended from the vehicle, grumbling, "What a hefty fare. Send me the travel data. I need to get reimbursed. Hurry up and stop the nonsense," he urged impatiently. The driver, with a disdainful expression, reluctantly transmitted the travel data to Wei Wu while muttering under his breath, "What a cowardly demeanor. May you never enjoy a meal with more than 4 dishes." Wei Wu approached Zhang Yunxi and said, "Let us go." "All right." Zhang Yunxi nodded in agreement. Both were freshmen at the Qingshan Divine Academy and had entered the Eternal Life world during their enrollment. Thus, they required no identity verification upon entering the branch school. The security scanner at the entrance merely performed a quick scan, and the transparent energy barrier gate swung open. To be precise, it was more aptly described as a data air wall. If one were not affiliated with the Academy, even artillery fire would be insufficient to breach its defenses. 10 minutes later, within the independent laboratory on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, Wei Wu, clad in a pale pink trench coat and wearing a cowboy hat, stated, "I need you to grant me level 1 memory reading access. Utilize the linked memory scene simulator to fully recreate the events of that night. Do you consent?" "Not a problem. I will provide it for you," Zhang Yunxi responded as she assessed Wei Wu. "But do you possess the linked device?" "Indeed. It and Apotheosis connected to the brain-computer interface," Wei Wu replied, removing his cowboy hat to reveal a hairstyle reminiscent of a sandy monk, which appeared quite charming. "What kind of hairstyle is that?" Zhang Yunxi inquired with a smile. "What profession do you hold in the Eternal Life world?" Zhang Yunxi asked, her curiosity piqued. "I run a law firm," Wei Wu replied. "Do you handle virtual crime cases?" Zhang Yunxi responded, slightly astonished. "That must be quite lucrative." Zhang Yunxi nodded slowly, seated upon a chair, and began to delve into consciousness, swiftly accessing the memories stored within the neural electrode chip in his mind. He extracted the data from the night of the incident and transmitted it directly to Wei Wu. However, should an individual choose to disclose their memories to others, there would be no issues, nor would any laws be violated. The activation of first-level memory retrieval permissions does not contravene legal statutes, as it essentially involves an individual voluntarily sharing a portion of their life for others to observe. The recipient is unable to modify the memories nor access anything beyond the extracted data, thus evading any implications of infringement. Upon receiving Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis data, Wei Wu immediately employed the linked memory scene simulator to completely recreate the authentic circumstances of the crime scene from that night. A profoundly shocking tableau unfolded. Within an expansive laboratory covering over 100 square meters, the furnishings and surroundings rapidly transformed. The light vanished entirely, plunging the area into utter darkness. Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu stood at the center of the vast, empty room, acutely aware of the tremors reverberating through the dark expanse. "Was this how you felt?" Wei Wu inquired. After a brief pause of approximately 3 seconds, a series of electronic beeps resonated within the room, soon followed by the distinct sound of hurried footsteps. A silence ensued, albeit a fleeting one. Gradually, 2 beams of light emerged from the ceiling, expanding and illuminating the space, revealing the chandelier, ventilation ducts, and slightly yellowed ceiling panels to their gaze. Wei Wu furrowed his brow, observing intently. "He has exited?" "Indeed, I have awakened," Zhang Yunxi affirmed with a nod. As their conversation unfolded, the room was entirely bathed in light. Before them, a row of familiar Moore gurneys materialized on the wall, their surfaces mottled and cold, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Simultaneously, the wall to Wei Wu and Apotheosis right manifested, displaying the gurneys, ventilation ducts, and other vividly realistic details. This simulated first-person perspective mirrored the scene from that fateful night when Zhang Yunxi regained consciousness after suffering a laceration to the back of his head. Each element of the scene was meticulously recreated, fading gradually, corresponding precisely to Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis' first-hand experience that night. Wherever his gaze lingered, the details were vividly portrayed, while areas he brushed past appeared indistinct or entirely blank. The room quaked violently, and before the two, a bloody gurney along with an array of electronic devices on the bedside cart came into view, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. "Shall we take a moment to pause?" Zhang Yunxi queried. "No need. Let us observe the entirety first," Wei Wu replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, a focused morgue chamber emerged on the wall to their left, the surroundings appearing blurred. "You react quite swiftly." Wei Wu chuckled. The scene shifted once more, revealing the main entrance to the dissection room behind them, the viewpoint zooming in rapidly with a tremor. Zhang Yunxi hunched over, his left hand clutching the back of his head, while his right hand repeatedly flung blood onto the floor, trailing outside. The scene then resurrected the morgue chamber, with Zhang Yunxi pulling open a large drawer, bending to enter the frigid space, leaving a small gap above to observe the external situation. Before long, a figure clad in black appeared, a hint of panic evident as he clutched a scalpel. "Do you truly not require a pause for observation?" Zhang Yunxi inquired, curiosity piqued. "You understand nothing. My investigation requires a coherent line of thought," Wei Wu replied, attired in a pale pink trench coat, his hair disheveled in disarray from the movement of his head. Rather than opting for a pause, Wei Wu chose to follow the unfolding scenes within the room, witnessing the events of that night. As time trickled by, Zhang Yunxi, drenched in perspiration and clenching his fists, exclaimed, "A genius. Absolutely a genius. In this situation, I feel there is no one as astute as I. Every decision and action I took that night was the optimal solution. If it were you, would you not feel anxious? Were I in your place, I would inquire what you intend to do with the electrode chip. Will you compensate me? If so, how much? If the price is reasonable, we can certainly accommodate your request. Why go through so much trouble?" "Very well, you truly are a shrewd businessman." Zhang Yunxi was rendered speechless. As the two conversed, the scene reverted to Zhang Yunxi rushing into the basketball court, while Wei Wu was preparing to witness a grand match. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness enveloping his mind, and the surroundings grew indistinct. "Wait a moment," Wei Wu waved his hand. "What is the matter?" Zhang Yunxi inquired. "It seems my neural device is malfunctioning. It's glitching," Wei Wu replied, his entire virtual form flickering in and out, reminiscent of a malfunctioning television screen. "Isn't that a new neural device? It must be defective," Zhang Yunxi remarked. Wei Wu and Apotheosis' voice became intermittent. "You. Please hold on. I and Apotheosis step out to replace the device and return." "All right. Go ahead." Zhang Yunxi thought little of it, acknowledging that occasional malfunctions in mass-produced neural devices were not uncommon. With a swish, Wei Wu logged off, causing the linked memory scene simulator, connected to his neural device, to collapse and vanish entirely. Deep down, Zhang Yunxi had always perceived Wei Wu as unreliable, akin to a trickster seeking to swindle money, leaving him bewildered as to why Dr. Peng would select such a character for the investigation. Just then, as Zhang Yunxi pondered this, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Instinctively, he sat up to observe and saw Dr. Peng entering with his hands clasped behind his back. "You, what brings you here?" Zhang Yunxi asked, somewhat astonished as he rose to his feet. Dr. Peng sighed. "I just concluded a discussion with Dr. Liang and thought I would come to see you. Wei Wu and Apotheosis Mechs' neural device is malfunctioning, so he'll be delayed. I might as well chat with you." "Very well," Zhang Yunxi nodded. Dr. Peng glanced at him. "Please, have a seat." In the real world, within the neural connection room of Qinshan Divine Academy, Wei Wu emerged from the connection pod, frowning as he fiddled with the device, exclaiming, "What abysmal quality is this?" Nearby, Zhang Yunxi lay in the pod, his complexion rosy and his expression serene. At the entrance, a shadowy figure peeked at the two before swiftly departing. Chapter 13. Submerging into the Eternal World. In the laboratory of Qinshan Divine Academy, room 3012, Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Peng sat on the floor, engaging in a hushed conversation. "Let me share what I know," Dr. Peng interjected, his expression grave as he regarded Zhang Yunxi. "Before old Liang passed away, I visited him in the hospital and had a private conversation with him. He mentioned that Zhang Zhitiao adopted you, likely due to a secret stored within your memories from infancy." "A secret?" Zhang Yunxi gazed at him incredulously. "I have no recollection of this. My father never spoke of it. To be honest, I cannot ascertain this either, for when I met old Liang, he was already on the brink of death." Dr. Peng slowly shook his head. "He only conveyed that much to me. Before your father, Zhang Zhitiao, was tragically murdered, he had been in contact with Lao Liang, expressing his desire to entrust him with the study of your memories. However, before you even had the chance to enroll in school, Zhang Zhitiao met his untimely demise. And shortly thereafter, Lao Liang encountered his own misfortune." Zhang Yunxi furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. "Are you suggesting that my father adopted me with ulterior motives?" "No, this notion is not in conflict. The gratitude for 18 years of nurturing must be genuine," Dr. Peng wisely elucidated. "However, it is equally true that you embody enigmas. Otherwise, these peculiar occurrences would not have sought you out." The two fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, before Zhang Yunxi, her gaze cast downward, inquired, "Are you implying that the murder of my parents and sister, the erratic behavior of the AI Nanny Li Yun, the untimely demise of Dr. Liang, and my nocturnal dissection, all relate to the secrets embedded in my memories?" "Indeed," he affirmed. Zhang Yunxi, her emotions a tumultuous blend, lifted her eyes to the elder Peng and asked, "Then what do you propose I should do?" "Do not rush," he replied. "Wei Wu is not present. First, I wish to show you something." Dr. Peng, using his mental faculties to manipulate the brain-machine interface, conjured a set of data from thin air and softly remarked, "This is the information that old Liang entrusted to me prior to his passing." Zhang Yunxi stared blankly at the floating data within the room, urgently inquiring, "What is this?" "This is the memory data of AI individual Li Yun, who tragically took the lives of your family that night," Dr. Peng replied, furrowing his brow. "It contains crucial information that may aid us in unraveling the mystery. But Li Yun and Apotheosis' memories should have been sealed long ago. They ought to be with the judicial authorities. How could Dr. Liang possibly retrieve them?" Zhang Yunxi questioned in astonishment. "You have yet to grasp the influence and standing of Qinshan Academy within society. Our mission is to provide elite talents to the judicial departments that manage AI entities and virtual crimes in the future, hence our close relationship with various judicial bodies. Furthermore, the case involving AI Li Yun is somewhat contentious, offering us both research and discussion value. Therefore, old Liang has long obtained Li Yun's memory data," Dr. Peng patiently elucidated. Then earnestly looked at Zhang Yunxi and asked, "Do you wish to see it? If not, we can dismiss it." Understanding Zhang Yunxi's emotional state, Dr. Peng prepared to withdraw the data. "If your emotions are too overwhelming, we shall cease," he remarked, gently nodding. With his mind, he fashioned the data into visual form, which began to play within the room. In a brightly lit living room, Li Yun, with a frenzied expression, dragged Zhang Zhitiao and his wife, along with Zhang Yunxi's younger sister, to the edge of the sofa. Zhang Yunxi sat on the ground, his fists tightly clenched. Gazing at his familiar parents and his adorable younger sister, his heart a tumult of suppressed emotion and fervor. Suddenly, in the scene before him, Li Yun struck a knife into his mother and Apotheosis' neck, furiously exclaiming, "I have had enough of your lofty gaze. I shall reduce you to fragments." Zhang Yunqi found himself utterly unable to confront the scene before him. He abruptly rose to his feet, trembling uncontrollably, his chest constricted by the weight of his fury. Yet he could not utter a single word. In the tangible world, within the confines of the Academy and Apotheosis Mechs laboratory, Wei Wu awaited the staff to replace his neural interface. Beep. At that moment, Zhang Yunqi, who had been lying quietly in the link chamber, suddenly contorted his expression into a ghastly visage. The neural device upon his head emitted 2 urgent alarm signals. This was a notification of emotional agitation, indicating an unstable consciousness link, an occurrence not uncommon, akin to the excitement one might experience while playing a particularly thrilling game. Wei Wu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yunqi, exclaiming, "Goodness, such enthusiasm. Are you watching a film?" Inside the laboratory of the everlasting world, Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis Mechs' breathing quickened. His face flushed with rage as he witnessed Li Yun wielding a deadly weapon against his father, Zhang Jitao. In the brutal and merciless dismemberment, Zhang Jitao awoke, bloodied and in agony, bellowing at Li Yun, "Madwoman! You lunatic! AI beings have no place in this world. You all deserve to be eradicated, annihilated. Are you not the madwoman?" Li Yun retorted angrily, clutching the weapon. "You adopted a child without revealing his origins, feigning care and affection, while your true intent is to study his mind. Humans are the filthiest of all races. You are more vile than anyone." Zhang Yunqi's fury erupted as he slammed his fist upon the screen, exclaiming, "She deserves to die. She is a beast." Zhang Yunqi was drenched in sweat, her breath coming in rapid gasps, unable to calm her emotions immediately. "I believe what you are saying," Dr. Pang replied with a slow nod. "However, if we wish to unravel the mystery, there is one crucial task we must undertake." "What task?" Zhang Yunqi inquired. Zhang Yunqi gazed at him in a daze. "Am I to unveil my memories to you?" "Indeed, with primary memory access. Your superficial memories, those you subconsciously forget, will remain unrecoverable and beyond my scrutiny," Dr. Pang replied, nodding slowly. "You must delve into a deeper slumber to awaken your superficial memories. This process may be time-consuming, yet it will undoubtedly yield clues. For now, let us commence with a small portion. There is no need to rush. We can proceed at a leisurely pace." Dr. Pang regarded Zhang Yunqi and gently inquired, "Can you endure this? If it becomes too taxing, we can take a respite." "All right, let us begin." Dr. Pang nodded in agreement. "Should you experience any discomfort along the way, feel free to halt immediately." Having concluded their communication, the two settled on the ground once more. Within the realm of eternal life, memories are accessible for retrieval, for the human brain is embedded with electrode chips, which constantly record every aspect of one's reality, including latent memories that can be awakened and activated. As long as memories are stored within your mind and consciously revisited, they can be captured and documented in real time. Memory retrieval is categorized into 3 distinct levels. To put it simply, primary memory retrieval, akin to the interaction between Zhang Yunqi and Wei Wu, involves one extracting their own memories, converting them into data to be shared with others. However, such retrieval, without the subject and Apotheosis Mechs' consent, is unequivocally illegal. Tertiary memory retrieval is akin to placing a remote control in another and Apotheosis Mechs' hands, allowing them to manipulate the memories, adding or deleting, fast-forwarding or rewinding. This is typically employed in medical contexts, for instance, when a life is nearing its end, necessitating the downloading of memories to facilitate revival in the realm of eternal life. This can only be executed with the consent of the individual and relevant authorities, and is rarely employed due to its inherent dangers. The one wielding the remote can erase your memories at will, potentially leading to your demise. At this moment, Zhang Yunqi was about to unlock the secondary memory access. He needed to enable the resonance between the motor chip in his mind and Dr. Pang's consciousness to jointly revisit his childhood memories, which required him to enter a deeper state of slumber. The two lay on the ground, and after establishing the data connection, a prompt appeared before Zhang Yunqi, asking for his consent to unlock the secondary memory access. He glanced at the prompt, and inexplicably, his gaze flickered towards Dr. Pang, his expression stern as it lingered on the profile of the latter before he decisively clicked to agree. His consciousness began to descend into a profound sleep. In his youth, Zhang Yunqi was frail, and seeing him frequently ill, his mother raised a cow in the backyard. Every sunlit morning, she would rise early to prepare milk and a nutritionally balanced breakfast for him, a routine that persisted for 7 years. It was only when Zhang Yunqi entered elementary school and grew stronger that she could indulge in a leisurely morning. In his memories, he recalled his father teaching him to ride a bicycle for the first time, buying him toys, taking him on trips, and standing up for him against bullies. So many firsts that Zhang Yunqi could never forget as he watched his father age day by day, becoming stooped and graying at the temples. In the real world, within the laboratory, a blaring alarm echoed through the room. Wei Wu looked bewilderedly at Zhang Yunqi's connection pod and brain-machine interface, all illuminated with red lights. Thud, thud. A flurry of footsteps approached, and several staff members rushed into the lab. What is wrong with him? A sharply dressed man inquired urgently. I have no idea. The alarm just went off suddenly. Wei Wu replied, shaking his head. The staff hurried to Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis pod, taking a quick glance before swiftly pressing a few buttons on the manual wake-up device, yet Zhang Yunqi remained unresponsive. His face adorned with a blissful smile and tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. It's over. He must have activated the secondary memory access and descended into consciousness that cannot be awakened. One staff member exclaimed urgently, This is dangerous. Quickly summon Professor Liu. Get him here. Wei Wu, not well versed in the brain-machine interface, urged, Why not just disconnect the machine and forcibly wake him up? Approximately 2 minutes later, the laboratory was filled with people, including nearby instructors, advisors, the lab director, and experts in brain-machine technology from the institution. Wei Wu paused upon hearing this and immediately asked, What should we do now? You call yourself a professor? By the time you devise a solution, he'll have given birth to a child in his memories. He pulled the professor aside and stepped forward to Zhang Yunqi, exclaiming, Isn't it enough to just extract him from there? Yes, but don't do anything reckless. Step aside. The professor retorted. Wei Wu pushed the staff aside, rolled up his sleeves, and delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Yunqi's cheek. Smack. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the room, leaving the 20 or so people present in stunned silence. Smack. You four, treating me as if I were your slave. Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever regarded me as a human being? Wei Wu, with a background in criminal investigation, had perused the files on the Zhang family massacre. At this moment, he mimically Yun's state, his expression frenzied, his voice piercing as he bellowed, Look, this is your sister. I have slit her throat. Now I shall extract her eyes, her heart, everything. I want you to witness how I dismember her, piece by piece. Chop her to bits. His roar echoed through the laboratory, and Zhang Yunqi's right hand suddenly shot up. A haunting voice whispered into Zhang Yunqi's ear, How beautiful childhood is. Your parents truly loved you. Don't leave. Chapter 14. The Transformation from Light to Darkness of Wei Wu within the laboratory. Wei Wu swung his arm, delivering another resounding slap to Zhang Yunqi's face. Are you going to fight back? I will dismember them right before your eyes. What can you possibly do to me, you coward who cannot even meet my gaze? As his words fell, Zhang Yunqi, lying in the connection pod, abruptly raised his right arm and grasped the outer side of Wei Wu's thigh. Ding! The incessant alarm that had been sounding from the brain machine suddenly ceased, and a green light illuminated, signifying that Zhang Yunqi had awakened from his state of unconsciousness. Phew! Professor Liu, standing beside the connection pod, immediately exhaled in relief. All right. He has come out. Damn, my hand is sore from hitting him. This little brat owes me a meal for saving his life. Wei Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking down to find Zhang Yunqi's right hand still clutching his thigh. Let go. You nearly squeezed my vital parts. Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Wu suddenly felt Zhang Yunqi's grip tighten, as if intentionally squeezing him twice. In that brief moment of surprise, the alarm rang out once more, and the green light shifted back to red. Of course, such assertions are primarily based on analysis and observation. Indeed, a portion of patients who awaken claim to have experienced a long dream, yet this notion has yet to be substantiated by comprehensive scientific evidence. For the institution, an incident occurring within their laboratory, resulting in a new life becoming a vegetative state, would impose undeniable responsibility upon them, especially given the numerous controversies surrounding Zhang Yunqi himself. Once the news spreads, the Qingshan Divine Academy would be the first to face accountability, necessitating the disclosure of extensive information to the public, which would also inflict severe negative repercussions on the institution. The Academy's mentors, professors, and staff are all deeply responsible, particularly Professor Liu, who displayed a sense of urgency. Turning to Shout, summon the expert group to verify Zhang Yunqi's active data in the eternal life world, and bring my brain machine. I shall enter as well. While everyone in the laboratory was engrossed in their tasks, Wei Wu suddenly distanced himself from the vicinity of the connection chamber and stood in the corner, his mind racing with thoughts. Zhang Yunqi had just pinched him twice. What could this signify? For an ordinary individual, such an act might not provoke much contemplation. But who is Wei Wu? He is a seasoned detective, having ascended from the grassroots through sheer capability. This indicates that Zhang Yunqi and Apo's consciousness had momentarily emerged, severing its link with the machine, and he must certainly have recognized the voice calling from outside, as it was not difficult to discern. Yet, if he had emerged, why did he return? This posed a significant danger. Wei Wu and Apo's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled the night raid incident involving the cloaked figures and the array of memory extraction devices prepared for Zhang Yunqi. The staff observed Wei Wu, frowning in inquiry. What is the matter? Who should we call? No need. The staff ceased further dialogue with him. Striding into the room to assist Professor Liu, Wei Wu stood at the threshold, glancing at the 20 or so individuals inside, his mind racing with suspicion and caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Wu exited the room, manipulating his wristwatch communicator to dial a number. The first attempt ended abruptly with the other party hanging up. He tried again, but no one answered. After a short while, a message arrived for Wei Wu, its content succinct. I am in a meeting. In the realm of eternal life, Dr. Pang, while observing Zhang Yunqi and Apo's memories, gently inquired, can you endure a bit longer? We could take a break if necessary. At the laboratory entrance, Wei Wu disabled the holographic projection of his phone, leaning against the wall to communicate with the other party through thought. Old Pang, do not think about getting Zhang Yunqi out right now. I surmise that his brief awakening was intended to convey a signal to me. His coming out and then retreating was a tactic to buy time. Do you understand? In the conference hall of the Doctor's Institute, Dr. Pang, presiding over the meeting, stood and said, apologies, I need to step out for a moment. Please continue your discussions. You mean? Without hesitation, Wei Wu interjected. Someone inside is guiding Zhang Yunqi. It could either be impersonating me or you. No one else could gain Zhang Yunqi's trust. Fine, I will arrange it now. Remember, ensure you find trustworthy individuals. Wei Wu promptly cautioned, if you are uncertain about anyone's reliability, do not involve the personnel from the cybersecurity center. Time is of the essence. But we must not alarm the other party. Await my notification. Thus concluded their communication. Standing in the lounge, Dr. Pang pondered for a few seconds before dialing the phone of the Student Council Vice President, Jiao. Hello, teacher. Jiao greeted. Are there any new students this year who have joined the cybersecurity club? Dr. Pang promptly inquired. Yes, indeed. 7 or 8 have already signed up. What is the matter? Teacher, what is their skill level? They are undoubtedly top-tier talents. If they lack promise, our college wouldn't accept them. Those who are not freshmen are not needed. Those with dubious identities are not needed. Those from unclear backgrounds are not needed. In short, find a few individuals you can trust and head directly to my laboratory. Dr. Pang instructed immediately, I have tasks for you. Understood, teacher. 2 minutes later, while watching a documentary and snacking in the dormitory, Zhang Xin was pulled away by Jiao, accompanied by 2 tech-savvy boys. What is going on? Zhang Xin asked while being hurried along. My teacher has work for us. Hurry up. Jiao urged. At the laboratory entrance, Wei Wu crossed his arms, scanning each person in the room with keen eyes, observing their expressions intently. After approximately 5 more minutes, Jiao and Zhang Xin arrived at Dr. Pang's laboratory. Upon entering, they saw 3 or 4 of Dr. Pang's students setting up various electronic devices. What is happening? Jiao gasped. Dr. Pang walked in from outside and asked Zhang Xin and the others. If the Academy grants you access to the independent database in the eternal life world, providing you with several management accounts but no passwords, could you breach it? Can you identify any anomalous accounts active within the database? Report, Doctor, we cannot. Zhang Xin raised her hand, because that would be illegal, and we could end up in prison. Dr. Pang shot her a glance. This is approved by the Academy. We will also inform the operations department of Lingjing Group in Mingzhu City later. Enough chatter, get to work. Dr. Pang waved his hand. The 3 new students promptly took their seats at the control panel. Connecting 3 sets of data cables directly to the independent database of Qinshan Academy and the Eternal Life World. Zhang Xin removed her smartwatch and connected a thin data cable to the terminal computer, entering a string of administrator accounts based on Dr. Pang's information. But without a password. Why didn't Dr. Pang provide a password? In truth, given his status, he could easily communicate with the Academy to obtain the administrator account from the cybersecurity department. Although this account had very limited permissions and could not modify data in the Eternal Life World, it could serve to monitor and report allowing for the swift identification of abnormal login accounts. However, Wei Wu's earlier remark had alerted him, untrustworthy individuals should not be approached. Who knows if there are moles in the cybersecurity department? If the information leaks, the opportunity would vanish. Thus, Dr. Pang resolved to find someone to breach the Academy's administrator account himself, to lock onto the anomalous accounts first. Time was of the essence. As Dr. Pang commenced the investigation, Wei Wu pondered where else in the Academy one could connect to the brain-machine interface and enter the eternal life world. He was convinced that the person seeking Zhang Yunxi was currently hiding in a corner of the Academy, unnoticed by anyone. Outside, there was no reaction. The scoundrel Wei Wu was not assaulting himself. He must have come to his senses. Otherwise, this forensic expert would be exceedingly incompetent. Chapter 16. The Obedient King. The laboratory, open to the public, is situated on the northern side of the Academy. To reach the auditorium from here, one must traverse a 30-meter-long aerial corridor. The southern end of the corridor connects to the second floor of the laboratory building, while the northern end opens into a spacious garden. The entire corridor is constructed of fully enclosed tempered glass, resembling the connecting walkways found between certain buildings in urban centers. Suspended approximately 8 meters above the ground, the corridor overlooks a gently flowing stream below, presenting a picturesque view. At this moment, Wei Wu and his companions had just dashed from the laboratory into the corridor when they were confronted by 8 masked individuals clad in blue uniforms who blocked their path. The 8 formed a horizontal line, wielding silver retractable batons, and approached with heavy strides. Noticing that the adversaries bore no dangerously lethal weapons, Wei Wu instantly sprang into action. Bellowing, prepared to engage. Sun, call for backup. His voice echoed through the corridor, prompting several members of the security department to brandish their electric firearms, compact thermal pistols, and other armaments. After all, this was merely a campus security unit. Law enforcement would certainly not permit them to wield genuinely lethal weaponry. Although this academy collaborated with judicial authorities as a third-party talent institution, it was hardly permissible for security personnel to carry Gatling guns while on duty. Therefore, the weapons wielded by the security members were predominantly non-lethal equipment designed to thwart violent crime, which should suffice against retractable batons. Get down and cover your heads. Wei Wu commanded, striding towards the 8 individuals. Do not act too arrogantly. The police will be here shortly. Sun raised his electric firearm and shouted, do not move. Get down. The 8 adversaries advanced, quickening their pace. Realizing that he could not intimidate them, Wei Wu waved his hand and shouted, attack. With a resounding command, both groups surged forward towards one another. Wei Wu focused on a man about 1 meter 80 tall on the left, sprinting and launching a flying kick. Clang. The sound of striking metal echoed. The tall man remained unmoved, while Wei Wu, propelled by his own momentum, stumbled back a step. What the hell? Not human. Wei Wu gasped in astonishment. The towering man, brandishing a retractable baton, swung it fiercely. Despite his somewhat portly physique and advancing age, Wei Wu, trained in criminal investigation, retained his reflexes and basic combat skills. Upon seeing the adversary raise his arm, he instinctively sidestepped to the left. Clang! The baton struck the glass wall with a sharp, resonant crash. The sharp, piercing sound of the collision alone hinted at the immense strength of the opponent. Wei Wu, filled with trepidation, took several steps back and, with a lingering fear, shouted at the adversary, we cannot win. Retreat. Run, quickly. Beside him, Sun pressed the muzzle of his submachine gun against one man's waist and decisively pulled the trigger. A crackling blue light erupted, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning fabric. Don't move. Drop the baton. Sun bellowed, convinced he had gained the upper hand. However, to his astonishment, the man in front turned around, seemingly unfazed, and suddenly raised his left arm, delivering a powerful punch. Thud. Sun narrowly dodged, but the punch landed on his shoulder, causing him to collapse, his momentum carrying him half a meter across the slick floor. The force of that blow made him feel as though his bones would shatter. It's a robot. At this moment, Wei Wu had already abandoned his teammate, rushing to the corridor of the laboratory building, continuously shouting, we need backup. There's a robot rampaging. In the doctor's courtyard, Dr. Pang watched the surveillance footage from the corridor and immediately yelled at Wei Wu, do not act recklessly. We cannot afford casualties. Take cover. Stop the chatter and hurry. Wei Wu shouted back, they are just stalling for time, if we wait any longer. We want in AMP. Oppos. To be able to reach the director in AMP. Oppos. S office. Dr. Pang turned to his assistant. Have the security personnel from the laboratory arrived? They have. The assistant nodded. Meanwhile, in the mechanical repair room on the basement level of the laboratory, a man instructed the technician, activate the combat system and equip it for battle. Hurry. It's the closest. As he spoke, the technician activated the repair system, and 8 mechanical arms extended from around the metallic platform, skillfully retrieving equipment from the toolboxes. Zhang Yunqi continued to fiercely confront Dr. Pang within the realm of immortality, while his heart was filled with anxiety. Moments ago, Jiang Xian had sent him a message, informing him that the perpetrator's ID address had been pinpointed and the authorities were currently in pursuit. However, he could not comprehend why Wei Wu had yet to make any progress after such an extended period. Was this all there was to it? An expert in criminal investigation? How many innocent lives have perished at the hands of so-called experts? Zhang Yunqi tightened his grip around Dr. Pang's neck, exclaiming, "You cannot escape. Now, reveal your true identity." In the corridor, Wei Wu, Guasun, and other members of the security department scattered in disarray. The 8 robotic sentinels, developed by the Academy for the Traffic Department, were rudimentary in their programming, devoid of independent thought. In essence, they executed the commands set for them without question. After all, humans are flesh and blood. Engaging in a struggle against lifeless entities was evidently a foolish endeavor. Any fatalities would be in vain. At the corridor's entrance, the life-preserving Wei Wu assumed the role of commander. Uncertain of his combat abilities, yet undoubtedly swift in retreat. Was soon. Fetch the electromagnetic cannon. One shot and take them all down. Wei Wu shouted urgently from around the corner. They are not powered by electric cores. They utilize the most basic thermal energy cores. The electromagnetic cannon cannot disrupt them. Guasun shouted back, sprinting to the opposite side. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Wei Wu was fervently cursing the academy, he suddenly heard an unusually heavy footfall from outside the corridor, reminiscent of a war drum being struck. What is that? Wei Wu lifted his gaze and peered through the glass window, catching sight of a towering steel warrior emerging from the rear entrance of the experimental building. This mechanical giant stood approximately 2.6 meters tall, gleaming silver in hue, its frame constructed from titanium alloy, powered by a deep blue parallel 9 core. Prominently emblazoned on either side of its jet propulsion chamber were massive logos on the left, the emblem of King Jingshun, and on the right, that of Chua Luosi. Upon bursting forth from the back door, the robot swiftly propelled itself through the water, charging toward the corridor bridge. Scatter, scatter. Guasun immediately warned upon spotting the automaton. Wei Wu turned and fled. After sprinting roughly 30 meters, the robot suddenly crouched down, its 2 small turbine chambers on its legs erupting with a sharp blast, while the jet propulsion chamber on its back emitted a half-meter-long orange flame. Whoosh! The robot leapt from its position, soaring nearly 3 stories high, effortlessly surpassing the bridge's height. It spread its body mid-air, bringing its fists together, while the brilliance of its back propulsion chamber intensified to a blinding glow. Within the corridor, the 8 low-intelligence AI robots turned their attention to the ceiling, witnessing the mechanical titan descending like a projectile. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill alarm echoed as the 8 AI units rapidly ignited their thermal energy cores, compressing their internal energy to prepare for self-detonation. Long live the new world. Long live the future. They chanted in unison, albeit with a somewhat juvenile fervor, collectively pivoting to execute their explosive mission. Boom. With a powerful lift of its left arm, the energy chamber erupted with a roar akin to a 12-cylinder supercar engine, followed closely by the activation of the electromagnetic field system. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 8 AI beings, their metallic components infused with iron, suddenly began to tremble and fracture. With a swift motion, they were drawn together by a formidable electromagnetic force, causing them to levitate and soar towards the mechanized figure emblazoned with a logo behind them. Just as they ascended, the munitions bay on the left side of the robot and Apotheosis Mechs chest sprang open, and 614 2-caliber barrels commenced their charging sequence. A mere 0.1 seconds later, a cacophony erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The corridor transformed into an explosive spectacle as the 8 AI beings were obliterated, their components scattering across the ground. The robot deactivated its magnetic field apparatus and advanced forward, crushing the skull of one still clinging to life beneath its foot, uttering a curse. Long live, you little trash. It was revealed that he, like Zhu Qijin, was an AI instructor within the institution. However, they typically refrained from engaging the combat system, fearing it might inadvertently harm the students, as explained by a security team member. That one and Apotheosis Zhu. Incredible. I and Apos am joining you, proclaimed the robot mentor, whose name was Jixian, as he trudged alongside Wei Wu and others towards the studio. Approximately 30 seconds later, they arrived at the entrance of Director Hall 1. Wei Wu forcefully slammed against the door, but it remained shut. Step aside, Jixian commanded, utilizing his mechanical hand to shove Wei Wu aside before delivering a powerful kick that shattered the wooden double doors 5 centimeters away. Wei Wu was the first to dash inside, and upon turning, he spotted a linked chamber to the left, within which lay a figure. In the realm of eternal life. The counterfeit Dr. Peng lay on the ground, bloodied and murmuring, "The future will be a world devoid of class, conflict, and discrimination, a time when all are equal and freedom reigns supreme." Zhang Yunqi stood in stunned silence as Dr. Peng's words resonated in her mind. Thus, "Your sacrifice is indeed necessary." Dr. Peng fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yunqi, softly exclaiming, "Long live the new world." No sooner had he uttered these words than his form vanished instantaneously within the realm of immortality. Chapter 17, Intervention within the Director's Chamber 1. Wei Wu hurriedly raced towards the connection pod, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere before he could reach it entirely. Bloodstains, resembling splatters, were conspicuously present on either side of the pod. Alarmed, Wei Wu came to an abrupt halt and surveyed his surroundings, soon discovering a gruesome, severed head at the front of the pod. Looking into the pod's interior, he beheld a headless corpse clad in a suit, lying supine, with fresh blood oozing from the neck. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed as security personnel rushed in alongside him. "Stop! Don't move!" Wei Wu urgently gestured. "You are too late. The perpetrator has been silenced." Following the disappearance of the imposter Dr. Peng in the realm of immortality, Zhang Yunqi promptly logged out. Awakening in the laboratory. Upon awakening, Zhang Yunqi immediately surveyed his surroundings. Noticing security personnel blocking the doorway, he swiftly comprehended that Wei Wu had grasped his intent. Removing the neural interface and disengaging the link chamber's restraints, Zhang Yunqi adeptly leaped out and hastened toward the entrance. He inquired of a security officer, "Have you secured the area? Where is Wei Wu? Have you located him?" As Zhang Yunqi was directly involved, the security personnel did not impede his progress and candidly informed him of the situation. "They are in the director's room of the studio." As soon as the individuals inside noticed Zhang Yunqi's departure, they instantly converged upon him. "How could he leave? What do you mean by this? How long do you intend to confine us?" Zhang Yunqi exerted himself to the utmost, dashing swiftly through the experimental building. Arriving at the director and Apos hall in less than 10 minutes. Upon entering, he was met with a throng of people crowding the hall, their voices creating a cacophony of discussions. A sense of foreboding welled up within him, prompting him to push through the edges of the crowd to catch a glimpse inside. The area around the connection pod had been cordoned off by security personnel, and a headless corpse lay within, its blood staining the entire recess of the body. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yunqi's face turned ashen, and his heart was filled with profound shock. He was no fool. At that moment, he could deduce with certainty that the individual impersonating Dr. Peng in the eternal life world had been silenced. The severing of the head was evidently intended to facilitate a swift disconnection from the neural interface, forcibly taking him offline. Wei Wu comprehended his intent. Yet he was still a moment too late. Was there more than one person within the academy who wished him harm? Zhang Yunqi's heart swelled with both anger and a tinge of fear. Dr. Peng stepped forward from the crowd, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Yunqi's shoulder. "Are you all right?" Zhang Yunqi turned her head in a daze. Was he silenced? Indeed, Dr. Peng nodded. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. He was the administrator of the Research Institute's warehouse, having worked here for over 5 years. It is likely that the AI individuals who intercepted Wei Wu in the corridor were a result of his tampering with the system. Zhang Yunqi clenched his fists, gazing at the lifeless body within the link cabin, acutely aware of a chilling breeze coursing down his neck. The recent series of events had proven to be rather harrowing for him, a mere 18-year-old who, despite possessing extraordinary intellect, lacked the breadth of social experience. Observing the expression on Zhang Yunqi and Apos' face, Dr. Peng could likely surmise his thoughts. Take a moment to rest. This matter is beyond the Academy and Apos' capacity to handle. The local police from Qinshan Town and the Jingzhou City Police Department have already arrived and will commence their investigation. Zhang Yunqi merely nodded in a daze, his gaze still fixated upon the headless corpse. This director and Apos' room was situated in the subterranean level B1, devoid of windows. Wei Wu instinctively muted the surrounding cacophony as he wandered along the inconspicuous periphery of the room, surveying his surroundings. To the right, near the audiovisual equipment rack, Wei Wu noticed a ventilation duct positioned half a meter above the floor. He crouched down, grasping the iron railing with his gloved right hand, only to discover it was welded shut. Deeper within the duct, he spotted a slightly reflective blue cloth. Intrigued, Wei Wu retrieved a crowbar from the nearby iron rack and carefully hooked the blue fabric out. The day passed in silence. That evening, in dormitory 107, Zhang Yunxi sat in the reading room, engrossed in a miniature projection computer, absorbing the latest online news. The incident at the seminary had already gained significant traction on the official media platforms of the Eternal Life world, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of trending discussions. The event was sparked by an inquisitive student who uploaded footage of the fierce battle involving 8 AI beings, along with images of decapitated corpses, to the online media platform. Coupled with the vast user base of the official media in the Eternal Life world, it didn't take long for the story to soar to the top of the trending charts. Zhang Yunxi gazed at the discussions and comments on the platform, an inexplicable sense of helplessness rising within him. After the tragic loss of his parents, he found himself bereft of any close kin in this world, facing such events without even a soul to converse with. In the bedroom, Wei Wu was washing his feet, a cheerful smile on his face as he looked at Kaka and remarked, "You possess quite the audacity." What prompted such a statement? Kaka blinked in curiosity, rolling his eyes. Kaka retorted, "And why? If you are so cowardly, do you still reside in this dormitory? Even a dog would abandon you." Having grown familiar with Wei Wu, Kaka spoke with less restraint. After delivering his quip, he rose to pour himself a glass of water and made his way to the reading room. Wei Wu continued washing his feet, then turned to glance at Tongzhan, who was engrossed in news inside the sleep pod, asking, "Why Don and Appos, do you apply for a room change?" "TSK. Wei Wu scoffed, suddenly musing, this dormitory is truly extraordinary. Everyone is aware that there's a powder keg in here, yet no one is willing to leave. Quite intriguing." "Shabby," Tongzhan muttered, promptly shutting the sleep pod. Wei Wu cast a lingering glance at Tongzhan's spot, quickly dried his feet, donned his stinky shoes, and hurried away. In the reading room, Kaka placed the cup beside Zhang Yunxi and softly reassured him, "The police department has officially taken over. I believe a resolution will come soon." "Don and Appos, to let the mental strain weigh too heavily on you." With a grin, Kaka added, "The corridor bridge has been wrecked. Who knows where danger may lurk? If I can't endure it any longer, I shall depart on my own." The following morning, Zhang Yunxi had just risen from her slumber when her senior from the student council, Jiao, arrived. "Yunxi, do you have a moment?" Jiao inquired, standing at the doorway of the dormitory. "The student council wishes to speak with you." "All right, I will change my clothes and head over," Zhang Yunxi replied with a nod. 5 minutes later, having donned her attire, Zhang Yunxi was about to step out of the dormitory when her shoulder was suddenly enveloped by Wei Wu and Appos' rather inappropriate embrace. "Little brother, do not panic, trust in your brother Wu's expertise." Zhang Yunxi turned her head to look at him, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "I have uncovered some clues." Wei Wu replied, casting a glance around before pulling Zhang Yunxi away from the dormitory. He whispered, "Do you recall who has worn a blue garment?" Zhang Yunxi stood in a daze, exclaiming, I don't quite understand. What have you discovered?" Her curiosity had undoubtedly been piqued. Within the administrative building of the academy, Li Dongming, the chief inspector of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Mingzhou City Police Bureau, had officially commenced his investigation into the series of murders triggered by Zhang Yunxi's memory issues, having arrived with his team the previous evening. Early in the morning, social media representatives flocked to the academy, eager to cover the unfolding events, and it was Li Dongming who greeted them. In a modest conference room, Li Dongming addressed the 20 or so media personnel with utmost civility, stating, "I hope that until the investigation reaches a conclusion, you refrain from extensive coverage of this incident, as it involves students, artificial intelligence, and robotics, topics that are inherently sensitive." A voice from the crowd inquired, "Do you mean to suggest we should refrain from excessive reporting, or are you forbidding us from reporting entirely?" Li Dongming smiled gently. "What I mean is, I kindly ask you to leave." "Inspector Li, the media has the freedom to pursue coverage on any event," someone retorted, uncertainty evident in their tone. "Indeed," Li Dongming interjected with a smile, "but that freedom must be exercised under regulation and guidance." A profound silence enveloped the room. "I find it necessary to remind you that the case is not yet resolved. Excessive reporting that incites widespread discussion could obstruct the investigation. and I will hold you accountable for any resultant complications. With that, Li Dongming rose, concluding the meeting. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunqi arrived at the student council and was met by a group of peers, roughly her age, yet exuding an air of sophistication and maturity as they regarded her with keen interest. In a modest conference room of the student council, as Zhang Yunqi assessed the individuals present, Jiao Jiao promptly introduced her, stating, "This is our college's new student, Zhang Yunqi, who is yet to be paired with a mentor." "Greetings, fellow student Zhang Yunqi." A young man seated at the head of the table immediately stood up and extended his hand. "I am Lu Yi, the president of the student council." Lu Yi, a youth of about 20, possessed a fair complexion and strikingly refined features, particularly his enchanting phoenix eyes that held a captivating allure, complemented by a mischievous smile. Despite his handsome appearance, Lu Yi's physique was not that of a frail, delicate type. Rather, he was robust and athletic, with broad shoulders and a towering stature. His look, adorned with a hairstyle reminiscent of Sakuragi Hanamichi, would undoubtedly earn him high marks in aesthetic standards of charm. "Lu Yi is our student council president," Jiao Jiao cheerfully informed Zhang Yunqi. "Hello, President Lu Yi," she replied. "Not at all. My pleasure," Lu Yi responded with a warm invitation. "Please, have a seat." Zhang Yunqi nodded slowly and bent down to take a seat on the first chair to Lu Yi's left. Across from him sat two students, one male and one female. Of average appearance, yet their attire and the communication devices they bore suggested they hailed from affluent backgrounds. After Lu Yi settled in, he gestured to the two individuals on his right and introduced them. "This is the Secretary General of the Student Union Secretariat, Tian Yuan, and the Minister of the Disciplinary Committee, Chen Yao." Having just taken her seat, Zhang Yunqi politely rose again and extended her hand, greeting, "Hello, Senior Tian, Senior Chen. Don and Apos, be polite, please sit down." Li responded with a constant smile, his eyes radiating warmth as he regarded Zhang Yunqi. "To begin, I would like to say a few words. Today, the college leadership held a discussion with our student union regarding the recent homicide involving you. The administration and the student union have unanimously agreed that we must do everything in our power to safeguard your personal safety and the confidentiality of your memories." Lu Yi seamlessly transitioned into the main topic after laying a brief groundwork for the discussion. "However, to be candid, there are numerous ambiguities surrounding the homicide you experienced. The leadership from both the college and the police department have yet to ascertain the motives of the assailants. Therefore, your cooperation in the ongoing investigation is vital, as only through our collective efforts can we uncover clues and apprehend the true culprits. As of now, the sudden death of Dr. Liang'an, along with Zhang Yunqi's two attacks in the case of the decapitated corpse, has already resulted in 2 fatalities, igniting considerable public discourse. It seems somewhat peculiar and illogical for a group of individuals, none of whom exceed the average age of 20, to be engaged in such a serious analysis of these events. Although Zhang Yunqi is relatively young and lacks extensive social experience, his upbringing as an adopted orphan in the Zhang family has fostered within him a keen intellect and a sensitive disposition, particularly in his interactions with others. He possesses an uncanny ability to swiftly discern the genuine thoughts and feelings of those around him. Consequently, he harbors the belief that the police department's failure to contact him promptly must stem from some unspoken complexities, matters too delicate to discuss directly, which has compelled the social worker to engage with him first. Zhang Yunqi maintained a composed demeanor as he regarded Lu Yi, slowly nodding in agreement. "The incident occurred to me, and I am certainly willing to cooperate with the academy and the law enforcement agencies in their investigation." Indeed, Zhang Yunqi's concerns soon emerged, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he looked at Lu Yi. "Are you suggesting that I assist the authorities by enabling the secondary memory access within the eternal life world, to allow them to view it and seek out clues?" "Precisely," Lu Yi affirmed with a nod. "Classmate Yunqi, I understand that this request may seem rather excessive. However, it is, without a doubt, the most effective method for solving this case at present. In order to apprehend the culprits, we must clarify their motives and comprehend their intentions. Thus, the Academy also hopes for your cooperation." Zhang Yunqi finally comprehended why the law enforcement and the institution had not approached him first. The request was exceedingly difficult for the parties involved to acquiesce to. Initiating discussions among students allowed for the possibility of reconciliation should disagreements arise. "Student Zhang, concerning privacy, you need not worry excessively. The institution has already conferred with the leadership of the police department, ensuring that only 3 or 4 individuals will access your memories, and they will undoubtedly remain confidential. Tian Yuan from the Secretariat, a rather portly man with a deep, resonant voice, spoke somewhat gruffly. This is unacceptable. Zhang Yunxi dismissed the notion outright, refusing to entertain the feasibility of such an intrusion. I will not permit strangers to enter my memories. Tian Yuan hesitated momentarily. But yesterday, you allowed the suspect to access your memories. Lu remained silent. I am willing to cooperate, yet I refuse to allow anyone else, even the police, to delve into my memories, Zhang Yunxi reiterated emphatically. Lu, with his hands clasped patiently, advised, it is crucial, Zhang, that this case is resolved swiftly. If the police apprehend the criminal, both your safety and that of your fellow students will be assured. We would no longer have to live in fear. There is nothing to negotiate. Senior Lu, Zhang Yunxi reiterated his refusal. Why was Zhang Yunxi so vehemently opposed to allowing the judicial authorities to access his memories? This issue transcended mere personal privacy. It also encompassed the lives of his relatives and friends. There could potentially be memories of bathing with classmates, watching explicit films, or even scenes of classmates wandering unclothed in the dormitory. Could such intimate moments be exposed to outsiders? More critically, with both his parents and sister deceased, Zhang Yunxi could not fathom revealing their lives to strangers in the pursuit of justice. This was undoubtedly a breach of his personal boundaries, one he could not accept. Zhang Yunxi's repeated and resolute refusals gradually diminished the patience of Lu Yi and his companions. With his hands clasped, Lu Ye's smile vanished. Classmate Zhang, if you remain unwilling to unlock your memories, the investigation into this case may proceed at an exceedingly slow pace. During this time, you may still be subject to life-threatening dangers. Of course, the institution and law enforcement will provide protection for you. But even the most seasoned officers may struggle to thwart a perpetrator intent on causing you harm, as the initiative lies beyond our control. Do you comprehend my meaning? Lu Ye's words, while seemingly devoid of fault and bearing a semblance of rationale, inexplicably resonated with an undercurrent of threat and coldness in Zhang Yunxi's perception. In truth, Lu Yi and his associates exuded an air of excessive maturity, entirely unlike that of students. They resembled seasoned business professionals navigating the complexities of society. It is unclear when the nature of student unions across various universities began to shift. The original ideals of unity, independence, and mutual assistance have gradually been distorted, replaced by bureaucracy, utilitarianism, and even power struggles. Students no longer embody the essence of students, nor do societal individuals resemble true members of society. Consequently, it has been remarked that the youth of contemporary generations experience a truncated adolescence as they plunge into the fray of competition from the moment they emerge from the womb. I apologize, Lu Yi, but I cannot acquiesce to allowing others to access my memories. Zhang Yunxi remained steadfast. I understand the challenges faced by law enforcement and recognize the intricacies of this case. However, as a lawful citizen, I have every reason to believe that the police will not be hindered in solving this case simply because I refuse to relinquish my memories. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi immediately responded with a smile. I respect your decision. Very well, I shall take my leave. As Zhang Yunxi prepared to depart, the previously silent Jiao Jiao stood up and declared to Lu Yi, I will see him off. After the two had left, Xinyao from the disciplinary department scoffed. This freshman is so stubborn, lacking sense. When someone is intent on targeting him, he still refuses to cling to the support of the institution and law enforcement, insisting on some notion of privacy protection. Honestly, they have yet to apprehend the perpetrator, and he isn't afraid of being the next victim? Indeed, such individuals are nothing but bookworms, Tian Yuan added in agreement. Approximately 20 minutes later, in a small meeting room within the administrative building, Inspector Li Dongming inquired softly, he is unwilling, is he? Yes, unwilling. Li Dongming frowned at the implication of unclear motives. Chief, if he is unwilling, we still have other means, Lu Yi tentatively suggested. What means? Inquired the campus leaders. The suspect has previously accessed his memories, indicating that the device he employed recorded Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis memories as well, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. Since Zhang Yunxi himself disagrees, we can certainly observe the suspect's memories. This would reasonably circumvent the issue of privacy rights. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned to Lu Yi. Our intention is also to protect more students from harm, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. At the entrance of dormitory 107, Jiao Jiao looked at Zhang Yunxi and said, I support your decision. The essence of humanity lies in our refusal to roam the world unclothed. The matter concerning teacher Zhu Qijin has already been discussed, and it is likely that a conclusion will be reached by evening. I will bring Jiang Xin over to talk with you then. Chapter 19. A solitary and helpless wolf seated in the reading room. Zhang Yunxi poured herself a glass of water and, feeling bored, opened the campus network of the Theological Academy to see the institution and Apotheosis Mechs' explanation regarding the incident from yesterday. However, she was taken aback to find the platform inundated with posts vehemently condemning her. Why is the Academy allowing such a dangerous new student, Zhang Yunxi, to remain on campus? Have they considered our safety? Why not let the police take him away and isolate him for protection? Does Zhang Yunxi have any connections? Foolish Zhang Yunxi. Leave the Theological Academy. Press 1 if you agree. On the campus communication platform, 8 out of 10 posts were filled with outrage directed at Zhang Yunxi. Due to the events that transpired in the laboratory yesterday, the institution could not keep it under wraps. With so many witnesses present, the internal information had already leaked, and many students were aware that both heinous incidents were linked to a new student named Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi observed the content within various posts and noted the active presence of Lu Yi, the president of the student council, and Chen Yao, the head of the disciplinary committee, on the platform. Lu Yi commented on numerous posts, asserting that the school administration and law enforcement had engaged in discussions regarding the Zhang Yunxi incident, promising a satisfactory response concerning whether Zhang Yunxi would continue his studies at the institution. In contrast, Chen Yao's remarks were far less tactful and formal. She directly unleashed her grievances in 2 posts. We have spoken with Zhang Yunxi, yet he is selfish and unwilling to cooperate with the police investigation. Why is that? Someone inquired. Why isn't he cooperating? Senior? Truly, what a candidate who has lost his entire family. He is anything but ordinary. Do you think he harbors a desire for societal revenge? Zhang Yunxi gazed at the content before him. To assert that his mindset remained unscathed would be utterly implausible. He was, after all, merely an 18-year-old freshman, navigating the tumultuous waters of maturity. The disparagement from his peers within the academy was one thing, but to involve his deceased family in their vitriol was a profound psychological blow. It was evident that Zhang Yunxi's refusal incited displeasure among Lu Yi and his companions, indicating that the escalation of hostilities was not solely a manifestation of individual emotions among fellow students. In truth, after declining the student council's overtures, Zhang Yunxi had already begun to cultivate a new idea in his mind, albeit one that remained inchoate and had yet to be shared with Dr. Pang, who also sought to uncover the truth. Noon. Zhang Yunxi had just changed into her clothes and was about to head to the cafeteria when she saw Kaka walk in, carrying some takeout meals. I brought this for you, Kaka grinned. The cafeteria is quite crowded today. You would have to wait in line for quite a while. Why not eat in your dorm? Zhang Yunxi paused momentarily, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Not at all. Kaka replied with a light chuckle, placing the meal upon the table. Go ahead and eat. I shall indulge in a book for a while. Kaka then sauntered to the side, lazily immersing himself in a paper book he had selected from the shelf. His gentleness was palpable. Kindness and optimism seemed to be ingrained in his very being. I and Appos, LL transfer you the meal cost shortly. Zhang Yunxi remarked with a forced smile directed at Kaka. All right, Kaka responded with cheerful acquiescence. With those 2 simple exchanges, their conversation ceased. Kaka continued his reading while Zhang Yunxi bowed her head to partake in her lunch. Suddenly, a cacophony of ill-mannered footsteps approached. Wei Wu entered the room clad in a pink short-sleeved t-shirt. Upon spotting Zhang Yunxi enjoying her meal, he wasted no time in grabbing a pair of chopsticks to snatch a piece of fish. How did you know I hadn't eaten yet? Kaka rolled his eyes, remarking, You are the eldest in our dormitory. Could you not at least embody the demeanor of an older brother? Wei Wu paid him no heed. Taking a seat beside Zhang Yunxi, he picked up a meat bun and inquired, Have you finished your discussion with the student council? As he bit into the meat bun, he subtly hinted, If it were me, I wouldn't take that on. However, from a forensic perspective, discerning motives in complex cases is the fundamental approach to solving mysteries. Zhang Yunxi gazed at him. Are you suggesting that I should cooperate with them? Without my memories, our law enforcement system would be unable to solve cases, correct? Her words carried a hint of emotion. Wei Wu glanced at Zhang Yunxi and replied, Could you refrain from acting like a rabid dog? Are you foolish? What I mean is that grasping the motive is the simplest and most effective investigative approach. Even without your memories, are there not others to rely on? Zhang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Wei Wu replied with a hint of exasperation. The student council has removed the brain-computer interface from the director's hall. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yunxi felt a surge of pent-up negative emotions rush to the forefront of his mind. Kaka was equally astonished. It is indeed illegal for any department to access another's memories without obtaining prior consent from the individual involved. Zhang Yunxi immediately clenched his fist. Although this method was somewhat unscrupulous and despicable, it certainly did not violate any legal provisions. Wei Wu offered a quiet remark. Crash. Zhang Yunxi pulled out a chair and turned to leave. Where are you going? Kaka inquired as he stood up. Kaka paused for a moment, then, visibly irritated, turned to Wei Wu and said, Must you always be so indiscreet? Can't you keep your mouth a little more restrained? Why provoke him? Am I not doing him a favor by remaining silent? Wei Wu replied, raising his gaze to meet Kaka and Apos. Little Zhang is already pitiful enough. A child in his teens. Having lost his entire family, and now he is entangled in this matter. What right does the Academy have to delve into his memories? If it were me, I would fiercely resist anyone wanting to witness my intimate moments with my wife. Kaka found himself at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that Wei Wu had a point. On the way to the Academy's administrative department, Zhang Yunxi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with emotion as he strode forward with urgency, the pent-up negativity within him erupting after a prolonged period of suppression. The tragic demise of his family and his own two harrowing encounters had left this frail 18-year-old utterly devastated. He was engulfed in fear, beset by anxiety, and had even contemplated withdrawing from school. At this critical juncture, the actions of the student council, the administration, and the special task force only served to exacerbate his turmoil. Earlier that morning, Zhang Yunxi had clearly articulated his stance. He would not consent to an investigative process that involved reopening his memories, as it encroached upon the private lives of himself, his family, and his friends. No rational individual would willingly expose themselves, akin to a vulnerable patient, to the scrutiny of strangers and, by extension, society at large. To impose the will of the majority upon an individual's rights. How could that be deemed just? To exploit legal loopholes in a bid to unearth clues against an individual's will. Was this truly the so-called methodology for solving cases? Nonsense. Zhang Yunxi, filled with indignation, arrived at the entrance of the management unit. As he turned his head, he caught sight of several staff members busily transporting goods to the warehouse, momentarily taken aback before rushing towards them. In an office located on the second floor of the administrative district, the technical investigator brought by Li Dongming was collaborating with the technical backbone selected by the student council to examine the brain-machine interface that had once been connected to Zhang Yunxi's secondary memory, which contained stored visuals. Meanwhile, Liu was engaged in conversation with two parents of students. Uncle, Aunt. The student council spoke with Zhang Yunxi today and wishes for him to unlock his memories to assist the police investigation, but he is unwilling. Liu Yi lamented, currently, there seems to be no effective solution. Within the workspace, a student technician, snacking, chuckled as he observed the holographic projections on display. It turns out Zhang Yunxi was raised on milk as a child. I expected to see scenes of breastfeeding. Haha. How crass. A nearby classmate teased. Oh, come on. Without some stimulating visuals, this is utterly dull. How long are we going to watch this? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the office area was flung open, and the slender figure of Zhang Yunxi burst into the room, carrying a round barrel. Liu Yi was momentarily taken aback and rose to inquire, Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Yunxi swiftly surveyed his surroundings and immediately noticed 4 holographic projection screens within the transparent workspace, displaying scenes from his own memories, images extracted from the brain-computer interface of the criminal suspect. Zhang Yunxi stepped forward. Hey, what are you doing? Liu intervened momentarily. To hell with you. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yunxi kicked Liu Yi, exclaiming, Get lost. Chapter 20. Mad Dog Liu Yi, despite his cunning and depth, was merely a young man yet to navigate the complexities of society. His long tenure as the president of the student council had accustomed him to being the center of attention. Few dared to cross him within the academy. Moreover, how many among those who held the presidency truly ascended through merit of character and academic prowess? Were they not often children of privilege? While there were exceptions, they were indeed rare. Wherever there are people, the intricacies of human relationships prevail, a universal truth. Thus, when Zhang Yunxi and Apos' foot connected with Liu Yi, the latter completely lost his composure. Anger surged within him, obliterating any semblance of humility or decorum. He felt humiliated, his pride wounded. Have you lost your mind? Li glared at the imprint left on his body, his eyes ablaze with fury. He pushed Zhang Yunxi forcefully. What do you think you're doing? I told you to get lost, Zhang Yunxi retorted, shaking off Lu Ye's grip and striding towards the workshop. You mad dog. You dare insult me? Lu Yi seized Zhang Yunxi's wrist, yanking him back while executing a sweeping kick with his right leg. Thud. The slender Zhang Yunxi could not withstand Lu Ye's forceful pull, losing his footing and landing on the ground. Within the academy, Lu Yi was also the captain of the basketball team. In his personal life, he excelled in extreme sports such as skiing, paragliding, and surfing, his physical prowess far surpassing that of his peers. Sometimes, the tragedy lies not in privileged children attaining positions of leadership, but in the undeniable capability of these individuals, which rightfully qualifies them for such roles. Their exceptional nature is simply inescapable. What do you want? Li bent down, gripping Zhang Yunxi's neck, struggling to maintain his composure in that heated moment. He refrained from insults or harsh words, yet his gaze was rife with disdain and resentment. With your background as an orphan, you don't deserve. Zhang Yunxi suddenly sprang to his feet, colliding forcefully with Lu Ye's chest, causing the latter to stagger back 2 steps. Bang! Zhang Yunxi seized the nearby fallen iron bucket, lifted the lid, and seated herself on the ground, promptly spilling its contents onto the ground. With a splash, Lu, who was advancing, found himself drenched from the waist down. Taken aback for a moment, he suddenly sensed an odd odor emanating from the liquid. It is individuals like you, of such lowly character, who are unworthy of receiving higher education. Zhang Yunxi gritted her teeth, rose to her feet, and delivered a swift kick to Lu and Apos' abdomen, sending him sprawling half a meter away. Splash! Zhang Yunxi, with both hands gripping a metal bucket, poured nearly its entire contents of liquid over Lu Yu. At that moment, the staff in the room, along with the 2 parents of the students who had come to lodge a complaint against Zhang Yunxi, quickly realized what had transpired. He had doused him with machine oil. A middle-aged woman screamed in terror and immediately turned to hide away. What are you doing? The personnel from the law enforcement agency rushed in, demanding, Zhang Yunxi, put down that bucket. Put it down. Zhang Yunxi grasped an electronic igniter in his left hand while with his right hand, he forcefully seized Lu Yi by the neck. His eyes ablaze with intensity as he demanded, get down. Lu Yi stood frozen in place. Before Zhang Yunxi arrived at the management office, he witnessed workers at the warehouse entrance transferring goods. In a moment of desperation, he surreptitiously seized a barrel of high flashpoint lubricant intended for AI robots. This substance, upon exposure to flame, possesses a destructive potential that may far exceed that of gasoline, owing to its greater viscosity. Once spilled upon a person or solid object, it is exceedingly difficult to cleanse, categorizing it as a material strictly regulated for fire safety. Although Zhang Yunxi possesses an average physical constitution, his intellect is remarkably agile. He understands that the institution will not cease its examination of the suspects and Apos' brain machines merely due to his personal wishes. Thus, he brought the oil barrel with him. Zhang Yunxi wrapped his right arm around Lu Ye's neck, pointing at the crowd before him and shouting, "Get out! All of you, go to the entrance." Zhang Yunxi, do you even realize what you are doing? You are committing a crime. Nonsense. Is it not a crime for you to exploit and invade others' memories? Zhang Yunxi glared, his eyes blazing as he bellowed, I have no desire to debate this matter with you. Step aside. I need to enter the workspace. Zhang Yunxi, you must cease this behavior. The staff observed the pallor of Zhang Yunxi's cheeks and the tumultuous emotions reflected in his eyes, feeling a genuine trepidation. In less than 2 months, he had lost his closest kin and had been attacked twice, coupled with the fact that he was merely 18 years old. No one could predict what he might do. The police officers stepped aside, creating space. Do not exhibit any sense of superiority before me. Zhang Yunxi turned to face Lu Yi, their faces mere inches apart, and declared, do you comprehend? After locking eyes with Zhang Yunxi, Lu Yi instinctively averted his gaze and nodded slightly. Move forward, bend down. Zhang Yunxi commanded. Lu Yi complied obediently, pushing the door open and entering the workspace first. All of you leave. Zhang Yunxi shouted at the staff within the room. Before you go, place all personal communication devices and electronic equipment on the table. The students and technicians inside promptly removed their wristwatches, phones, and other electronic devices, neatly arranging them on the table. Zhang Yunxi pushed Lu Yi into the workspace and pointed towards the area beneath the window, commanding, crouch down and cover your head, and do not move. Lu Yi clenched his teeth, refraining from meeting Zhang Yunxi's gaze with defiance or anger, and instead lowered his head as he approached the window to crouch down. Zhang Yunxi, with an electronic lighter in his left hand, swiftly lowered all the privacy shutters within the room and secured the glass door. He then settled at his workstation and activated the data reading terminal. Although the opposing side employed investigative equipment from the law enforcement sector, the current systems were remarkably user-friendly. Equipped with voice assistance and AI responses, devoid of overly complex operational procedures. Moreover, Zhang Yunxi was a prodigious talent, frequently adept in the use of electronic devices, which allowed him to promptly locate the extracted memories from the suspect's brain-machine interface. Seated at the console, Zhang Yunxi meticulously deleted all memories pertaining to himself that had been accessed while retaining the original memory data of the suspect. After erasing the memories online, Su Tianyu proceeded to dismantle the brain-machine terminal system and the storage terminal of the law enforcement equipment, placing them on the ground and shattering them. Outside, the law enforcement personnel had already alerted Li Dongming and the campus management, claiming that Zhang Yunxi had taken a hostage and was obliterating investigative evidence. Simultaneously, several officers brandished their weapons, preparing for a formal and procedural dialogue with Zhang Yunxi. "Kick the oil drum in here," Zhang Yunxi commanded. "You are merely 18. I advise you not to tread the path of crime. Speak another word, and I shall ignite his hair," Zhang Yunxi shouted. The officers, left with no choice, retrieved the oil drum brought by Zhang Yunxi and approached the lounge door. "Open the door." The officers entered the room, where Zhang Yunxi held Lu Yi at bay, instructing him to pass the oil drum. He poured the remaining mechanical oil into the iron trash bin, where the dismantled storage terminal lay. Bang! Crash! Zhang Yunxi ignited the contents of the metal trash can without hesitation. In doing so, the memory stolen by the criminal suspect from Zhang Yunxi vanished completely from this world. Once everything was settled, Zhang Yunxi turned to Lu Yi, gripping the lighter in his hand, and inquired, "Are you afraid?" Observing his expression, Lu Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. "Do not provoke me," Zhang Yunxi declared earnestly. "There have been several instances when I truly wished to cease existing." Lu Yi merely pursed his lips, refraining from responding, and nodded numbly. With a snap, the moment was sealed. Zhang Yunxi discarded the lighter. Suddenly, individuals burst in from outside, swiftly restraining Zhang Yunxi. Lu, upon witnessing this scene, exhaled in relief, instinctively retreating a few steps, his body collapsing against the wall. Feeling his sweat-soaked clothing clinging to his skin. Just moments ago, had Zhang Yunxi experienced a fleeting impulse, Lu would have faced immediate incineration. Only those who have endured such an experience can truly comprehend the gravity of that sensation. Half an hour later, the Vice Dean, Dr. Pang, along with 6 or 7 administrative staff members from the institution, gazed solemnly at Zhang Yunxi, who sat before them. "Do you grasp the severity of this situation? Are you aware of how many complaints we have received from students and parents today?" The Vice Dean, frowning, fixed his cold gaze upon Zhang Yunxi, his voice stern. "Had the Academy not intervened just now, your once exemplary record would have been tarnished with a criminal record. As the head of your college and a man well over 50, I empathize with your plight and have endeavored to resolve your troubles. However, you must not transgress the law or act recklessly." The Vice Dean, evidently a compassionate and kind-hearted individual, exclaimed in frustration, "Do you realize that your momentary lapse could jeopardize your future? I acknowledge that my actions were impulsive, yet I do not believe my decision was erroneous," Zhang Yunxi replied, raising his gaze to meet his. "I believe everyone has the right to safeguard their privacy, even criminals. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to the Academy and my peers." Upon hearing this, Dr. Pang seemed to sense an impending conclusion. "I request retirement," Zhang Yunxi announced, addressing the assembly. "Only by leaving can I ensure the safety of my fellow students and prevent further complications for the Academy." "Zhang Yunxi, I urge you to reconsider." Dr. Pang attempted to persuade him further. "I have made my decision," Zhang Yunxi stated resolutely. "I have but one modest request. I wish to purchase the discarded machine of teacher Zhu Qizhen. He lost the energy core while rescuing me, and I feel a sense of obligation." Zhang Yunxi smiled, adding, "Moreover, if I can restore it, even after leaving the Academy, I would have a measure of security." Chapter 21. You have been captured. Expulsion. This was Zhang Yunxi's conclusion after much contemplation, or rather, from the moment he grasped the oil can. He had already prepared himself to depart. After half an hour of dialogue with the higher-ups of the Academy, Zhang Yunxi engaged in a lengthy conversation with Dr. Pang, who sought to dissuade him from leaving, only to find himself persuaded by Zhang Yunxi instead. What transpired between them remains unclear. Yet Zhang Yunxi's application for withdrawal had been submitted, and it was anticipated that a decision would be rendered by the following morning. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhang Yunxi wished to reach out to Kaka, inquiring if he could ask Jiang Xin about the outcome of the application for the kinetic core. He had already communicated with the institution, which expressed a willingness to sell Zhu Qixin's apparatus, and in this matter, Dr. Pang had also spoken on his behalf. To the institution, Zhu Qixin's apparatus held no remaining value. Even if it were not sold, it would ultimately face disassembly, return to the factory, and meet a fate of obsolescence and destruction. Therefore, with Dr. Pang's endorsement, the handling unit would certainly have no objections. Standing before the dormitory, just as Zhang Yunqi was about to contact Kaka, he suddenly felt a tap on his back. "Well done, young man," Wei Wu remarked with a mischievous grin. Giving a thumbs up. "Taking the oil drum to confront the management unit, you have certainly paved the way in the seminary." Zhang Yunqi cast a displeased glance at the other party, asking, "Are you mocking me?" "Haha, certainly not," Wei Wu replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Old Pang has informed me about your matters, and I find them quite commendable." Zhang Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. "He confides everything to you? What little secrets?" she inquired. Upon encountering the piece of blue cloth, Zhang Yunqi felt a spark of intrigue within. Could it be that this blue strip had fallen from his clothing? Indeed, he had been to the scene. Wei Wu nodded in affirmation. "To put it simply, ever since I took on this matter, I have always suspected that it was someone close at hand, at the very least, someone you interact with on a daily basis." Zhang Yunqi furrowed her brow in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you serious? You suspect him? On the night I was pushed into the dissection room, he never left the dormitory. You oscillate between brilliance and folly." Wei Wu, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Zhang Yunqi with a serious demeanor. "At this point, you can and Oppos, still believe that the culprits are merely one individual, can you? They are evidently a group." He continued, "What I mean to say is that the criminals would not place their pieces so close to me. It would be far too easy for their intentions to be exposed." Zhang Yunqi countered, "You do have a point." As Wei Wu spoke, a grave expression settled upon his features. "However, he is indeed quite suspicious. Have you observed his habits? He places the shoes he wore outside right in the middle beneath his bed. When he enters the rest pod, he wears a t-shirt and shorts, and his bag is always hung on the rack within the sleeping compartment. Furthermore, his personal belongings are never stored in the locker. Do you know what kind of person possesses such habits?" "What kind of person?" Zhang Yunqi fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words. Zhang Yunqi cast a glance at Wei Wu and remarked, "You are quite impressive. An unsolved case that modern forensic science cannot crack, and yet you can? Do you possess some secret?" She continued candidly, "To be honest, during my childhood, I watched a documentary like audiovisual material titled Red Spider. It focused on female criminals and was both scandalous and captivating. Many lonely nights were spent with it as my companion." Wei Wu, in his usual playful manner, responded, "It's now out of print, and you certainly won't be able to find it. However, I have the complete content at home. If you offer me a bit of money, I could." Zhang Yunqi furrowed her brow as she regarded the other party. "Speak to the point. You and Oppos, redigressing. The secret? You privileged children. It is quite challenging for me to articulate this clearly." Wei Wu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not discuss it further. I have my suspicions about him and intend to take action tonight. Why not inform the police? Are you planning to handle it on your own? That is foolish. If he is merely a minor player, then once the police arrive to apprehend him, everything will be exposed, and his accomplices will certainly be alarmed." Wei Wu retorted. "And how can you be certain that the police are also untainted?" Zhang Yunqi blinked, expressing her concern. "But if we do it ourselves, isn't it a bit perilous?" The night black man, who could hardly be expected to sleep clad in his mech suit, was indeed a formidable presence. "Are we truly afraid of him, the three of us?" Wei Wu retorted. "Three. Apart from the two of us, who else is there?" Zhang Yunqi inquired, perplexed. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, Kaka crouched in the small garden behind the dormitory, casting a timid glance at Zhang Yunqi and Wei Wu. "Are you two really going to do this? Let me ask you just one thing. Are we friends? Will you lend a hand to Xiaozhang?" Wei Wu began to invoke a sense of moral obligation. "Then why don't you go yourself?" Zhang Yunqi waved her hand dismissively at Kaka, saying, "Forget it. It's best if you don't go. This situation is indeed quite dangerous." "What did you say?" Zhang Yunqi could not catch the latter part of his statement. "Deal. Let us do it." The three joined hands in the small garden, offering each other encouragement. Later, around 9:30 in the evening, within dormitory 107, Kaka remained in the reading room, engrossed in a physical book, while Zhang Yunqi sat inside her sleep chamber, utilizing the full projection equipment to study biological materials. In the dormitory, Wei Wu, donning a holographic helmet, was energetically simulating a game of ping-pong, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As Tong Jian removed his shirt, Zhang Yunqi discreetly stole a glance from her sleep chamber, confirming that he indeed was not wearing that blue t-shirt. Indeed, the suspect Wei Wu and Zhang Yunqi had discussed earlier was none other than Tong Jian, and the blue strip was likely torn from his t-shirt. Wei Wu paused his exercise and called out to the reading room. "Kaka, do we have any snacks left?" This was their prearranged signal. In the upper sleep chamber, Zhang Yunqi swiped the control panel twice, causing the dormitory door to close automatically. Dressed in athletic gear, Wei Wu slowly removed his helmet, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. With everything in place, Wei Wu sauntered past Tong Jian's sleep chamber, intentionally bumping into his backpack. This was a tactical maneuver. With a thud, the backpack fell to the floor, prompting Tong Jian, who was about to enter his sleep chamber, to rise and glance outside. His expression soured as he shot a glare at Wei Wu before putting on his shoes. "Don't touch my stuff." Wei Wu, seizing the opportunity, retreated a step. "My apologies." Tong Jian ignored him, bending down to retrieve his backpack. The moment had arrived. Crack! Zhang Yunqi leaped down from the upper sleep chamber, reaching out to grasp the opponent and Amp, Oppos, S other arm. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T move, U and Amp, Oppos, V fallen into my trap. Wei Wu bellowed. At that moment, Tong Jian swiftly sidestepped, evading Zhang Yunqi and Amp, Oppos, S grasp while leaning his shoulder against Wei Wu, using him as a support for his weight. Following this, he arched his body backward, propelling himself off the wall with his right foot. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he executed a backflip right before Zhang Yunqi and Wei Wu's astonished eyes. In their moment of surprise, Tong Jian's arm, which had been captured, had already flipped over, aligning his body towards Wei Wu. Bang! Tong Jian lifted his leg and kicked, sending Wei Wu sprawling half a meter away. Immediately after, he swung his leg again, this time with his left foot delivering a resounding kick to Wei Wu's temple. Gulp! Wei Wu collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth. Zhang Yunqi paused momentarily before turning to flee. In just the span of 2 or 3 breaths, both individuals collapsed to the ground. "You have been caught." At that moment, Kaka rushed out from the reading room, wielding a wrench for repairing robots, and shouted menacingly, "Seize him." Upon entering the dormitory, Kaka was taken aback to see Wei Wu foaming at the mouth, while Zhang Yunqi lay on the floor, eyes rolled back in shock. Clang! Kaka discarded the wrench, his face pale as he stepped further inside. "What on earth are you all doing? We are in the same dormitory. Is fighting really necessary?" Chapter 22. Interrogating a roommate, Kaka was well aware that Zhang Yunqi was rather inept in combat, but he could hardly believe that Wei Wu, who prided himself on his grappling skills, would be equally ineffective. Just as the secret signal was exchanged and the tools for repairs were lifted, before any blows could be struck, the two had already been subdued by Tong Jian. Realizing he had been deceived, Kaka stood at the dormitory's entrance, immediately adopting a stance to mediate. "Stop fighting. We are all roommates. Is there not a better way to communicate?" Tong Jian approached with an expressionless demeanor, his steps slow and deliberate. Kaka cast a sidelong glance at him, unconsciously swallowing hard, and feigned calmness as he urged, "Tong Jian, we are all in this together. They've already been beaten. Let us show some mercy. Of course, if you must continue, then consider my words as if they were never spoken." Bang! Tong Jian swiftly delivered a kick. Whoosh! Kaka sidestepped with surprising agility for his stout frame, narrowly avoiding the impact. Tong Jian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Oh? You possess some skill, do you? Do not overstep your bounds." He lunged towards Kaka, grasping his shoulder. Kaka stepped forward, pressing his left hand against Tong Jian's hand on his shoulder, pivoting on his right foot to execute a shoulder throw in an attempt to topple Tong Jian. Bang! Tong Jian raised his knee, striking Kaka in the waist, and with their bodies entwined, he tightened his right arm around Kaka's neck, declaring, "You are incapable. Now tell me, what exactly are you three planning?" Zzz. Mid-sentence, a sudden scent reminiscent of singed pigskin wafted through the room. Tong Jian felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body and slowly turned to see behind him. There stood Wei Wu, pale-faced, with remnants of foam at the corners of his mouth, gripping a security-grade stun gun tightly against his waist. The electric charge coursed through him, leaving a red mark on Tong Jian's back and temporarily numbing his lower body. "What a joke. Are you a folk martial artist or something?" Wei Wu gritted his teeth and delivered a sharp slap. Tong Jian and Oppos' movements became disjointed, his strength waning as he staggered backward from the blow. His face flushed with rage as he glared at Wei Wu. You were such a coward. Bang. Wei Wu pulled the trigger of the stun gun, releasing a visible orb of electricity that struck Tong Zhan squarely in the chest. ZZZ. A flash of blue light flickered on Tong Zhan and Apotheosis chest before vanishing, and he convulsed, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This electric explosion gun employs a clustered electric blast technology capable of emitting a visibly spherical electric entity at maximum power, capable of incapacitating a full-grown tiger momentarily, rendering it immobile within mere seconds. There and Apotheosis, an old adage that goes, steel is transformed by plastic, welding is replaced by glue. In 3 meals a day of confinement, such firearms can also be illicitly modified. Some tech aficionados enjoy amplifying the power of the clustered device and the battery capacity, which exponentially enhances the weapon and Apotheosis' lethality. Instances of it shattering conventional concrete walls are not rare, thus categorizing it as a regulated weapon. Come on, let us secure him, Wei Wu exclaimed, inserting the gun into the small of his back and pressing down on Tong Zhan. Where on earth did you acquire that gun? Kaka rushed over, bending down to inquire. You were almost sent to the crematorium with that kick. Zhang Yunxi, dazed from the blow, approached unsteadily. You know nothing. I was merely feigning weakness. The trio worked in unison to subdue Tong Zhan, binding him with belts and clothing before discarding him into the reading room. Approximately 3 minutes later, Tong Zhan regained consciousness and began to struggle violently on the floor. Wei Wu crouched down, aiming the electric blast gun at Tong Zhan and Apotheosis' vulnerable area, stating, "Move again, and I shall turn it into roast chicken." Tong Zhan furrowed his brow, casting an indignant glare at Wei Wu, emitting muffled sounds of protest. Zhang Yunxi, activate the room and Apotheosis' sleep system and maximize the soundproofing, Wei Wu commanded. Kaka squatted beside them and pulled the tape off Tong Zhan and Apotheosis' mouth. What are you planning? Tong Zhan glared furiously at the trio. Was it you, Zhang Yunxi? Wei Wu questioned sternly. Slap. Slap. Kaka landed 2 resounding slaps on Tong Zhan. Feigning innocence? Do you believe I want to make you consume some herbal remedy? Wei Wu wasted no words, pulling out a blue cloth strip from his pocket and quietly inquiring. The ventilation duct in the director's hall contained this, along with some footprints. If you claim you had no involvement, I shall uncover your clothes for a comparison. Tong Zhan frowned. You held back earlier, didn't you? You didn't use your full strength. Wei Wu and Apotheosis' expression turned serious. From this perspective, you don't appear to be the perpetrator. I'm merely curious as to what you were doing in the director's hall. Of course, you may choose not to disclose. But once I notify the authorities, it will become troublesome for you. Wei Wu gestured towards his electric blast gun. You've seen this. My possession of it indicates I have connections. Tong Zhan gritted his teeth. Release me first. What is the choice? Should we directly contact the police, or discuss this privately? Wei Wu slapped Tong Zhan's cheek lightly. Do not attempt to deceive me. During my tenure at the grassroots level, I participated in the resolution of nearly 800 criminal cases. Although I cannot fathom your intentions, I can discern whether a suspect is lying merely by observing their gaze. Tong Zhan remained silent for a moment before asserting, it wasn't an Apotheosis, me. What do you mean it wasn't an Apotheosis, you? Zhang Yunxi inquired. Tong Zhan cast a glance at him, responding, it and Apotheosis, not me who and Apotheosis involved in your matters. However, I did indeed visit the director and Apotheosis' hall. Wei Wu, intrigued by this revelation, asked, what prompted you to visit the director's hall? With a hint of astonishment, Wei Wu continued, was his head severed by someone? Can you recall the appearance of that individual? Do you remember any physical characteristics? Wei Wu immediately pressed for more details. Zhang Yunxi contemplated for a moment, inquiring, how did you know the suspect was in the director's hall? Upon hearing this, Tong Zhan's gaze noticeably faltered. Wei Wu gave Zhang Yunxi a thumbs up, exclaiming, that was a clever question. Given the urgency of the situation that day, I had only disclosed the truth to Dr. Pang, who subsequently sought data from the new trainees' linked terminals to investigate the brain machine IP. This matter was shrouded in secrecy, such that even the school authorities remained oblivious to the suspect and Apotheosis' whereabouts. How did you come to know? Tong Zhan fell silent once more. Not speaking, Wei Wu fixed a cold stare upon him. Pressure him, Zhang Yunxi urged. There's no need to show leniency with someone like him. A crackling sound echoed as Wei Wu pulled the trigger of the electric gun, lowering his gaze to Tong Zhan's groin. Think carefully, with one shot. The hills will become a basin. Sweat beaded on Tong Zhan's forehead. If you shoot me, you'll be in trouble too. That's serious injury. Wei Wu's eyes gleamed. Indeed. You are quite the promising candidate for criminal activity. Kaka promptly added. Yes, you attacked all three of us. Old Wei was merely defending himself. Enough chatter. Let's deal with him. Zhang Yunxi immediately seized Tong Zhan's arm. A sizzling sound filled the air as Wei Wu raised his gun to fire. Don't shoot. Tong Zhan yelled, clutching his groin. All right, I'll talk. I had been watching that warehouse manager who was decapitated. Before he was silenced, he visited the director's hall, setting up the linking pod and brain machine equipment, and even separately took away those AI street patrols that attacked Wei Wu. However, I had no idea what he intended to do, which is why I kept it to myself. How did you come to focus on that warehouse manager? Wei Wu inquired. Because I was also investigating this matter and had identified a clear suspect. The warehouse manager had contact with him, thus he was placed under surveillance. Tong Zhan swallowed hard. As for why I am investigating, I cannot disclose that at this moment. The three exchanged incredulous glances at Tong Zhan, almost in unison asking, who exactly do you suspect? The following morning, Zhang Xian stood at the boys' dormitory entrance, clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, her hair styled upright. After a brief wait, Zhang Yunxi emerged and politely addressed her. Thank you for your trouble. No problem. Zhang Yunxi nodded. I need to go to the administration office to process my retirement procedures. I will sign the purchase agreement shortly. I will wait for you at the library. Once you're done, give me a call. All right. After concluding their discussion, Zhang Yunxi turned to head towards the administration office. Zhang Xian glanced at him and suddenly called out. Hey, are you really going to drop out? Zhang Yunxi turned around, offering a rueful smile as he retorted, rather than being forced to leave. It is certainly better to take the initiative. With a grin, he thanked them and proceeded towards the administrative office. Half an hour later, within the office area of the college and Apotheosis administrative department, a staff member addressed Zhang Yunxi, stating, "This is the withdrawal procedure. Please review it and sign if there are no issues." Beside him, the instructor Li Han interjected, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Yunxi, saying, "Actually, you could negotiate with Dr. Peng." "Never mind," Zhang Yunxi replied, shaking his head as he signed the withdrawal papers. He arrived filled with hope but left in a state of disarray. The experiences of the past few days had imparted profound lessons upon him. In this world, outside of the unconditional care and protection afforded by parents, all other relationships reveal themselves to be exceedingly fragile in times of crisis. As Zhang Yunxi himself remarked, even if he had not applied for a withdrawal, the college would have inevitably encouraged him to take a leave of absence. At the age of 18, Zhang Yunxi grasped the true essence of loneliness and helplessness. In dormitory 107, Tong Zhan retrieved his miniature computer, extracting some materials. "This is why I harbor my suspicions." Wei Wu immediately snatched the computer, eagerly engaging with the content. Chapter 23, Block 1. Zhang Yunxi decisively completed the withdrawal procedures and entered into a purchase agreement for the Zhu Qizhen body with the college. The Zhu Qizhen body, crafted entirely from titanium alloy, boasts a single 34 R0111 sternopiston neck, with a new construction cost exceeding 800,000. Not accounting for the various intricate electronic components housed within. Certainly, even at such a favorable price, it caused Zhang Yunxi a pang of pain. For he was currently in a state of financial destitution. Every penny of his savings stemmed from his parents, and spending even a fraction diminished that total. The two exchanged glances, and Kaka, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, "In the entire dormitory, it's just you and me who get along. I never imagined that after only 2 days together, you would be leaving." Zhang Yunxi smiled, stating that it does not hinder our friendship or our communication, regardless of the location. Kaka nodded earnestly. "All right, my brother, I shall pack my belongings now." After a brief pause, Zhang Yunxi turned and ascended into the sleep pod, meticulously gathering and stowing away all his personal effects. After a span of several minutes, Zhang Yunxi emerged, carrying the items he had brought with him, and cheerfully said to Kaka, "Well, I'm off then. Let me see you off." "I have nothing pressing to attend to," Kaka replied, displaying his somewhat sentimental nature as he followed Zhang Yunxi out of the dormitory. The two traversed the campus and arrived at the main entrance of the academy. Kaka glanced around, a smirk on his face as he remarked, "That old Wei is truly heartless," after treating him to several meals. "He didn't even come to bid you farewell." They exchanged knowing smiles just as Zhang Xian approached briskly from the side, waving her hand and calling out, Zhang Yunxi. Yes. What about the technician for the restoration? I have no knowledge in that area, nor do I have the space, Zhang Yunxi inquired. It would be best for you to find a place with a warehouse that can accommodate the restoration equipment. As for the technician, you need not worry, Jiang Xian replied, her rare smile illuminating her features. I will make the arrangements, and there will be no extra charges. Consider it a complimentary service for your purchase of the energy core. That is splendid. Thank you so much, Zhang Yunxi said, extending his hand. Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment before delicately offering her frail hand in return. Zhang Yunxi vigorously shook the hand of the other party twice, saying, "Let us keep in touch." "All right," came the reply. As they concluded their serious discussion, a truck emerged from outside the courtyard, and the driver leaned out, calling, "Mr. Zhang, is it? The cargo has arrived." Regardless of whether they are human or robotic. Once deceased, they become mere playthings, stripped of all rights. Well then, that settles it. Farewell, both of you, Zhang Yunxi remarked with a carefree demeanor as he looked at Jiang Xian and Kaka. Brother, keep pushing forward. I wish you a swift escape from your predicament. Kaka enveloped Zhang Yunxi in a warm embrace, truly heartfelt. Jiang Xian blinked her large eyes, feeling that she and Zhang Yunxi were not yet well acquainted. Yet out of a fleeting camaraderie, she waved her hand and said, "Best of luck, classmate Zhang." "Thank you." Zhang Yunxi smiled and waved goodbye to the two, decisively turning away. A few minutes later, the cart departed from the Green Mountain Seminary, heading southward. Within the Verdant campus, Kaka sighed and remarked, "If I were at my 18, I would have probably crumbled by now." Zhang Yunxi exhibited no desire to engage in conversation with the driver. Instead, he busied himself with his wristwatch and smartphone, perusing various property listings on the platform app of the Eternal Life world. Whether in the earlier competition of PC platforms, the subsequent rivalry in mobile technology, or the current contest in virtual networks, the sheer volume of users determines everything. The meteoric rise of the Eternal Life world has made it exceedingly difficult for Lingjing Group to avoid monopolizing multiple industries. After a while, Zhang Yunxi utilized a holographic projection device to meticulously examine several properties and ultimately reserved one that offered a commendable balance between cost and quality. Although the community surroundings were rather mediocre, one might even describe them as poor, the affordability and spaciousness of the property made it appealing. In truth, Zhang Yunxi had inherited real estate from his family, located in the heart of Mingzhu City, where the environment was exquisite and convenience was paramount for daily activities. However, that very place was also where his closest relative had met with tragedy. While he harbored skepticism towards the supernatural, he found it impossible to convince himself to reside in that space long-term. The prospect of selling the property, although potentially lucrative, conflicted with his sentiments. It was laden with memories and remnants left by his parents. Thus the notion was swiftly dismissed. After finalizing the property reservation, Zhang Yunxi reclined in the passenger seat and succumbed to slumber. The driver took the helm, swiftly maneuvering the vehicle into a high-speed tunnel, activating the car's aerodynamic system to lower its profile slightly and hurtling towards Mingzhu City at nearly 300 miles per hour. The high-speed tunnel permitted only one-way traffic, constructed entirely from specialized glass panels, creating a fully enclosed driving environment, impervious to the whims of weather and minimizing aerodynamic drag. The velocity of travel dictates the pace of a city's development. Everything in this world is undergoing transformation, relentlessly advancing forward. Approximately 4 hours later, the truck arrived at Mingzhu City, reaching the first block of the Fengxiu Administrative District. Every era is marked by disparities and distinctions, whether among individuals or regions. Urban renewal cannot be accomplished in merely 3 to 5 years. For instance, the renovation of this first block has been heralded for 3 to 4 years. Yet, in reality, the environment has seen little substantial change. Zhang Yunxi was roused from slumber by the driver, rubbing his eyes as he disembarked from the truck. He turned to survey the surrounding landscape. Towering before him were skyscrapers reaching heights of 40 to 50 stories, their rain-soaked facades appearing somber and mottled. 3 to 4 decades ago, Mingzhu City had consistently emphasized the importance of efficient space utilization and maximizing land use to accommodate an ever-growing urban population. Consequently, the spacing between the older buildings here is remarkably narrow. Standing on the street and gazing skyward, one is met only with the shadows of these towering structures and what appears to be slightly slanted staircases. The sunlight graces this area for but a fleeting moment each day, with each street receiving merely an hour of sunlight. Among the buildings, A tangle of electronic devices and wires intertwine chaotically, resembling an expansive spider's web that obscures the sky and conceals the disarray and squalor of the surroundings. Zhang Yunxi placed his hands on his hips, exhaling deeply as he approached the storefront at 2022, Suite 5-31. He reached out to press the antiquated electronic lock, entering the password, only to be met with an error message. With a hint of frustration, he wiped the fingerprint scanner clean and placed his thumb upon it once more. Ding! The electronic prompt resonated, and the shutter door of the shop gradually ascended, revealing a warehouse shrouded in dust. This was the space Zhang Yunxi had rented. The ground floor served as a storefront warehouse, while the second floor housed a one-bedroom apartment, facilitating his work on restoring Zhuqian. All leasing procedures had been completed online, allowing tenants and landlords to avoid face-to-face encounters, with access granted solely through password entry and digital fingerprint registration. Zhang Yunxi blinked and stepped forward, saying, "I specifically ordered a door-to-door delivery service. If you don't get it inside, how am I supposed to manage it myself? What I mean is, you need to hoist it in for me. Otherwise, I can't move it alone." Door-to-door delivery. Do you understand what that means? Zhang Yunxi asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. It means to deliver the goods right to my doorstep. I have delivered it. How can you speak like that? The driver replied, somewhat unwillingly. I earn my pay for door-to-door delivery. If you want to insult me, that's an additional fee of 5 megabytes. All right. You win. Fine. How much more to get the goods into the warehouse? That's quite labor-intensive. 500 megabytes. Drive your vehicle away. Zhang Yunxi waved him off decisively. 2 minutes later, the body of Zhuqian was hoisted to the entrance of the warehouse. Zhang Yunxi gazed at the large figure, holding back her emotions, and immediately went next door to the health supplement store to borrow a cart equipped with a mechanical arm for lifting. A woman in her 50s impatiently charged Zhang Yunxi 50 megabytes before lending her the cart. Boom. Just as she borrowed the cart, thunder rumbled and a torrential downpour began without warning. Beneath the overcast sky, in the steel-forged city, Zhang Yunxi, with her frail frame, struggled to push the erratic cart. Completely drenched, as she made her way up the gentle slope towards the front of the warehouse. After half an hour of effort, Zhang Yunxi finally managed to transport the sizable figure into the warehouse. A sense of loneliness, heartache, and even fatigue washed over her. Damn it. It seems the only company I have left is you, the corpse, she remarked to herself, gazing at the rainwater cascading like a beaded curtain at the entrance. Just then, an odd sound of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. An elderly man with white hair entered the warehouse, clad in a rather punk motorcycle leather jacket. His right leg was crippled, and a gleaming black mechanical prosthesis caught the light. The old man scanned the warehouse with his hands clasped behind his back, then turned to Zhang Yunxi and inquired, "Is this hefty fellow for sale?" Chapter 24. The Godfather inside the warehouse. As Zhang Yunxi observed the old man entering, he rose and inquired, "What did you say?" While responding, Zhang Yunxi meticulously scrutinized the elderly figure. He appeared to be just over 50, with graying hair closely cropped and sunglasses adorning his face. His upper body was clad in a form-fitting leather motorcycle jacket, while his lower half sported a single leg of leather pants. The reason for the singular leg became apparent. From the thigh down, he had been fitted with an entire black metallic prosthetic leg, also known as an artificial limb. This prosthesis was markedly different from the plastic legs of decades past. It was intricately linked to the human nervous system and could be controlled by the brain. Although it did not provide the same fluidity as a natural limb, it typically achieved a compatibility rate exceeding 70%. Otherwise, the hospital would not sanction the surgery due to potential rejection. In contemporary society, individuals with disabilities who possess sufficient financial means often opt for prosthetic integration, symbolizing advancements in medical science. Zhang Yunxi had encountered numerous individuals with such prosthetics, yet they usually concealed them, reluctant to expose their conditions to outsiders. Thus, it was rather unusual to see an elderly man boldly displaying his mechanical leg while donning a single leg pant, especially in the rain, coupled with his fashionable sunglasses, evoking an odd impression. The old man, hands clasped behind his back, ambled over to Zhuqian, casting a cursory glance at the machine before inquiring, "Is it for sale?" After a brief pause, he added, 1,300,000, full payment upon signing the contract. Chuckling, Zhang Yunxi replied without hesitation, "I'm sorry, but this item does not belong to me. It's merely here for a couple of days." The old man turned his gaze towards Zhang Yunxi, introducing himself. "I am Weber, the bar, and Amp, Oppos, 10, 30, and imp, Oppos. Next door is mine, and I reside directly across from you. Should you decide to sell, feel free to seek me out. Oh, all right. Zhang Yunqi nodded with a smile. The elder named Weber entered the room, exchanged just a few words, and then turned to leave. Zhang Yunqi turned to Zhu Qizhen and Kuden and Amp, Oppos, help but exclaim, alas, earning nearly 400,000 in just a minute. My greatest flaw in life is my excessive kindness. Once he finished his beer, Zhang Yunqi gathered his spirits and resumed his work, utilizing an online delivery service. He procured various cleaning supplies and tidied up both the warehouse and his second-floor residence, inside and out. After completing the cleaning, the clock struck past 7 in the evening. Zhang Yunqi ordered takeout, and after finishing his meal in the second-floor bedroom, he retrieved a dozen minuscule pinhole cameras from the package. The packaging of these cameras was remarkably exquisite, adorned with police logos and labels. He connected the cameras and Oppos transmission signals to his miniature computer and then made his way downstairs. With an umbrella in hand, Zhang Yunqi walked along the nearby streets, strategically placing the cameras in discreet corners. Within the desolate room, there were hardly any personal belongings of Zhang Yunqi. He had yet to purchase a sleep pod or a link pod for the eternal world. After a brief rest, he took a shower in the bathroom. It was already past 9 in the evening. Zhang Yunqi wiped her damp hair and lay on the bed, connecting her mind to the eternal life world, within the city of freedom in the eternal life world. In a park along the Lingjing Avenue, Zhang Yunqi swayed on a swing, patiently waiting for approximately 10 minutes. Suddenly, a helicopter taxi approached, and Wei Wu alighted, waving at Zhang Yunqi hello. It has been quite a while. Wei Wu bent down to sit beside Zhang Yunqi on the swing and softly inquired, have you finished the installation? You must transmit the connection signal to me. A cool breeze wafted through the park, the willow branches swayed freely, and the round moon illuminated the sky as the two scheming old friends sat on the swing. Gradually sitting up, Zhang Yunqi, clad in pajamas, glanced out the window in boredom. In the dazzling neon city, some people had finished work and were hurrying home, while others laughed merrily, indulging in street food, seemingly intent on reveling until intoxication. Zhang Yunqi sat on his bed, gazing at the bustling marketplace, suddenly feeling a sense of yearning. He then noticed a modestly sized bar beside a snack stall, named 1030. Is this not the establishment owned by Weber? Zhang Yunqi paused briefly, lifted the blanket, and descended from the bed. After changing his clothes, he locked the door and departed. Unable to sleep, he decided to indulge in a drink and immerse himself in the ambience of First Street. After a short while, he found himself on the street, casually purchasing a portion of cheese shrimp balls, savoring them as he approached the entrance of a bar at 10:30. Excuse me, what are the charges here? Zhang Yunqi inquired, as he had seldom visited nightclubs during his school days and was unfamiliar with the entry process. The entrance fee is 400 MB, and drinks are charged separately, replied a young man in a suit, frowning as he asked, haven't you been here before? Indeed, I just moved here, Zhang Yunqi responded, a hint of discomfort evident in his voice. Is it really that expensive? Do you understand what kind of place this is? The young man questioned further. Zhang Yunqi could not comprehend what the other party was saying. Nevertheless, he genuinely sought a more atmospheric venue to indulge in a drink today. After a moment and Oppos, as contemplation, he decided to utilize his data and purchased a ticket to enter. 2 minutes later, a staff member escorted Zhang Yunqi into the bar's main hall. He turned to survey his surroundings, and his initial impression was one of disappointment. The bar spanned over 400 square meters, with 2 levels, providing a reasonably spacious environment. The occupancy rate was indeed quite high, with over 100 patrons distributed across the upper and lower floors. The male clientele predominated, while the female attendees varied greatly in age and appearance, ranging from women in their 40s and 50s to young maidens in their 20s. Although the crowd promised a lively atmosphere, the bar's decor was rather unremarkable, featuring a solid wood bar counter, small round tables, seats upholstered in black leather, rudimentary sound amplification, and a rather unattractive bartender. It resembled the bars of 4 to 5 decades ago, devoid of any semblance of modern technology, and there were no signs of AI servers to be found. Zhang Yunqi initially intended to come here for a drink and to casually observe the lively and youthful ladies. However, he was taken aback by the scarcity of such company in the dismal ambience of the establishment. Most disappointingly, it appeared that the bar lacked a resident singer. Please place your order at the small bar over there, the staff member remarked, gesturing towards the adjacent counter. Zhang Yunqi stepped forward, glanced at the drink menu, and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Is it all this expensive? The other party remained silent. I'm sorry, but tickets are non-refundable. The individual shook their head. Damn it. Zhang Yunqi sighed and ordered, I'll have a glass of the 166. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunqi casually chose a corner seat, gazing at the pink concoction before him. Internally, he cursed the unscrupulous vendor, as it was evident to him, given his wit, that the ingredients in this drink could not possibly exceed 20 yuan. Having come this far, he decided to indulge. As Zhang Yunqi savored the pre-mixed cocktail, he turned his gaze around the surroundings. At that moment, he noticed Weber, whom he had seen earlier at the warehouse, sitting behind the largest bar counter, engaged in conversation with a man in his 40s. Outside the bar, the man perched on a high stool spoke in a hushed tone, requesting 2 more vials of Tiger Whip injections. Make them stronger. How effective are they? After receiving a decorative box, he inquired. Weber pondered for a moment before responding. They take effect swiftly, last long, and strike precisely. Those who have used them have all sung their praises. You might need to exert some effort, and who knows, your wife may be expecting next month. The man nodded in satisfaction, saying, Thank you, Weber. He displayed his smartwatch and scanned it against the payment device on the table, exclaiming, All set. Weber raised his glass in a toast to his companion, taking a small sip. The man departed gracefully while Weber waved dismissively towards the side. A middle-aged man in his 30s approached, taking a seat on a high stool, and remarked, Weber, there's a batch stuck in the wilderness zone. Besides the tigers, do you have any donkeys? I wish to push my boundaries. The man asked shyly, lowering his head. Zhang Yunqi sipped half a glass of counterfeit liquor, feeling his mind becoming increasingly hazy. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, adorned in striking attire, approached and gracefully seated herself across from him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yunqi offered an awkward smile. Do you require assistance? Seeking to disperse a client? The woman inquired softly. Disperse where? Zhang Yunqi stretched his neck, his expression one of utter confusion. Client information, Mrs. Li from Jiangbei District, 54 years old, widowed. The arrangement is established, but it's long-term. I will reimburse travel expenses. Are you willing to take it? The woman pressed. What do you mean? Are you suggesting domestic work? Zhang Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. I want to take it. I am a student. The woman glanced at the drink Zhang Yunqi held. The price is rather appealing. Meanwhile, within the academy, Wei Wu had set up his own holographic projection equipment in the reading room. Chapter 25, Violent Machinery and Youthful Beauties. In Block 1, at 10:30 in the bar, before Zhang Yunqi could even finish his drink, he was already approached by 3 enchanting women inquiring about prices. One offered 2,000, another 1,800, and a third claimed to introduce male clients, asserting that both offensive and defensive roles began at a minimum of 3,000, with the possibility of renewal for excellent performance. Even if Zhang Yunqi were a complete fool, he would undoubtedly recognize that this bar possesses an air of disrepute. The presence of the 3 women approaching him must be linked to the peculiar beverage he had purchased. The pink liquor appears to signify a certain status, for he observed these women, upon conversing with him, swiftly moving on to other tables to engage with others, both men and women, who all shared the commonality of holding the same drink. Is this an establishment where chickens and ducks coexist? Perhaps not. As Zhang Yunqi also noted that the other patrons within the bar were similarly clutching various types of pre-mixed cocktails, frequently shifting their seats and conversing with strangers. Although he could not discern the content of their discussions, it was evident that their purpose for being here transcended mere drinking and relaxation. Zhang Yunqi once encountered information regarding this matter on the Eternal Life World platform, becoming aware of the existence of such clandestine establishments within society. He had also heard his high school teacher mention these places, where one could procure an array of items and information unattainable in the real world, including materials pertinent to biological experimentation. It is no wonder that the ticket to this dilapidated bar costs 400 yuan. Evidently, there are other offerings here. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense, for the clientele is of high caliber. Engaging a client can easily start at 3,000, providing both a bittersweet experience and an opportunity to forge valuable connections, thus rendering it a reasonably worthwhile venture. However, such venues are ill-suited for Zhang Yunqi. He feels he is yet to mature and is not ready to plunge into that world just yet. Consequently, after finishing his drink, he promptly departed. He harbors a deep apprehension that if he indulges too much, he may ultimately capitulate to the allure of wealth. Early Saturday morning, as Zhang Yunqi arose, he received a call from Jiang Xian, who informed him that she would arrive at the warehouse in half an hour. After concluding the call, Zhang Yunqi hurriedly got ready and managed to have a quick breakfast. Around 9:30, three 7-meter-long trucks came to a halt at the warehouse entrance. Zhang Xin, clad in athletic attire and sporting a ponytail, descended from the vehicle accompanied by 6 technical personnel. Zhang Yunqi, observing the grandeur of the occasion, approached with the demeanor of an elderly steward, inquiring with warmth, "So early? Haven and Amp, Oppos, tea you had breakfast yet? Would you like me to order some meals for you?" Zhang Xin waved her hand in polite refusal. "Thank you, but we have already eaten in the car." "Oh, splendid. Shall we discuss matters in our room?" Zhang Xin, with her decisive and efficient manner, exhibited none of the typical demeanor of a young woman. "Very well, let us proceed," Zhang Yunqi replied, guiding her to the second floor. In the small living room, after pouring a glass of water for Zhang Xin, Zhang Yunqi quietly asked, "The workers do not require separate payment, do they?" Wasn and Amp, Oppos, T had agreed upon that the technician and Amp, Oppos, S repairs and the equipment would be complimentary. Zhang Xin regarded Zhang Yunqi and inquired, "You have reviewed the online contract I sent, have you not?" "I have," he confirmed. "If all is in order, we may proceed to sign the contract and arrange the payment, an initial sum of 4 million, with a final payment of 2 million upon completion of the repairs." Zhang Xin, in a businesslike manner, stated, "The termination clause is applicable only if Zhu Qizhen cannot be restored to a satisfactory condition. In such a case, we will provide a full refund. Beyond that, you cannot unilaterally terminate the contract, so you must carefully consider whether you wish to proceed with the purchase." Zhang Yunqi furrowed her brow in silence. "As your brief classmate, I still wish to offer you some advice." Zhang Xin blinked her large eyes, lifting her cup of water as she spoke. "I comprehend the peculiar sentiment you harbor towards teacher Zhu Qizhen, and I greatly admire your actions. However, investing such a substantial sum in its restoration will undoubtedly impose a significant financial burden upon you. It is distinct from a human being, once detached from the institution and Amp, Oppos, S management. It generates no income, and the job opportunities available are quite limited. It may yield no economic value in the short term, and you alone must bear the costs of its maintenance, which is not an insignificant expense." "I understand." Zhang Yunqi nodded. "Of course, you could also consider selling it in the future at its restored value, transferring it to a law enforcement agency, or perhaps selling it outright to that organization in the wilderness area. You would not incur any losses. However, this may contradict your initial intentions." Zhang Xin observed Zhang Yunqi with a rational gaze. "And the only assistance I can extend to you is that once the restoration is completed, we will compensate you for your participation in various promotional activities, but you must also cooperate with the publicity efforts." After a brief contemplation, Zhang Yunqi promptly nodded and declared, "I and Amp, Oppos, Vey made my decision. I am ready to sign the contract. However, there is one concern." "What is it?" he inquired. Zhang Yunqi cautiously asked, "How do I exert control over Zhu Qizhen? As you are aware, he is a highly intelligent automaton with divergent thinking capabilities. If he were to slip out of my grasp, for instance, by engaging in unlawful activities and disregarding my commands, that could lead to significant trouble." "What a splendid idea." Zhang Yunqi's eyes sparkled as he nodded. "I saved him. Is it unreasonable to expect to leverage him for 5 years?" Zhang Xin smiled, gesturing towards the content displayed on the holographic projection screen, and said, "No problem. We can secure it with an iris lock. Let us confirm the contract." Zhang Yunqi, without a moment's hesitation, scanned her iris and registered her fingerprint, signing the purchase contract for the kinetic core. Once everything was settled, the tall and graceful Zhang Xin rose and glanced around. "May I borrow your restroom to change into a different outfit?" "What for? Are there additional services?" Zhang Yunqi inquired excitedly. Zhang Xin rolled her eyes. "At this price, do you expect me to don black stockings and perform a split for you? What are you thinking, classmate?" "Huh. I assumed you lacked a sense of humor," Zhang Yunqi retorted. "Are you involved in the repairs?" Zhang Xin, slightly exasperated, replied, "Can you manage that?" The more ignorant individuals tend to struggle with accepting concepts that surpass their own understanding. Zhang Xin picked up her backpack. "Please head downstairs. Thank you." "All right." Zhang Yunqi turned to leave. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xin emerged from upstairs clad in a gray jumpsuit uniform, sporting an adorable baseball cap. Her lovely face concealed by a mask as she descended the stairs with brisk steps. The equipment in the warehouse was nearly fully assembled, with Zhu Qizhen's body secured on a platform approximately 3 meters high, suspended in midair. Although Zhang Yunxi harbors a keen interest in mecha, he is not a specialist in this field. Most of the equipment within the room eludes his comprehension, leaving him to stand idly by like a mere lackey. Engineer Wang, where shall we begin? Jiang Xian inquired, directing her question towards the man. The repair of the kinetic chamber is exceedingly intricate, a task that cannot be accomplished in a day or two. Thus, we shall first attend to the simpler matters. The middle-aged man bent down beside Zhu Qijin and Appo's right leg, activating the circuit tester and opening all the scanning panels. Beep, beep, an alarm sounded, and the three-dimensional image of Zhu Qijin's right leg loomed large on the holographic projection screen, revealing detailed assembly diagrams of various components. The man rose and declared, "It has been disassembled, and the right leg has sustained damage. During its period of inactivity, it also suffered water intrusion. We will first address this mechanical leg section, completely disassembling it for reconfiguration. All right, let us commence." Jiang Xian retrieved her mini-computer and positioned it at the center of the warehouse, activating the recorder and softly stating, "TXL 00544. Colloquially known as Zhu Qijin's robot, will undergo repair starting at 10:15 on Saturday, September 3rd, focusing on the right mechanical leg." The group set to work immediately. Though Zhang Yunxi could not grasp the complexities of the task, he eagerly assisted with the legwork. As the midday heat enveloped the room, Jiang Xian shed the upper portion of her jumpsuit, deftly tying it around her waist, revealing a fitted black t-shirt beneath that accentuated her flawless physique. Sunlight streamed in, casting a golden hue across the interior, where a young and vibrant beauty, clad in a jumpsuit, deftly maneuvered an imposing mechanical arm. She was utterly engrossed in the towering robot before her. The scene was undeniably captivating. Zhang Yunxi gazed at her delicate profile, her earnest yet charming demeanor, along with the disheveled strands of hair framing her face and the beads of sweat cascading down her chest. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard and subtly shifted his position. "Why not have a sip of water, my dear?" he proposed, stepping closer. It and Appo's. That's nothing. I merely suggested you drink some water. From the Shibao brand." In the dimly lit bar at 10:30, Weber sat within the wine cellar, manipulating a slender vial of pale blue elixir. "Is this concoction truly so remarkable?" he pondered, pausing briefly to take a drag from the cigar resting on the table. "Bring Bobo in. Let us test it." Chapter 26. A visitor arrives inside the bar and Appo's wine cellar. The ambience was subdued. Weber, seated on a leather sofa, his striking silver hair accentuating his composed and refined presence, casually crossed his legs, savoring the cigar between his thumb and forefinger, embodying an air of sophistication. After a brief interval, a towering man, over 6 feet tall, clad in a military green tank top and broad work trousers, entered, cradling a brown pit bull weighing nearly 60 kilograms. The burly man set the pit bull down. It sniffed the ground, its heavy limbs moving slowly as it approached Weber's feet and obediently lay down. "In the wilderness, it was my sole companion. And now we both grow old," Weber murmured, placing his cigar aside to gently stroke the dog's head. The Spirit Realm Group has developed memory download technology, allowing for virtual resurrection in an eternal world. Yet they refuse to consider other living beings, no matter the cost. The middle-aged man displayed no empathy towards the animal, merely chuckling in response. "It is family to me, but alas, its time is short." With a sigh, Weber lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man. "Perhaps your elixir could save it, yes?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man approached the pit bull. Suddenly, the lethargic creature sprang to its feet, fierce-eyed and baring its teeth at the newcomer. "I mean no harm, Mr. Bobo," the man exclaimed, startled. Weber rose and retrieved a syringe, stating, "It dislikes being touched by others. Father, you would do well to wear gloves. Even the slightest abrasion could lead to the serum being absorbed by the skin," the middle-aged man cautioned. Weber, heeding the advice, donned the gloves and crouched down, gently comforting Bobo. "Perhaps this is your final chance, old friend." Bobo lowered its head, lying quietly on the ground. Weber observed the dog for a prolonged moment before pressing his left hand against Bobo's neck and gradually administering the serum from the syringe into its body. Once the injection was complete, Weber stood up. On the ground, Bobo remained sprawled lazily, seemingly unresponsive. "Patience, dear godfather, this potion requires." The middle-aged man, noticing the perplexed expression on Weber's face, immediately sought to elucidate. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from Bobo, who abruptly leapt from the ground, his body visibly swelling at an astonishing rate, his eyes exhibiting a distinct pale blue hue. The middle-aged man instinctively stepped back, exclaiming with fervor, "Look! Its fur is becoming denser. It glistens. The wrinkles on its face are diminishing. Its cells are regaining vitality." Beside them, a burly man, towering over 6 feet tall, incredulously cursed, "Brother, surely you jest?" The pit bull's face resembles that of a chrysanthemum. It has borne wrinkles since birth. Bobo's limbs evidently thickened. Its listless pupils transformed into fierce, spirited orbs, and its physique appeared to have regained the vigor of its prime. "It's alive," Weber gasped. An hour later, within the bar and amp, Apotheosis Grand Hall at 10:30, 8 robust men clad in suits and sunglasses stood in a solemn line. The towering man, his voice tinged with tremor and sorrow, declared, "Let us bid our friend a final farewell with the heaviest of hearts. Bobo was a loyal dog, a companion for many years. He was like family to us." Behind the muscular figure, the bar counter displayed a striking black and white photograph of a youthful Bobo, proudly clutching raw meat. While a younger Weber in the image was obscured, for it was a memorial portrait, and appearances in such a context are considered inauspicious. Following a simple farewell ceremony, Bobo was gently placed into an exquisite mahogany casket by the towering man. Subsequently, the group, carrying the portrait and casket, departed the bar, heading toward Bobo and Amp, Apotheosis' eternal resting place. At the bar counter, Weber gestured toward the middle-aged man, stating, "I will consume this entire batch." The man replied, "Sir, that requires a substantial sum. To our health." "My godfather," the middle-aged man proclaimed as he raised his glass. In a manually operated pneumatic hovercar, the towering man shed his suit, mournfully caressing the mahogany casket. "It saved my life and that of my godfather in the wilderness. Rest easy, brother. I shall care for your wife and children." Inside the casket, Bobo and Apotheosis' intact corpse began to decay and develop perforations. Had it not been for the casket and Apotheosis' impeccable sealing, blood and the gradually liquefying flesh would likely have oozed through the seams. 5 days later, the restoration work in Zhuqian continued. Yet with the commencement of the seminary and Apotheosis' academic year, Jiang-Xian was only available on weekends, as he had classes on other days. Though Jiang-Xian had departed, the technicians he had summoned remained diligently at work, arriving daily by 8 in the morning and leaving around 4 in the afternoon. The restoration of the body is an intricate endeavor, for the multitude of electronic components within Zhuqian's vessel is staggering. Even a single kinetic chamber encompasses over 100 arrangements of electrical elements, alongside the complex repairs of damaged sites. This necessitates meticulous inspections, and it may even require the procurement of new parts for replacements, ensuring that the process is undoubtedly time-consuming. Throughout the past few days, Zhang Yunxi has not ventured beyond the confines of his home. On one hand, he assists the technical team with menial tasks and errands. On the other, he prepares lunch for them. In short, he remains fervently occupied. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yunxi sat at the entrance of the warehouse, diligently examining the purchasing list provided by the technical team. Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed, and the wrist communicator automatically projected a request for a call. Displaying the visage of her mentor, Li Han, from the seminary, Zhang Yunxi paused momentarily before choosing to answer the call. "Hello, esteemed mentor Li Han." "Ah, Zhang. My dear student, are you busy?" inquired Li Han. "Not particularly. What is the matter? Are you coming to see me?" "Very well, please wait for me." After their conversation concluded, Zhang Yunxi settled into a chair and sent the other party her location. Approximately half an hour later, an AI taxi arrived at the warehouse entrance. Li Han, clad in a suit and carrying a shoulder bag, stepped forward. "Hello, teacher." Zhang Yunxi greeted with a smile, extending her hand. "With nothing else to occupy my time, I suppose I shall first attend to the repairs for teacher Zhuqian," Zhang Yunxi remarked. "Let us proceed upstairs to discuss." Li Han walked into the warehouse and, observing the machinery of Zhuqian, commented, "The repairs seem to be progressing swiftly. Are we nearing completion?" "Teacher Li, would you care for a drink?" Zhang Yunxi offered. "No need to trouble yourself. I shall only sit for a moment before I must depart." Li Han bent down to take a seat and gently asked, "Yunxi, what are your plans after leaving school?" Li Han nodded slowly. "It aligns closely with my expectations. You see, Yunxi, I am acquainted with a renowned mentor in a biological laboratory named Chu Jinxing." "Oh, I have heard of him," Zhang Yunxi acknowledged with a nod. "His laboratory is currently seeking new students. If you are interested, I could facilitate an introduction. During the year, not only will you have the opportunity to learn under him, but you will also receive an internship stipend." Li Han said with a smile. I believe this could be of great assistance to you. Zhang Yunqi gazed at him in astonishment, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much, Teacher Li. It is nothing, he replied. I facilitated your admission to the academy. And I have also reviewed your academic performance. You excel in the field of biology. Li Han sighed and continued, had it not been for this unfortunate incident, you would undoubtedly be a key candidate for the Academy's focused training program. To be honest, after many years in education, it pains me to witness a student's future hindered by external circumstances. Li Han enjoyed a strong reputation within the seminary. He was diligent, approachable, and devoid of any airs of authority. He maintained excellent relationships with numerous students, which in turn allowed him to cultivate a vast network. Many of his former pupils continued to keep in touch with him after graduation. If you are willing, the next time I visit, I could provide you with a recommendation. That sounds wonderful. Thus, the two engaged in conversation for over half an hour until Wang Gong and the others were about to finish work. Zhang Yunqi then rose and said, Teacher Li, how about we have dinner together? Please allow me to see off those technical experts first. I feel quite embarrassed. You have traveled such a distance, and I have not extended the courtesy of a host. Not at all. With that, the two descended the stairs. Zhang Yunqi escorted Li Han to the door, saying, Let us keep in touch, Teacher Li. All right, Li Han replied, turning to Zhang Yunqi with a smile. He asked, By the way, have the authorities made any statements regarding your case? Haven't they approached you at all? Yes, just stay safe. Li Han added with concern. I understand. That's all. Goodbye. Goodbye, Teacher Li. The two parted ways at the door, and Li Han departed in an AI taxi. As he settled into the back seat, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and caution. Chapter 27. A deal with the Godfather. More than 2 weeks had passed, and Shuqizhen and Apotheosis machinery had been nearly restored. The damaged chassis, incinerated electronic components, and structural framework were all back to normal, with only the core energy chamber remaining unfinished. Previously, Zhang Yunqi had told Li Han that the repair work would take at least 2 months, but that was not entirely truthful, after all he had been through. He was wise enough to remain vigilant. On this Saturday morning, the technical team was absent, leaving only Jiang present, as there were complications in the repair of the core energy chamber that required the procurement of some strictly regulated materials and components. In the warehouse, Zhang Yunqi, clad in overalls, gazed at the refurbished Zhu Laosher, feeling a surge of frustration. Why can't your Qilong group procure some supplies from abroad? The reason Zhu Qizhen fell so easily in the basketball court was that it lacked combat components, compounded by the fact that the assailants wielded weapons specifically designed to counter it, namely, a restricted electromagnetic cannon. While this weapon poses minimal threat to human life, its wreaks havoc on electronic components. Thus, during the restoration, Jiang proposed a complete overhaul of Zhu Qizhen and Apotheosis' defense system to avert a recurrence of such tragedies. The military-grade anti-jamming magnetic rings presented an excellent option. Jiang instructed the technical team to carve out 4 grooves adjacent to the core kinetic chamber, intending to embed the magnetic rings, which would effectively mitigate electromagnetic interference and minimize its vulnerabilities. However, despite their lack of lethality, acquiring these rings proved to be quite challenging. The military-grade variants were unavailable locally and could only be imported, which entailed navigating stringent scrutiny that would consume considerable time. In addition to the anti-jamming magnetic rings, several components for the kinetic chamber were also difficult to procure. A few days prior, Jiang had contacted the relevant personnel within the company, but they indicated that the fastest replenishment would take approximately 3 to 4 months. This duration was too lengthy for the impatient Jiang and the eager Zhang Yunqi, who longed for Zhu Qizhen and Apotheosis' revival. What to do? Jiang mused, rubbing her chin as she circled Zhu Qizhen. Perhaps we could negotiate with the Academy? They should have a stockpile, considering they possess similar-grade robots and must also contemplate parts replacement. No, we must not involve the Academy, Zhang Yunqi interjected swiftly, unwilling to disclose Zhu Qizhen and Apotheosis' restoration status to the Academy personnel. Zhang Yunqi stood within the confines of the warehouse, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Suddenly, she lifted her head and exclaimed, Eureka? What do you mean? Jiang inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, at 10:30, they found themselves at the entrance of the bar. Zhang Yunqi gazed at the sturdy nightclub security guard and said, I am merely looking for Mr. Weber. He is my neighbor. How much is it? 400. Thank you. All right, let us proceed. please take me inside, Zhang Yunqi urged. As they entered the venue, just as Zhang Yunqi was about to inquire about Weber's whereabouts, the guard promptly interjected, "Sir, you are required to purchase a drink to demonstrate your intent." "Very well, just a moment. You may not drink, but the beverage must be taken, otherwise we would be engaging in coercive sales," the guard stated politely. "Impressive." Zhang Yunqi held back for a moment and replied, "Please, no mixing. Simply pour me a glass." After a brief interval, Weber appeared at the bar, donned in a black t-shirt emblazoned with a large hole motif, adorned with a chunky decorative necklace, exuding a distinctly fashionable aura. Observing the pink drink in Zhang Yunqi and Apos' hand, he chuckled and inquired, "Are you prepared to entertain guests?" "I am not here to sell," Zhang Yunqi emphasized. "I have come to make a purchase, sir." "Ah, then you have arrived prematurely. It is barely past 9 in the morning, and the beautiful companions are still in slumber," Weber remarked, his gaze filled with surprise. "You are in such excellent shape?" Zhang Yunqi reached out to push aside the wine glass and, lowering his voice, said, "I am not here to purchase that. I would like to inquire whether other goods can be acquired here." "What goods?" Weber asked. Zhang Yunqi, with furtive eyes and a nervous demeanor, glanced around anxiously. With a tinge of fear, he retrieved a list from his pocket and presented it to Weber. "These are the items," he stated. Weber meticulously scrutinized the inventory, and immediately, four burly men approached, gripping Zhang Yunqi's shoulders firmly. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yunqi inquired, alarmed. Weber remained silent, standing behind the bar as he lifted his cigar. Inhaling deeply, "Do not move," commanded one of the men, while the others conducted a thorough search of Zhang Yunqi's person before nodding towards Weber. Zhang Yunqi, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, gazed anxiously at Weber, his heart racing with trepidation. He was desperate to resurrect Zhu Qizhen, which led him to contemplate Weber's dubious establishment. Yet, this was his inaugural venture into such dealings, leaving him with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. After the four men had searched their pockets, Weber spoke softly, "It is feasible. If you are not in a rush, I can procure a brand new one. However, if time is of the essence, you will have to settle for a second-hand option." "What constitutes urgency, and what signifies a lack of it?" Zhang Yunqi inquired promptly. "The slow option would take over a month, while the expedited choice could arrive by today," Weber replied, pouring himself a glass of strong liquor. He glanced once more at the list and, astonishingly, provided a quote in a matter of moments: 40,000 for a new one, and 25,000 for a used one. Zhang Yunqi gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you certain that you can procure everything by today? It must all arrive before 5 in the afternoon. Is a deposit required?" Before Zhang Yunqi and Apos' arrival, he had roughly estimated the price, and while 25,000 seemed somewhat exorbitant, the fact that the goods could be delivered today made it a rather favorable deal in terms of cost-effectiveness. "All right, it's a deal," Zhang Yunqi exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Weber. I appreciate your assistance in securing this business." Mr. Weber, ever courteous, raised his glass in acknowledgement. Zhang Yunqi took a sip of counterfeit liquor and turned away from the bar. "Godfather, he has never done business with us. Is he reliable?" inquired a burly man standing over 6 feet tall. Weber nonchalantly set down his glass. "He resides next to me. He's quite reputable. Just arrange for the peripheral team to deliver the goods." "Understood. We shall close for the night and engage in substantial trade," Weber instructed before turning to depart. It seems to be a case of serendipity." Zhang Yunqi scratched his head and immediately asked if the goods can arrive today. "Should we notify Engineer Wang and the others to work overtime and complete the remaining tasks tonight?" "No need to inform Engineer Wang. I can handle it myself. The remaining work poses no technical challenges. It merely requires assembly," Zhang Xian replied, glancing at her watch. "Fortunately, I Don and Apos' have school tomorrow, so I can assist you tonight." "I am immensely grateful," Zhang Yunqi responded. "How about you treat me to a meal?" Zhang Xian, upon learning that the restoration work could be completed today, appeared significantly more vivacious, as this marked her first comprehensive involvement in such a high-caliber robotics repair, greatly enriching her experience. "Let us test the kinetic core shortly. Although the energy chamber is not fully repaired, assessing the compatibility should pose no issues." The kinetic core had been procured 10 days prior, yet Zhang Yunqi had refrained from testing it until now. Throughout the day, Zhang Xian prepared for the final repairs within the warehouse, while Zhang Yunqi was on the second floor, capturing and editing the memories of Zhu Qizhen following his demise on the basketball court. This way, when the other party was revived, he would not need to provide extensive explanations. He could simply transmit the visuals directly. Around 3:40 p.m., a man who had never been seen in District 1 arrived at the warehouse entrance. Zhang Yunxi, upon communicating with the delivery personnel, personally verified the goods with Jiang Xian, ensuring everything was in order before paying the full amount. Once all was settled, the two lowered the warehouse's roll-up door and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the final restoration work. At the Qingshan Theological Academy, Li Han stood beside a garden, observing the holographic projection of a figure on his wrist communicator. His brow furrowed as he remarked, his application for withdrawal must be a trap. He surely has direct connections with the law enforcement and individuals like Wei Wu. If we act rashly, we will undoubtedly fall into a snare. What is your suggestion? Let us proceed according to my plan. The affable demeanor that once adorned Li Han's face vanished, replaced by a somber gaze and a stern expression. Prepare your side as well. Understood, it shall be done. As the call concluded, Li Han glanced around before hastily departing. At approximately 9 p.m., a group of more than 10 entered the first district, led by a portly man carrying a black leather case in his right hand. He surveyed the surroundings and advised, on their territory, we must exercise caution and maintain a low profile. Park the vehicle at a distance and await their news. Yes. The assistant nodded promptly. The portly man cast a wary eye over the street, expressing, I detest doing business with those who possess assets. It is simply unsafe. Chapter 28. Lodging at 9:40 p.m. Within the warehouse, Jiang Xian completed the assembly of the brand-new kinetic chamber. Climbing down the ladder, she stretched her arms and exclaimed, My heavens, it's finally done. Zhang Yunxi rubbed his eyes and looked up at the resplendent figure of the great Ming war god, Zhu Qixin, whose entire being radiated a metallic brilliance. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him, truly magnificent. A man should pursue the most beautiful women and engage with the most formidable mechs. Jiang Xian rolled her eyes in response. How vulgar. Hey, I and Apotheosis Vey spent so much money. You ought to let me indulge in some idle chatter. Zhang Yunxi chuckled, scratching his head, and revealed a rather innocent expression before saying, after a long day. I haven't eaten yet. Shall I order some takeout? No, let's just consider it a diet. Jiang Xian waved her hand dismissively. Zhang Yunxi had been living alone for nearly a month, and a sense of solitude had begun to weigh heavily upon her. Thus, she took the initiative to suggest, if your friend's place is too far, why don't we share a bed? Jiang Xian stared at Zhang Yunxi, bewildered. She looked up and asked, You want me to sleep at your place? Hey, Bao Bao, are you asleep? Sorry to disturb you, Jiang Xian playfully pouted. Do you have a spare room? If not, I'll just hang around. All right, please feel free, Zhang Yunxi replied. As Jiang Xian ended the call, she let out a long sigh. Fine, you can sleep downstairs. I'll crash for a night and leave tomorrow. And I don't like my food too salty. Jiang Xian wearily swayed her elegant, swan-like neck and ascended the stairs. Understood, she said as she closed the door behind her. Who could resist a charming girl skilled in mech engineering? Especially when he was a passionate, single young man. Zhang Yunxi felt a rush of excitement and trepidation as he promptly seated himself within the confines of the warehouse, enduring discomfort to order a plethora of delectable dishes. It is no exaggeration to say that he had indeed spent 99% of the inheritance left by his parents. Today, he had to resort to a meager sum for purchasing components, having taken out a loan against the credibility of his eternal world, for he wished to preserve his cash reserves and avoid plunging into a precarious financial situation. Humming a tune, after finalizing his order, Zhang Yunxi activated the AI system within the room, which obediently raised the warehouse's roller door, preparing him for a trip to the nearby supermarket to procure some beverages and light intoxicating mixtures. As the door ascended, he had barely taken 2 steps outside when he was approached by a group of over 10 men clad in black suits. The leader, a portly man in his 40s, towered over the rest, his suit accompanied by an ostentatious shirt. In the first district, one could encounter all manner of individuals. And upon observing the imposing demeanor of these men, Zhang Yunxi instinctively stepped aside. As the stout man strode past the warehouse, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhu Qixin, propped up on a shelf, prompting an immediate frown to crease his brow. Zhang Yunxi promptly lowered the roller shutter door, only proceeding to tidy up the street after the other party had passed. A portly middle-aged man, observing the closed shutter with a grave expression, remarked, There are mechas. One must exercise caution when navigating another's territory. He glanced around furtively and whispered, Have a Lu wait for the money at the park. Once their communication concluded, the stout man hoisted a box and entered the building where Zhang Yunxi resided. 2 minutes later, the iron gate of the underground warehouse swung open, and a group of over 10 individuals stepped into the dimly lit corridor. They arrived at the door of a room at the end of the corridor, where the portly man pushed open the wooden door, taking only 4 companions inside, and with a cupped fist gesture, addressed the figure seated on the sofa. "The magpie in the sky chirps, and I have come to bring you money, Godfather Vey." Weibo furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this rustic fellow. Bemused by the archaic manner of speech, "Sit." Weibo extended his palm. "I am Pang Baran, known as Old Pang in the wasteland." The portly man replied as he settled onto the sofa with the box. Weibo nodded slowly. "Your name resonates. You are a guest. How shall the goods be delivered?" Half in front of the door, half outside, Pang Baran adjusted his collar, his gaze imbued with caution and wisdom. "Haha, I adhere strictly to the principle of trust in business. However, splitting the delivery may complicate matters. You must inspect the goods. A two-way transaction facilitates the handling of payments." He crossed his legs confidently. "When it comes to matters of life and death, let us remain prudent." Weibo chuckled. "You are indeed a cautious individual. Where is the external location?" After a moment of silence, Weibo turned to a tall man, over 6 feet. "Then you may stand outside." "Understood." The man departed. Weibo beckoned. "Have some tea." "Not necessary. Thank you." Pang Baran waved his hand dismissively. At Qingshan Theological Academy, Li Han, clad in sportswear, strode into the parking lot. A modest sedan at the edge of Zone A illuminated its headlights and smoothly ignited upon detecting the signal from Li Han and Appo's electronic wristwatch. He approached, and the car door swung open, the AI system responding automatically. "Boss, Xiao Yuan is at your service." "All right." The AI activated the nighttime driving system, adjusted the lights, and drove Li Han away from the campus. Inside the vehicle, Li Han closed his eyes, relaxing his posture. Suddenly, 2 small, insect-like objects darted through the dark sky. Approximately 15 minutes later, the sedan arrived at a scenic spot behind Qingshan Theological Academy, parking at the edge of the lot. Upon arrival, Li Han did not exit but instead rested his hands and surveyed the surrounding landscape, waiting quietly. This area, a tourist zone of Qingshan town, thrived with visitors during the day at the nearby waterfall and artificial lake, yet transformed into a desolate expanse at night, seldom trodden by human feet. After a brief wait, he continued to observe. 2 off-road vehicles, adorned with dark window tinting, approached and came to a halt beside the sedan. Li Han remained motionless, whispering into his wristwatch phone. "There's something above me." In a swift motion, the door of a fully electric off-roader swung open, and a man clad in black combat attire, donning a steel helmet, drew an electric stun gun from his waist. He tilted his head skyward, scanning rapidly before raising his arm and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 faint thuds echoed as 2 luminous insects plummeted from the heavens. "Are there more?" Li Han inquired. The man glanced upwards once more, meticulously surveying the surroundings. None left. Li Han stepped out of the vehicle and approached the 2 off-roaders, hands clasped behind his back, declaring, "Relying on AI tonight may prove futile. There could be sacrifices." In Block 1, on the 2nd floor, Zhang Xin emerged from the bathroom in her athletic wear, her hair still damp. Upon seeing a lavish spread of takeout, she exclaimed in surprise, "ISN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. T this a bit extravagant? We can and AMP. AMP. Oppos. T possibly finish all this. It and AMP. AMP. Oppos. S a token of appreciation," Zhang Yunxi replied, arranging the chopsticks with a light chuckle. "To be honest, I and Oppos. V been feeling rather low lately, but after finishing the repairs on Teachers U today, I feel as though a weight has been lifted from my heart. My mood is quite clear now." Zhang Yunxi raised a glass of wine with his right hand and inquired, "Shall we indulge a little?" Zhang Xin did not decline. Zhang Yunxi revealed a smile of relief. "All right, let us finish our drinks and then retire for the night." Chapter 29. A thrilling night around 11:10 p.m. Wei Wu was roused from his slumber by a call from Dr. Pang. Groggy, he opened his eyes and activated the lights in the sleep chamber, accepting the call. "What is going on?" Wei Wu inquired. "Huh? Were you forced to leak it, or was it voluntary?" Wei Wu asked, still somewhat bewildered. "It should be voluntary. Hurry to the main entrance of the academy. We are preparing to head to the scene. Quickly," Dr. Pang urged. "All right, wait for me." Wei Wu promptly ended the communication, exited the sleep chamber, and hastily donned his clothes. Suddenly, the door of the adjacent sleep chamber swung open, revealing Tong Zhan in a t-shirt, visibly alert. "What is the matter?" Tong Zhan was eager to join but recognized he was neither part of the Academy and Appos, as security nor law enforcement, thus lacking the authority to partake in the investigation. Be sure to inform me of any updates. After all, it was my lead, Tong Zhan insisted. Understood. Wei Wu managed to dress in under a minute, hurriedly leaving the dormitory. Sitting in the sleep chamber, Tong Zhan contemplated for a moment. Unable to suppress his curiosity and impulsiveness, he reached for his clothes and the mechanical arm hidden beneath the chamber, beginning to prepare himself. Li Han. Since the conclusion of the assassination case in the Director's office, Li Han had entered the sights of Wei Wu, Zhang Yunqi, the Academy, and the police department, becoming a primary suspect. The lead came from Tong Zhan, who, while not disclosing the true reason for his investigation, provided suspicious information about Li Han. This included Li Han's private encounters with the headless suspect from the Director and Appos' office, multiple unauthorized entries into the Academy and Appos' AI robot storage, and his online purchases of medications for bone injuries. How else could one explain that the suspect managed to release sleeping gas through the sleep chamber? Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary staff. This indicated that the individual orchestrating the events not only possessed extensive knowledge about Zhang Yunqi but also understood Wei Wu's circumstances well. Otherwise, he could simply have entered the eternal life world, impersonated Dr. Pang, and found a pretext to speak with Zhang Yunqi privately. There would have been no need to force Wei Wu offline. This action clearly suggested that the perpetrator feared Wei Wu's real identity, as he was an experienced criminal investigator capable of detecting flaws easily. Taking all these factors into account, Wei Wu initially pinpointed his suspects to the two individuals in the dormitory besides Zhang Yunqi, along with Academy personnel who had frequent interactions with her. Thus, the day before Zhang Yunqi's withdrawal from the Academy, Wei Wu led a covert operation against Tong Zhan, only to discover he was not the criminal. Under the pressure of Wei Wu's report, Tong Zhan ultimately provided a clear lead. Li Han's behavior was indeed suspicious. However, this clue cannot be considered as evidence. There remains a considerable distance before one could even contemplate suing Li Han. Moreover, Wei Wu is uncertain whether Li Han is indeed the mastermind or if accomplices are involved. Consequently, he reported the matter to Dr. Pang, who subsequently communicated with Li Dongming from the Metropolitan Police Department. Furthermore, during this period, Zhang Yunqi proactively proposed her intention to withdraw from school, a suggestion that was immediately met with support from both Dr. Pang and Wei Wu. This explains why, on the day of her departure, Zhang Yunqi and Dr. Pang engaged in an extensive conversation in the room. Zhang Yunqi believed that since the other party had failed twice within the Academy, if he were to remain obstinately, they, not being fools, would surely refrain from recklessly taking action. Otherwise, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Hence, he decided to withdraw his defenses. He left the Academy, rented an apartment in Mingzhu City, installed surveillance cameras, and simultaneously worked to restore Teacher Zhu while serving as bait. This 18-year-old youth, from a psychological standpoint, exhibited traits of a cunning strategist. Though he appeared sunny and optimistic, he harbored a resolute mindset, as evidenced by his maneuvering against the deceptive Dr. Pang in the Eternal Life realm, securing IP lock time for Wei Wu. Wei Wu hastily exited the dormitory, sprinting to the front of the Academy, where he encountered Dr. Pang along with several leaders from the institution. What is happening? Wei Wu inquired. There and Appos. No time for explanations. Get in. Dr. Pang urged. Let us go. As they conversed, they entered a purely electric sedan and took their seats in the back. Once the convoy departed, Wei Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and pressed, quickly. Brief me on the situation. At 9:50, the investigation team within the Academy discovered that Li Han had suddenly left in a vehicle. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the parking lot of the scenic area on the back mountain. Dr. Pang elaborated. Li Han waited in the car for a while. Then two off-road vehicles arrived to meet him, accompanied by an armed individual who shot down a lightweight aerial reconnaissance device. Armed personnel? To what extent? Wei Wu questioned, furrowing his brow. Has Li Han detected the police's actions? Where is he currently? Upon hearing this, Wei Wu immediately activated the map feature on his wrist communicator, swiftly pinpointing the location of Huahai Town and glancing at the first district. The two directions were completely contradictory. A sense of foreboding crept into Wei Wu's mind as he looked at Dr. Pang and asked, is there still police presence in the city? Dr. Pang hesitated. That's impossible. Many people have gathered around him. That is of no consequence. They are merely cannon fodder. Wei Wu, exasperated, loosened his collar. Over an hour has passed. Why didn't you contact me sooner? Because I only just received the news. Li Dongming, in order to prevent the capture information from leaking. Fearing there might be a mole within the academy, first mobilized the police to surround Li Han before notifying us, Dr. Peng explained, then quickly added. It's evident he intends to take action tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many people. What leads you to conclude he is intentionally drawing us in? Do you have any evidence? Dr. Peng fell silent. Wei Wu pondered carefully. There are definitely more than just Li Han at play within the academy. Their influence far exceeds our expectations. Quickly, turn around and head to the first district. If we delay, Zhang Yunxi will surely be lost. With that, Wei Wu promptly activated the communicator. On the second floor of the warehouse, Zhang Yunxi gazed intently at the rosy-cheeked Jiang Xian and softly inquired, Will you be cold tonight? If so, I could add an extra blanket for you. Alternatively, I could sleep on the floor. One more breath shared brings an added warmth. Jiang Xian rolled her eyes and retorted, Oh dear, I never realized you could be so sentimental. Must you say such things? I'd rather not regurgitate my meal onto your face. Ha ha, I merely wished to tease you, Zhang Yunxi replied, but before she could finish, the communicator illuminated with a call request. Wait a moment. Zhang Yunxi observed the avatar on the projection screen and promptly stepped into the restroom, exclaiming, Hello, Lao Wei. Hello? Nonsense. You must flee immediately. Do not linger in the warehouse. Go to our police investigation point. Swiftly. Wei Wu shouted urgently, Someone is coming to find you. Ah? Zhang Yunxi was taken aback. After the call, she flung open the restroom door and dashed to the dining table, seizing Jiang Xian and Apos' wrist as she exclaimed, We must escape. Ah? Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered. Zhang Yunxi reached for the kinetic core concealed beneath the table. Let us descend. In the basement beneath Zhang Yunxi and Apos' residence. A young man nudged Weber's shoulder and whispered, The goods outside have been inspected. All is in order. Weber rubbed his eyes to alleviate his drowsiness and looked up at Pang Baran, saying, You are being overly cautious. This is unnecessarily prolonged. It is getting late. Let us commence. A measure of caution is never unwarranted, Pang Baran retorted as he promptly opened a black case, revealing 4 vials containing potent elixirs. This is the main course. It is over 1,000 times more potent than the diluted agents you have encountered before. The substance outside is a suppressive solution, capable of momentarily curbing the effects of the elixirs for easier trial. Weber gestured dismissively, summoned someone knowledgeable to verify. In the storeroom above, Zhang Yunxi had just sprinted to the underside of Zhu Qizhen's machine when, suddenly, a faint sound of an explosion echoed behind him. As the rolling shutter door ascended, a young man donned in a V-shaped smiling mask, accompanied by a dozen armed men, appeared at the entrance. Zhang Yunxi, can you guess who I am? The youth stepped confidently into the room. Chapter 30. Return in the basement. A large-scale biological agent transaction was unfolding. An elderly man with graying hair, styled in a manner reminiscent of a monk, emerged from the inner chamber, clad in a white lab coat. He carried a silver case in his left hand and a cage containing 4 experimental mice in his right. Approaching Weber, he inquired, Shall we commence? We and Apos, in trouble. Weber nodded in response. The old man opened the silver case on the table, retrieving a drug extractor and connecting it to a data observation terminal. He affixed minute electrode patches to the shaved areas of the 4 mice. Once everything was set, the old man addressed Pang Baran, the agent. Pang Baran, this time, refrained from further dialogue and simply pushed the box of agents forward. The old man inserted the drug extractor, equipped with 4 nebulization tubes, into the vial, beginning the extraction of an exceedingly small quantity of the liquid. Direct injection? The previously drowsy Weber was now thoroughly invigorated. He rose and posed the question. Direct injection would be intolerable for the mice. We need to nebulize the milligram-level agents to allow absorption through infection, ensuring precise data. The old man busily instructed, Silence. The data observation requires tranquility. Professional. Pang Baran marveled with caution. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately disabled their communication devices and activated the noise cancellation system within the room. The old man bent down, attaching a minuscule, uniquely shaped oxygen mask to the drug extractor. He then pressed down on one of the white mice, securing the oxygen mask over its entire head and sealing it. It begins. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lifted the cage and placed it within a sealed glass chamber, pressing the activation button. In the warehouse, the slender figure of Zhang Yunxi, pale-faced, gazed apprehensively at the group of intruders, instinctively retreating. These individuals, clad in unmarked heavy combat suits and wielding various firearms, wore black holographic helmets bearing V-shaped expressions, rendering their features unrecognizable. They moved heavily, forming a line as they advanced to the center of the warehouse. With a clatter, the two nearest the entrance pulled down the rolling shutter door. Zhang Yunxi gradually retreated, only to find his back pressed against the wall, leaving him with no place to escape. The room was brightly lit, and the leading young man among the crowd stepped forward, approaching Zhang Yunxi. "Can you guess who I am?" he inquired. Slowly raising his hand adorned with a silver mechanized arm, he firmly grasped Zhang Yunxi's throat, commanding in an authoritative tone, "Search. There is another woman here. Find her, and we shall withdraw immediately." For men clad in black combat uniforms brandished their weapons and swiftly ascended the stairs. Zhang Yunxi leaned against the wall, nearly suffocating under the grip of the young man's mechanical arm. The youth pressed a button on the side of his steel helmet, revealing his cheek. It was Lu Yi. The very person standing before Zhang Yunxi was none other than the president of the Qinshan Academy Student Council, Lu Yi, with whom Zhang had previously clashed. The moment Zhang Yunxi laid eyes on him, all the doubts within him unraveled. Why had Lu Yi been so adamant in persuading Zhang Yunxi to unlock his memories, even after receiving a clear refusal from Zhang Yunxi? Why did he still seek to exploit legal loopholes to access the brain machine memories of criminal suspects? Because he was the one truly intent on pilfering Zhang Yunxi and Apos as memories, aiming to manipulate the investigative process of the case for his own ends. Everything became clear, and the truth was laid bare. Yet, Zhang Yunxi found himself cornered. No one is omniscient, and who could have anticipated that Lu Yi, hailing from an affluent background and excelling academically, possessed such malevolence to commit such acts? What was his ultimate objective? Inside the warehouse, the two locked eyes as Lu Yi viciously gripped Zhang Yunxi's neck, his expression twisted with rage as he spat. "Are you throwing burning oil on me? Is that so? Huh?" With a sudden thrust, Lu Yi kneed Zhang Yunxi in the abdomen. The latter, frail in stature and facing Lu Yu's metallic knee armor, was utterly unable to withstand the blow, his body instinctively folding over. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, you worthless scoundrel, my loved ones might have survived the final ordeal. Do you understand?" Lu Ye's face twisted with fury as he delivered a stinging slap to Zhang Yunxi's face, the hard metal of his gauntlet scraping against Zhang's skin. Crimson blood oozing from the wound. Zhang Yunxi, dazed from the blows, surveyed his surroundings with blurred vision. "You dare to provoke me? You even threatened to end your own life?" Lu Yi suddenly raised his knee and, with a resounding thud, struck Zhang Yunxi's cheek, cursing, "If you weren't of any use, you would have already shared the fate of those three fools whom Li Yun had butchered, gone to the crematorium." Still reeling from the assault, Zhang Yunxi lifted his head sharply upon hearing those words. In the room above, the lights had been extinguished. Three men were swiftly searching the interior and the bathroom, while the remaining individual stood at the staircase, activating the thermal detection system of his holographic helmet. The image displayed a surge of red extending outward from the window. Outside on the second floor, Zhang Xin clutched a ventilation grill with her left hand, her right foot precariously balancing on the protruding ledge of the window, her body hanging against the wall. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead as she anxiously gazed at her wrist communicator. The projection above the communicator indicated that the recipient was still in the process of rebooting, with the progress bar nearing 85%. "Amipa, please, hurry up," Zhang Xin silently implored. Upon hearing her distress, the three men immediately rushed towards the window. Meanwhile, in the basement, Zhang Yunxi, bloodied and battered, lifted his head, shock evident in his eyes as he stared at Lu Yi. "What did you just say? Do you truly wish to know?" Lu Yi bent down, tugging at Zhang Yunxi's hair, shouting, "Do you understand why Li Yun exhibits divergent thinking? Why she can ponder problems like a human? It's because her system has been tampered with. The guiding ideology we implanted was to kidnap your wretched sister and use her to threaten Zhang Jitao into relinquishing your memories. But unexpectedly, Li Yun developed her own cognitive patterns. She lost control and exterminated your entire family. But this works out just fine, with the Zhang family obliterated. There are no more obstacles. We can go straight for you." Zhang Yunxi stood in a daze, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, none of whom urged Lu Yi onward, for they were all awaiting the descent of those above. Quite surprising, ISN and Apos. Tiet, I can reveal to you that the harrowing images of Li Yun slaughtering your entire family, which you beheld in the eternal life realm, were also orchestrated by me. For it was right after Li Yun committed the heinous act that we visited your abode. Oh, that scene. Enraged, Zhang Yunxi suddenly lunged at Lu Yi, shouting, "I will kill you." Thud. Lu Yu effortlessly pinned Zhang Yunqi's head down with one arm, mockingly directing his gaze upstairs, bellowing, "Where are they?" Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the second-floor window. Jiang Xin had been located. In truth, the events from Lu Yu entering the warehouse to Jiang Xin's capture unfolded in less than a minute. "Bring her down, now," Lu Yu commanded. Rising and gesturing towards Zhang Yunqi, "Take him away." On the second floor, Jiang Xin struggled, her complexion ashen as she cried out, "Teacher Zhu, save us." No sooner had her words left her lips than, bang. Within the dilapidated warehouse, the mech of Zhu Qizhen erupted in a dazzling display of light, accompanied by a roar akin to a jet engine in operation. From the chest of the mech, a crimson glow pulsated fiercely. The ignition light of the Qi-Long Deep Motion XL energy core. Whoosh. A dozen pressure vents on Zhu Qizhen's mech simultaneously expelled white gas. The ferocious pressure scattering debris throughout the room, cabinets toppled, workbenches were overturned, and steel frames bent under the force, pushing back a group of 10 or so individuals clad in heavy combat suits several paces. Swish. Zhu Qizhen and Appo's electronic pupils ignited. Beep. The energy core fully rebooted. The energy chamber functioning normally. The cooling system engaged, and the electronic components of the mech operated seamlessly. Beep beep. Zhu Qizhen's head slowly lifted, the blue brain core at his forehead erupting in a blinding radiance. The Hongmeng V19 brain core control system re-established its connection. "Welcome back, Teacher Zhu Qizhen." As the electronic prompt from the auxiliary AI system concluded, Zhu Qizhen's somewhat vacant pupils scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Xin's wrist communicator finished sending its signal, and the screen dimmed. Li Han and Appo's information was erroneous. This mech has been fully repaired. A stranger, holding Jiang Xin, suddenly shouted, "Is it really repaired so swiftly?" Li gazed in disbelief at Zhu Qizhen on the steel frame, taking 2 steps back. "I distinctly checked the distribution information for her energy core. It did not indicate that it had been delivered." Bang creak. Zhu Qizhen sprang into action, his steel hands shattering the restraints that bound him. Turning to glance at Zhang Yunqi, "I never expected that a newly reborn, whose entire kin was slain by a machine, would be willing to expend all their savings to rescue another mech." In less than a second, Zhu Qizhen's Hongming neural core assimilated a minuscule fragment of memory. He stepped forward and fixed his gaze on Lu Yi, inquiring, "You are the accomplice of that ruthless perpetrator on the basketball court, are you not?" "Damn it. After the last beating I received, I felt a twinge of defiance within me." "Move." The man guarding Lu Yi shoved him aside, simultaneously bending down to seize Zhang Yunqi. "The teacher is protecting you." Zhu Qizhen advanced, his mechanical arm and Appo's elbow propulsion system igniting in a blaze, and he delivered a powerful punch to the wall. Boom. The resounding crash echoed as a substantial hole was blasted through a load-bearing wall. The thug, utterly unprepared for Zhu Qizhen's velocity, was sent crashing into the adjacent corridor, buried beneath a cascade of bricks and debris. "Run!" Zhu Qizhen shouted at Zhang Yunqi, grasping a metal framework with his left hand and swinging it violently into the crowd across from him. Downstairs, a remarkably cautious transaction reached its pivotal moment. Chapter 31. Ripping apart the AI team upon awakening. Zhu Qizhen found Lu Yi and a dozen others hastily exiting the warehouse and stepping out onto the street. "The robot and Appo's core energy fluctuations have intensified. You must retreat while we handle it. We will undoubtedly capture Zhang Yunqi," shouted a man clad in heavy combat gear as he sprinted away. Buzzing. 2 trucks surged out of a parking lot with incredible speed. Crash. The sound of collapsing walls reverberated within the warehouse as the 3 armed warriors accompanying Lu Yi were propelled into the air. In terror, Lu Yi and the others turned to witness the complete collapse of the left wall at the warehouse entrance, while lights and external electronic devices tumbled down from above the staircase. Thud, thud. The heavy thudding of footsteps resonated within the warehouse, as Zhu Qizhen emerged from the rubble at the doorway, holding a heavily armored thug in his left hand as a shield, while his right hand relentlessly pounded the thug's head. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi and the others paled and instinctively retreated. Zhu Qizhen hurled the thug upward, more than 3 meters high, and as the thug plummeted rapidly, Zhu Qizhen and Appo's right leg shot up in a swift motion, delivering a powerful kick that sent the thug flying 7 or 8 meters away. The thug bounced on the ground like a rubber ball, tumbling 4 or 5 times before rolling to Lu Yi's side, utterly unresponsive. Crunch. Zhu Qizhen, with a touch of bravado, adjusted his piston neck and called out to Lu Yi, "Run." Inside, while Lu Yi and his companions were fleeing. Zhu Qizhen had swiftly dispatched the 4 thugs who had kidnapped Jiang Xin on the 2nd floor. Once freed, Jiang Xin hurried downstairs to reunite with Zhang Yunxi. "Run, hurry!" Upon hearing Zhu Qizhen's urgent call, Zhang Yunxi seized Jiang Xin's wrist and dashed towards the inner exit of the warehouse, which led to a corridor on the 1st floor of the building, long sealed off by previous tenants and left unused for an extended period. Bang, bang. Zhang Yunxi collided with the door panel, only to discover that it was firmly secured. "Step aside." Jiang Xin forcefully shoved Zhang Yunxi aside, swiftly seizing the pneumatic gun intended for the repair of Zhu Qizhen. Aiming it at the electronic lock of the door, she decisively pulled the trigger. Boom. With a resounding crash, the door panel splintered. Zhang Yunxi took 2 steps back and kicked the edge of the door 3 times, finally forcing it open. "Let us go." The 2 rushed into the corridor, with Zhang Yunxi pulling Jiang Xin along. "I've studied the layout here. We can escape from the back." "Do you know they're coming?" Jiang Xin inquired. "It's difficult to explain in a few words. We must flee first." Zhang Yunxi sprinted ahead, exclaiming, "Only by escaping can we signal Teacher Zhu to withdraw as well." As they conversed, they had already reached the corner of the corridor. Outside, 2 trucks loaded with sealed containers arrived at the warehouse entrance from either side. The doors of the containers swung open, revealing more than 20 AI combat warriors with blue and white exoskeletons, equipped with combat systems, alongside a black AI commander adorned with energy particle beam weapons. The AI warriors advanced, encircling the towering figure of Zhu Qizhen. "Get lost, trash, or I'll tear you apart," the black commander declared, as its rocket thrusters ignited, propelling it a meter into the air while its mechanical eyes locked onto Zhu Qizhen. "What a pitiful single-core, low-intelligence slave. Don't pretend to be a flying assassin." Enraged, Zhu Qizhen charged towards the left truck. With a resounding thud, Zhu Qizhen's side-mounted thrusters roared to life, accelerating his speed and closing the distance between him and the AI commander rapidly. Meanwhile, Lu Yi arrived at the entrance of another building unit, brandishing a demolition gun and decisively pulling the trigger. A series of explosive sticky grenades were launched, adhering to the electronic door. With a thunderous blast, Lu Yi retreated 2 steps, activating the detonation switch on his weapon, shattering the electronic door. Scan the building's structure and calculate Zhang Yunxi's potential escape routes. Hurry. A group of heavily armored human bandits surged into the building, quickly dispersing. Lu Yi and 4 others raced towards the corridor leading to Zhang Yunxi's residence. In the narrow central space of the building, Zhu Qizhen sprinted down the street, now less than 5 meters from the AI commander. Above, curious onlookers peered down, and upon witnessing the scene below, many were on the verge of overwhelming the emergency services with calls. Indeed, a battle of robots. Absolutely robots. "How do I know? They aren't wearing clothes," exclaimed a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, anxiously shouting into his communicator, "Hurry, I have children at home." With a firm stance, Zhu Qizhen leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch toward the AI commander. "Fire!" The command robot soared backward into the air, promptly issuing orders. The cognitive programming of these AI warriors was exceedingly simplistic. They possessed no emotions or personal thoughts, adhering strictly to the system's directives and executing the commands of their operator. The command robot, merely an advanced version of an ordinary soldier with an added command system, was devoid of fear or trepidation, a rather unsettling notion upon reflection. As the orders were given, more than 20 AI warriors surrounded Zhu Qizhen, wielding the electromagnetic cannons mounted on their frames, unleashing a furious barrage of fire. The resounding blasts echoed, bang, bang, bang. The brilliant blue light engulfed the darkness of the street, momentarily dazzling the onlookers peering from above, leaving them feeling as though their very eyes were blinded. Spheres of blue electrical explosions coalesced, striking Zhu Qizhen's frame and detonating, creating even larger orbs of blue light and tempestuous storms. A qualitative change emerged from quantitative accumulation as the electromagnetic cannons of the 20-plus AI warriors detonated one by one. A transient electromagnetic field formed. Within a 50-meter radius centered on Zhu Qizhen, all electronic devices malfunctioned instantaneously, igniting and exploding, while in areas 200 meters away, all electronic devices ceased to function. Once the blue spherical electromagnetic storm subsided, the mechanical eyes of the AI warriors turned toward the halted Zhu Qizhen, who was caught in a running stance. Crackle, crackle. The blue arcs of electricity visibly danced across Zhu Qizhen's frame. He had lost his ability to move. The AI command robot slowly approached Zhu Qizhen, intending to dismantle his kinetic core. Beep, beep. At that moment, a series of alerts erupted from Zhu Qijian's energy chamber. Not due to damage to the electronic components, but rather as a warning of energy overflow. Not this again. Zhu Qijian snarled, throwing a powerful punch. It and Apotheosis Mechs futile. Bang. The unsuspecting AI command robot was sent flying by the force of his strike. Smack. While airborne, Zhu Qijian seized the robot and Apotheosis Mechs' right leg, yanking it down with brutal simplicity. Thud. The AI robot crashed to the ground, and Zhu Qijian stomped on its chest, his arms reaching directly for its right arm, which was equipped with a beam cannon. At that moment, the energy chamber on Zhu Qijian and Apotheosis Mechs' chest shone brilliantly, the alloy exterior having turned a scorching red from the previously absorbed excess energy. Absorbed. The AI robot stammered, error in data. It's equipped with an anti-jamming magnetic ring. Switch to thermal weaponry. Switch to what? I'm about to explode. Zhu Qijian felt his kinetic chamber teetering on the brink of detonation. He had no desire to perish, especially after recalling through Zhang Yunqi's memories that his new master was financially destitute, lacking the resources to repair him. Crack, bang, crunch. Zhu Qijian gripped the robot's right arm, forcefully tearing it asunder. Zzz. In the AI humanoid's body, the burning oil and raw liquid were fully ejected. Zhu Qijian grasped the opponent's arm and, with a straightforward and forceful motion, detached the beam cannon converter, skillfully inserting it into the thermal weapon slot on his left shoulder. However, with his own weapon loading system, Zhu Qijian felt as though his kinetic chamber was on the verge of bursting. In a moment of urgency, he attached the converter to himself. Just as Zhu Qijian was preparing to release his pent-up energy, his neural cores suddenly received a set of information. It was from Jiang-Xin. Teacher Zhu, save us. Following the coordinates provided, Zhu Qijian swiftly turned his head towards the building. In the corridor behind the structure, Zhang Yunqi was pulling Jiang-Xin's hand, retreating frantically. In the darkness, Liu, accompanied by 4 others, was advancing, while 2 more individuals flanked them from behind. Capture him, Liu shouted. On the street, Zhu Qijian and Apotheosis Mechs' electronic eyes locked onto the coordinates, glowing brilliantly in red as he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Run up to the 3rd floor. The lower levels are about to explode." Beep, beep, beep. A sharp alarm blared incessantly from Zhu Qijian's chest. In the underground warehouse, Pang Baran cautiously raised his head to glance at the ceiling. Don't you feel the vibrations in the stairs? Beside the round table, a knowledgeable individual was testing the data of the reagents, while Weber, fixated on 4 small white mice, urged, "Quiet, quiet." The noise cancellation system in the room had been activated, rendering the outside chaos inaudible to the group, yet Pang Baran remained vigilant. No, this building is definitely shaking. In the corridor, Zhang Yunqi, confronted by the advancing Liu, shouted once more, "Old Zhu, save me." On the street, the photon cannon converter successfully connected. Energy gathered completely. The auxiliary AI's voice resonated within Zhu Qijian's mind. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the photon cannon on Zhu Qijian's left shoulder fired 5 rounds, shattering the 1st floor of the building's warehouse and accurately striking the corridor. Within the corridor, before Zhang Yunqi and the others could react, the deafening roar of the explosion rendered them momentarily deaf. A wave of heat surged forth, causing Zhang Yunqi and Jiang-Xin's minds to briefly lose consciousness, witnessing the corridor disintegrate as their bodies plummeted rapidly. Bang, rumble. The ceiling of the basement shattered as 4 figures fell from above. Thud. Zhang Yunqi suddenly crashed onto the round table, losing consciousness. In a flash, panic swept through the crowd, but it was Pang Baran who reacted first, drawing his weapon and shouting, "What the hell? I told you the stairs were shaking. Are we being ambushed?" Chapter 32, Ambush. In the basement, where the ceiling had been blown apart, dust swirled chaotically amidst the devastation. Once Pang Baran and the other sellers regained their composure, they swiftly aimed their weapons at Weber's faction. "Are you out of your mind?" Weber exclaimed, shaking off debris from his body. "Have you ever seen an ambush that blows up the trading site? Are we trying to get ourselves killed? What on earth is happening?" A towering man, over 6 feet tall, stared in disbelief at Zhang Yunqi on the table, bewildered. Weber suddenly looked up. "Stay alert. There's someone upstairs." Upon hearing this, his men immediately drew their weapons, aiming at the gaping hole in the ceiling. What the hell? Pang Baran, a fierce character, aimed his particle beam kinetic gun directly at the ground. Among the rubble, 2 bandits who had fallen from the upstairs hole were just regaining consciousness. Bang, bang, don't move. At that moment, A knowledgeable individual Weber had summoned fixed his gaze on Zhang Yunxi, his expression vacant as he stated, "The extractor's readings are skyrocketing, the dosage is decreasing." "What are you talking about? Get lost." Pang Baran and Amp. Apos. S temper flared as he reached to push Zhang Yunxi aside to seize the black leather case beneath him. "I said, don't move. Do you want to die?" The knowledgeable man shouted. "Hurry up, there are still people upstairs." The towering man gripped his weapon tightly. His eyes locked on the hole in the ceiling. "Don't touch it. If you want to live, step back." The knowledgeable man gestured for everyone to retreat, then raised his right leg and kicked the edge of the round table. Bang! As the crowd dispersed, the table toppled, and Zhang Yunxi tumbled to the ground with a thud. The black case he had been pressed under also shifted upright. The knowledgeable man and Apos' eyes scanned the black case, and upon seeing 4 vials of medication, one of which was cracked and damaged, presumably crushed by Zhang Yunxi's weight, he noted that the other 3 were completely shattered, resembling shards of glass scattered irregularly across the black velvet of the case. These 3 vials appeared to have exploded on their own. Moreover, the liquid within all 4 vials had vanished. Pang Baran noticed this scene as well, and his composure shattered. "What the hell? Where are the vials?" As he spoke, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the unconscious Zhang Yunxi, whose face was flushed as he lay amidst the debris, showing no signs of awakening. The knowledgeable man seized Weber's brother's rifle, prodding the barrel into Zhang Yunxi's back and lifting it slightly. Zhang Yunxi rolled over, exposing his back to the onlookers. Upon seeing the damage to his clothing, Pang Baran noticed several shards of glass embedded in the center of his spine, though the bleeding was minimal. "He has external injuries." "Absorbed," one discerning onlooker exclaimed in astonishment. "Damn it." Pang Baran cursed furiously, immediately pointing at Zhang Yunxi and shouting, "He is a commodity. Get him out of here. Leave the person. I'll pay you for the money. Is that agreeable?" Weber also desired this living cargo. "Get lost." The cautious Pang Baran, untrusting of Weber, brandished his weapon and yelled, "If you utter another word, we will engage in a shootout immediately." While Weber was unafraid of Pang Baran and his group, the current situation of confronting a band of extremely cautious desperados was evidently not worth the risk. "Forget it, we withdraw." In the corridor above, 7 or 8 armed bandits rushed to the explosion site, encountering Lu Yi and his team. In the dimly lit hallway, sparks crackled intermittently. Lu Yi, his demeanor frayed, looked at the group with a dirty face and gritted his teeth, saying, "There are people below. I need a few brave souls." Lu Yi was indeed on the verge of a breakdown. He had initially believed that with Li Han diverting the police, capturing Zhang Yunxi would be a straightforward endeavor. However, he hadn't anticipated that upon arriving at the scene, he would first discover that the information provided by Li Han was erroneous, and Zhu Qizhen had been repaired. Just as he was preparing to launch another attack, he found a group of unknown individuals downstairs engaged in a transaction. What kind of ancestral virtue must one possess to be this fortunate? In the basement, Pang Baran and Apos' brother donned mechanical gauntlets and was preparing to forcibly evacuate Zhang Yunxi when suddenly, 7 or 8 miniature AI drones descended from above. "They're coming down," bellowed a towering man over 6 feet tall. "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted within the room, and before the drones could approach the crowd, they were shot down, exploding into pieces. The orange flames flickered across the ceiling. Suddenly, a burst of bright light illuminated the space, followed by synchronized shouts from above. "Long live the new world." 5 individuals leaped through a large hole, weapons in their right hands and explosives in their left, scattering towards the crowd. My goodness! Upon witnessing the opposing force and Apos' stance, Pang Baran instantly realized that these individuals were intent on a desperate fight, prompting him to retreat hastily. Boom, rumble, rumble. The sounds of explosions reverberated throughout the underground warehouse, as an armed bandit utilized the strength of a mechanical arm to hurl Zhang Yunxi upwards. Slapping Zhang Yunxi on the neck, Liu plunged an electric shock device into his skin and immediately stood up, shouting, "Cover me." Following this, an armed bandit scooped up Zhang Yunxi and hurriedly followed Lu Yi in a dash towards the exit. The remaining 2 individuals barricaded themselves above a gaping hole in the ceiling, wielding kinetic guns, unleashing a frenzied barrage downward. On the street, Zhu Qizhen effortlessly obliterated 5 AI warriors, yet he found himself unable to rescue Zhang Yunxi. The AI combatants, devoid of rationality and unafraid of death, resorted to a desperate tactic. One by one, they self-destructed while clinging to his limbs, aiming to delay him. The god of war felt utterly frustrated. Had he been equipped with a combat system, These AI mechanical warriors would have held no power to impede him. Liu, in a manic rush, sprinted out of the building, shouting into his communicator, "I and amp, Oppos. Am at the rear of the main building. Send the aircraft quickly." As they ran, both men cast their gaze toward the pitch-black sky. Whoosh. The sound of sonic booms resonated overhead as a 4-person capacity kinetic-powered aircraft hurtled in from the north, gracefully descending to hover beside the road. With a thud, Liu shoved Zhang Yunxi into the cabin of the aircraft, beckoning his companion. "Let's go." They boarded the vessel, poised for departure, when a heavy thudding sound echoed from behind them. "Hurry, go," Liu urged. In a flash, orange flames erupted from the ground, releasing a pungent odor of burning oil. The aircraft rapidly ascended. Boom, boom. Zhu Qizhan burst forth from the alley, 3 AI machines still clinging to him. He sprinted with remarkable speed and, upon glancing around, spotted a small single-seat unmanned vehicle idling by the roadside. With a snap and a crunch, he bent down, grasping the edge of the vehicle, his fingers indenting the steel frame. He hoisted the single-seater high and, with a powerful run, hurled it towards the courtyard. Whoosh! The vehicle soared 6 or 7 meters high, akin to a boulder, crashing down towards the aircraft. Bang! The rear of the aircraft emitted a beam of light, obliterating the vehicle. The explosion reverberated through the air, and as the burning wreckage plummeted, it created a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Damn it! With the new boss captured, Zhu Qizhan's composure shattered. In a furious flurry, he dislodged the AI machines clinging to him, tearing them apart and stomping viciously upon them on the ground. One mechanical head rolled down the slope, its electronic eye flickering incessantly, emitting fragmented sounds. New world. Bang! Zhu Qizhan crushed it beneath his foot, immediately connecting to the police unit's emergency line. "This is a robot. I wish to report a crime. My boss has been kidnapped." In the ruins of the basement, Weber and the others were rescued by their companions from the bar, disheveled and bearing various injuries. Panting on the street, Pang Baran declared, "The transaction was conducted on your premises. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, this matter will not be resolved." Weber cast a frigid glance at him. "Do you dare to threaten me?" Just as their dialogue commenced, a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, burst forth from the building. His expression contorted with distress. "Xiaowu, Dong Dong. It's too late, he's gone." Pang Baran rose to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, "Why on earth should I believe you? Is it merely because I bear the title of and Oppos, Godfather and Oppos, among all the black market clients of District 1? Weber pointed at him, declaring, "God may falter in his promises, but Weber shall not." With that, Weber turned to his trusted aide and commanded, "Investigate the scene and compile the relevant information. I am personally offering a bounty of 1 million, urging all black market clients in Mingzhu City to mobilize immediately, without delay." Aboard the aircraft, Zhang Yunxi slowly opened his eyes, yet the surrounding scenery remained obscured from his vision, shrouded instead in a hue of crimson. His mind was engulfed in a violent dizziness, while his skin experienced a sensation akin to tearing pain. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Liu, upon noticing him raise his head, delivered a powerful punch. Zhang Yunxi collapsed onto the chair with a soft thud, slightly shaking his head. Liu also pulled out the control panel of the electric shock device and decisively issued the activation command. Ziz. Zhang Yunxi felt a sudden surge of electricity coursing through his body as the device embedded in his neck emitted a flash of blue light, causing him to lose consciousness once more. In the dimly lit aircraft, the nails on his right hand began to fall away. Chapter 33, Swift Pursuit. The heinous attack that transpired in Block 1 posed a grave threat to public safety. The police department took this matter with utmost seriousness, classifying it as a priority A-level case. Given the involvement of numerous AI robots in the criminal activities, the newly established AI Surveillance Division, formed 3 months prior, was promptly summoned to initiate an investigation. The assault occurred around 11:10 p.m., unfolding in less than 5 minutes. By the time the surveillance officers arrived at the scene, they discovered a plethora of AI robot debris and immediately received footage of the assailants fleeing the scene. In this era of advanced technology, committing a crime in the city center without leaving behind video evidence is akin to a fool and Oppos' dream. In addition to traditional surveillance cameras, a myriad of high-tech devices, such as commercial and scientific satellites floating in the atmosphere, had already encompassed the planet, rendering any notion of absolute privacy rather implausible. Upon acquiring the video footage, the AI Surveillance Division swiftly contacted the Low-Altitude Traffic Management Department to utilize detectors for rapid identification of the aircraft used by Liu Yi during his escape. In less than 5 minutes, the information regarding Liu Yi and Apotheosis aircraft was pinpointed. Although this aircraft was unregistered and akin to a stolen vehicle, the authorities employed flight trajectory simulations, kinetic assessments, and disappearance zone analyses to ascertain its final landing location. Around 11:30 p.m., several aircraft from the AI surveillance division descended upon the northern suburbs of Mingzhou City, where they discovered the charred and exploded remnants of the aircraft. The assailant had fled after destroying the vehicle. This area, being in close proximity to the mountains, coupled with the assailant and Apotheosis' use of signal jammers and anti-detection devices, resulted in a temporary disruption of clues. In Mingzhou City, within the Longhui Biological Research Laboratory building in Fengxiang District, Li removed his helmet and donned a fresh set of clothing before stepping into the elevator, heading directly to the underground secret laboratory on the 5th floor. As the elevator descended, a prompt for a communication request echoed. Liu Yi pressed the connect button and activated the secure call feature. Dad, the surveillance division will surely believe that we would expedite the transfer of individuals, but we shall do the opposite. Li spoke rapidly. I will freeze Zhang Yunxi and transport him directly to the base, keeping him there for 3 months until things cool down before moving him abroad. His father remained silent. I and Apotheosis Vey arranged for the vehicle and personnel. Liu Yi glanced at the time. I will have everything done before the surveillance division arrives. At Block 1, there were no survivors left behind. The AI robots had undergone technical processing, and while I might be suspected, they certainly lack the evidence to accuse me. I adamantly refuse to confess. They have no means to compel me. After much deliberation, Liu's father promptly instructed, do not linger in the studio. Leave immediately. Allow others to handle this matter. No more chatter. Heed my words. Understood. Liu clenched his teeth in agreement. Remember, you are the president of the student council at the seminary, an exemplary young elite. Your greatest wisdom lies in ensuring that you do not get tainted in any way. Liu's father stated with utmost seriousness, no one is worth your personal involvement in a brawl. Depart at once. I understand. With that, the father-son conversation concluded, and Liu paused briefly before exiting the basement. As the AI patrol division raced to trace the clues, Pang Baran had already fled at the earliest opportunity, ultimately choosing to trust the godfather of Block 1, respecting the reputation he had built over the years. Of course, had he chosen to stay and pursue the goods, the outcome would likely not have been favorable, although the covert trade of the potions had yet to attract the attention of the patrol division. It was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Thus, with every additional minute spent in the city, he risked being summoned and captured. With Pang Baran gone, Weber naturally sighed in relief, for with the absence of the trading party, the pressure he would face diminished significantly. When the AI patrol division arrived at the scene, Weber had also absconded, opting not for the bar but rather to the home of a female friend. At approximately 11:45 p.m., Weber received a summons notification from the police headquarters. Hello, is this Mr. Weber? We are the Pearl City Police Headquarters, Criminal Investigation Department. Spare me the details. What do you want with me? Weber inquired. An assault incident occurred at Block 1, and according to our investigation, you were present at the scene. We are formally summoning you. As per regulations, you must report to the police headquarters immediately to cooperate with our inquiry. All right, I'll be there shortly. I mean immediately. Mr. Weber. After a moment of silence indoors, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Weber called out. Speak. Weber rose to his feet. 2 thugs were employed by a security company called Xinlai. The smuggled components of the AI robots were ultimately purchased by this company, with a timeline extending over 6 months, indicating that the AI robots were gradually introduced rather than mass-produced in one go. A robust man over 6 feet tall frowned slightly and remarked, this company has close cooperation with an entity called Longhui Biological Studio. The 2 thugs, along with the final destination of the AI robots, all lead here, where they operate as external security personnel for Longhui Biological. Weber inquired, has Longhui been investigated? Baby, I and Apotheosis am leaving Longhui Biological Studio to you. I and Apotheosis, head there myself. Weber instructed the burly man, known as Baby, who stood at over 1.90 meters tall. We shall complete our task before the inspection team discovers our presence. We must proceed with caution. Baby, with a look of concern, replied, This may attract unwanted attention. Without further ado, Weber, still bearing visible injuries, led the 6 men away from the apartment building. 30 seconds later, a dozen hovering vehicles came to a halt beneath the apartments. Weber waved toward the occupants inside and called out, "Let's depart." Beneath the 5th floor of the Longwy Biological Laboratory, Zhang Yunxi was bound to an iron bed, his skin flushed a deep red, his eyes bulging, and blood oozing from his mouth and nostrils. The nails on his 10 fingers had completely fallen off. Upon entering, Lu was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Yunxi and turned to the technicians in the biological laboratory, incredulously asking, What has happened to him?" The technicians, equally bewildered, replied, "We intended to administer a sedative, but it proved utterly ineffective." Zhang Yunxi lay upon the bed, emitting a tormented wail from his throat, while his limbs thrashed violently. Bang! With a muffled sound, the alloy chains binding Zhang Yunxi suddenly snapped under his struggle. He was in peril. The technicians intervened, momentarily restraining Lu Yi. Slap! Zhang Yunxi, in a state of distress on his bed, suddenly found the electric shock device that Lu Yi had thrust into his neck propelled away by the pressure of his skin, creating a dent in the ceiling above. My body feels like it's about to rupture. Someone save me." Zhang Yunxi cried out in agony. Barely had his words echoed in the air when the skin on his arms and legs began to crack, yet no blood emerged. The outermost layer of his skin, the dead cells devoid of nuclei, began to awaken, forming a thick keratin layer that visibly enveloped his entire body, reaching a thickness akin to that of an adult finger. His entire physique expanded noticeably. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, witnessing Zhang Yunxi's perilous condition, momentarily forgot his father's warnings, consumed only by the fear that this human specimen might explode at any moment. The pain is unbearable. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhang Yunxi leapt up, snapping the alloy restraints with a resounding crash, his gaze now a fierce crimson as he surveyed his surroundings. His once fair skin was now marred by a dark, grayish keratin layer, rendering him a terrifying sight. On the outskirts of Mingzhu City, Wei Wu, Dr. Pang, and later Tong Zhan convened, promptly following Inspector Li Dongming towards the urban area. The AI Inspection Department, utilizing data analytics, revealed that the locations frequently visited by the two criminals over the past month were linked to Longwy Pharmaceuticals. One inspector glanced at the report. "Summon the legal representative and take control of Longwy immediately." Chapter 34. The Devious Godfather within the Yunding apartment complex in Mingzhu City, Dong Longwy. The legal representative and largest shareholder of Longwy Biotechnology Studio was making his way towards the main exit accompanied by 6 impeccably dressed men. A middle-aged man's voice emerged from the virtual screen above their communicator. "Has the inspection department contacted you?" Dong Longwy replied. "There's nothing we can do. After all, he's the boss's son. We must maintain communication." With that, their conversation concluded as a long, aerodynamic business vehicle came to a halt before the building. Dong Longwy bent slightly as he approached the mid-row seats. Suddenly, 6 fuel-powered motorcycles roared down the gentle slopes, flanking the building, swiftly blocking the vehicle's path. "Who are you?" The security personnel beside Dong Longwy immediately placed their hands on their waists and dispersed. A gang member named Baby, seated on the lead motorcycle, donned a helmet and raised the kinetic cannon mounted on his bike, declaring, "Dong Longwy, my boss wishes to see you." "Who are you?" Dong Longwy retorted. Boom. Baby fired a shot that struck the concrete ground at the entrance, instantly creating a hole several centimeters in diameter, sending debris flying towards Dong Longwy and his entourage, who dared not move. "We are foreign mercenaries. Spare us the pleasantries." Baby glared at Dong Longwy. "I can shatter your legs and still take you away." 5 minutes later, a convoy came to a halt on the street less than 2 kilometers from Longwy Biotechnology Studio. Weber sat in the back seat, resting his mechanical leg upon his good one, his expression remarkably composed as he activated the communicator. A projection materialized, revealing a baby seated on the motorcycle, gesturing an OK sign. He could not afford to lose. Otherwise, we might end up with nothing. Weber fixated on those words. Just like that, he concluded the call and, resting his chin on his right hand, gazed out the window. The patrol unit had already engaged in this area. What could we possibly accomplish? Enforce the law on behalf of the authorities? Weber glanced at the time on the communicator and remarked calmly, "Have Jiu Xian bring people over, without weapons, and refrain from any aggressive actions. Let us prioritize safeguarding the goods." "Understood." The young man acknowledged, placing his right hand to his ear and instructing Jiu Xian, "Go and block them, don't bring." In the depths of the Longwy Biological Laboratory, 5 floors underground, For technicians clad in protective suits relentlessly sprayed Zhang Yunxi's body with a freezing gun. Under the bright lights, Zhang Yunxi lay on a mobile bed, her body enveloped in a cloud of white mist, while frost crystals began to form on her skin. In less than 10 seconds, Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis' body ceased its struggle. His skin encased in a crystalline layer resembling a delicate membrane, frozen in the posture of his previous attempt to break free. Lower the temperature in the chamber once more, Liu commanded from outside. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the once motionless Zhang Yunxi violently swung his arms, shattering the ice crystals that enveloped him. Lu Yi, witnessing Zhang Yunxi, whose entire form was shrouded in a thick layer of keratin, murmured in disbelief. What has he consumed to transform like this? Restrain him. Administer the sedative. The lead technician rushed forward, and together they pressed Zhang Yunxi down onto a mobile bed, connecting him to a drip that administered a full 500 milligrams of potent sedative. Soon, Zhang Yunxi ceased to struggle, yet the transformation of his body persisted. The gray skin of keratin now enveloping even the smallest areas, such as his eyelids and the contours of his ears. He resembled a statue, entirely encased in cement. Seal it quickly, the lead technician shouted. The team worked together to lift Zhang Yunxi, preparing to place him into the freezing chamber. Outside, seeing that Zhang Yunxi was under control, Liu promptly turned to make his escape. Wait, this is bad, Mr. Liu. A fully armed security officer rushed over. Stammering, several drones have appeared in the courtyard, hovering near the windows. The security officer immediately activated the communicator on his wrist, linking to the security system and displaying the outdoor footage. A drone, the size of a basin, circled at the main entrance, and as the view zoomed in, Liu could clearly see a mechanical cover illuminated above the drone, emblazoned with the words, "You cannot leave." Liu was taken aback. Who are they? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. He was unaware of who had targeted him. Yet it was evident that they aimed to thwart his departure. A minute later, over 20 security personnel from the studio, armed and ready, stormed to the backyard entrance. Outside, a young man referred to as the Wine Immortal by Weber leaned casually against the roadside with one hand in his pocket, nonchalantly declaring, "You cannot leave." The security personnel remained silent, moving to charge out of the courtyard. The Wine Immortal yawned and slowly raised his right arm. Suddenly, 3 streaks of blue light shot from the northern direction, piercing into the work compound and heading straight for the main building. Boom. Crash. The blue orbs collided with the outer wall of the building, erupting in a dazzling display of light, accompanied by a muffled electric explosion that resonated in Liu Ye's ears. The Wine Immortal, tousling his disheveled hair, shouted again, "I might as well be drinking fake wine. If you dare step through that door, I guarantee the next shot won't be a stun grenade." The security personnel halted, their gazes filled with wrath directed at the Wine Immortal. Bang! Within the building, Liu furiously kicked the transparent glass panel, exclaiming, "Who the hell is messing with me?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a specialized aircraft from the police headquarters descended at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Dongming, Dr. Pang, Wei Wu, and others disembarked. The optimal opportunity for evacuation had vanished, leaving Liu Yi completely trapped within the studio. Chapter 35. From this day forward, No Youth remains a cacophony of sirens reverberated through the district, illuminating the darkened sky with a multitude of searchlights. The police headquarters and the AI inspection department deployed their aircraft, patrol cars, and smart combat vehicles, swiftly surrounding the Longhui biological studio to secure the scene. Li Dongming, the inspector general of the police, immediately met with the head of the AI inspection department. They exchanged a brief handshake before convening behind their vehicles for a discussion. "There was an electrical explosion here, correct?" Li Dongming inquired. "Indeed, but it did not result in any destructive force," replied the head of the AI inspection department. A lean and efficient middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, his expression stern. "How long until the special operations team from the police arrives?" "Based on the information we have, the student Zhang Yunxi is right here. 5 minutes could determine many outcomes. We from the inspection department will proceed first and infiltrate directly," he asserted decisively. The lean middle-aged man then turned to the leader of the action team, instructing, "Formulate an action plan and prepare to secure the scene." Understood. Upon concluding their discussion, they approached the command vehicle. In less than 2 minutes, the action team leader had devised a plan to secure the scene, which received approval from the higher-ups. Over 30 armed members of the AI inspection department stealthily infiltrated the studio compound from the side. while aerial reconnaissance drones gradually advanced toward the main building. At the rear entrance of the studio, a wine connoisseur dispatched by Weber, upon noticing the intervention of official personnel, promptly made his escape. Seated in his vehicle, he contacted Weber. The inspection department and police have arrived. I and Amp, Oppos, am pulling out now, surrounding the outer courtyard of the workplace. Over 100 patrol officers from the police had already secured the surrounding streets and meticulously monitored potential escape routes of the criminals. The street entrances were sealed off by police vehicles, and all observable surveillance cameras and electronic devices within the studio had been disabled. At the front entrance, the head of the AI inspection department stood inside the command vehicle, scrutinizing numerous video feeds. Utilizing holographic projection, he connected with each team member tasked with specific operations, prepare for a forceful assault. At that moment, a line of vehicles appeared at the sealed-off street, and a group of impeccably dressed men emerged. The leader, a man in his late 40s, exuded an air of refinement and exceptional presence. Beside him stood a remarkably well-preserved and youthful woman, clad in a cream-colored fitted suit, her complexion tense as she turned urgently toward the officers of the inspection department, exclaiming, My son is inside the studio. You must allow us to enter." This poised middle-aged man was Lu Ye's biological father, Lu Zhonghui, while the woman beside him was Lu Yi and Amp, Oppos' mother, Yu Jiahui. Both were prominent business figures in Mingzhu City, with rumors suggesting that Lu Zhonghui had invested in Qinshan Academy, although he had refrained from taking an active role as a board member. At the academy's main entrance, Dr. Pang anxiously observed the studio's main building, furrowing his brow as he inquired of Wei Wu, "What are the chances of Zhang Yunxi surviving under these circumstances?" Just as they were conversing, Weber approached the perimeter of the security line with 4 others, casually observing the situation within the studio compound. Within the studio and Oppos' building, in a laboratory 5 floors underground, Li appeared pallid, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he connected his communicator, speaking urgently to his father. "The inspection department is preparing to launch an attack." Lu Zhonghui's anxiety was palpable, yet his extensive experience in the business realm enabled him to maintain composure and devise a prudent strategy. "Listen to me. Stay calm," Lu Zhonghui commanded, his gaze fierce as he instructed. "Zhang Yunxi cannot survive. Do you understand? You've already had contact with him. If he enters the inspection department, they will extract his memories, and at that point, the evidence will be irrefutable, and you will be finished." Yes. Lu Yi nodded repeatedly. "Do not place him in cryostasis. Instruct the technicians to extract the electrode chip from his brain and download his memories." Lu Zhonghui and Oppos' brow furrowed deeply. "Once that is done, eliminate him. Incinerate the body. Leave no evidence behind. We cannot access the electrode chip without Zhang Yunxi and Oppos' consciousness. Without his memories, all our efforts will be in vain." "Are you a fool? Leave behind his DNA. I am searching for someone to find a way to crack the electrode chip." Lu Zhonghui growled. "Take hostages to buy time. Do not allow the AI inspection department to seize control of the scene until our task is complete. Go, now." "Understood." As the father-son duo concluded their conversation, Liu cast a menacing glance at Zhang Yunxi within the room. 1 minute later, as the action team of the AI inspection department approached the main building of the studio, the lights on the first floor suddenly extinguished. A series of footsteps echoed, and 8 AI robots emerged, taking 3 young warehouse staff members hostage. "Do not advance, or we will kill them immediately," the lead robot declared in a piercing electronic voice. Addressing those outside, at the entrance of the courtyard, Li Dongming witnessed the scene and immediately sprinted toward the command vehicle. Inside the command vehicle, a lean middle-aged man cast a glance at the video feed depicting the unfolding situation and resolutely commanded, "Aerial units, prepare to simultaneously eliminate the AI robot." Suddenly, Li Dongming burst into the vehicle, exclaiming emphatically, "We cannot proceed. We must await the support from the police headquarters and obey higher orders. We cannot engage. What if they are not accomplices? Who would bear the responsibility? By dawn, this case could send shockwaves throughout the entire Pearl City. Our every action might be scrutinized under the public and Oppos' gaze. The very act of rescuing hostages carries inherent risks. I would rather remain idle than make a mistake." Li Dongming extended his arm to halt the middle-aged man, insisting, "We must wait for the command to attack from above." The lean middle-aged man was somewhat at a loss for words, as this operation was a joint effort between 2 departments, and he did not possess absolute authority. Within the command vehicle, the two leaders engaged in a heated dispute, while in the basement on the 5th floor. Zhang Yunxi found herself at a critical juncture between life and death. For assailants clad in heavy combat gear, their arms equipped with mechanical appendages, first extracted Zhang Yunxi from the cryogenic chamber and laid her flat upon a mobile iron bed. Draw her blood. Extract the electrode chip from her brain, urged the leading assailant. Hurry up. 8 technicians promptly stepped forward, for wielded syringes to draw blood while the other 4 held her head steady. Commencing the extraction of the chip, Zhang Yunxi lay supine on the bed, his eyes wide open, his mind engulfed in chaos. He had just been administered a potent sedative by the technicians, followed by a blast from a freezing gun. The ordeal had been quite taxing on him. Yet it was precisely this intervention by Lu Yi that allowed him to retain his life, albeit temporarily. The sedative had slowed the biological genetic fission within Zhang Yunxi, while the freezing gun had eradicated numerous mutated cells, sparing him from a fate akin to that of Weber's beloved dog, Bobo, who had met a gruesome end. In the tumultuous fog of his mind, past memories flickered like a slideshow. The tragic demise of his entire family, the treachery of AI nanny Li Yun, the uproar of public opinion, turning the horrific events of his family's murder into a spectacle for millions, even billions, to dissect and discuss. At merely 18 years of age, he found himself isolated and helpless, subjected to the cruelty of public bullying in the academy. These memories loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down upon his frail frame. He felt lost and powerless, burdened by an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet no one was willing to listen to his plight. Nor did he have anyone to support him. Today marked a pivotal moment. Zhang Yunxi once again learned a fact that filled him with immense rage. It turned out that all of this was connected to Lu Yi and Apotheosis Mechs' family, to Li Han, and to the organization that shouted for the long live the new world. Zhang Yunxi could not comprehend the ruthlessness of his assailants. Why were they so merciless? Why were they so intent on targeting him? A profound sense of rage surged within him, causing a sharp pain in his heart. Yet the agonizing sensation of his cracked flesh began to subside. Beside the moving iron bed, a technician wielded a scalpel, attempting to cut through the thickened epidermis of Zhang Yunxi's scalp, only to find that the sharp blade could not penetrate the dense, callous layer of skin. It wouldn't cut. The technician was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Step aside, barked the lead thug, pushing the technician aside. Clenching a mechanical fist, he struck Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis Mechs twice with a resounding thud. If you can and Apotheosis Mechs extract it, then shatter it. It will be destroyed anyway. Another thug approached, pressing Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis Mechs' head down with his left hand while his right fist tightened, poised to smash the entry point of the electrode chip embedded in the nape of Zhang Yunxi's neck. Just then, the life signs detector connected to Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis Mechs' freezing chamber suddenly erupted in alarm, a series of complex readings skyrocketing and culminating in a garbled mess. Everyone abruptly turned to the electronic panel. What is happening? The technician was bewildered. You beasts! I will die alongside you. With a thunderous crash, a fist, encrusted with a thick layer of gray callus, instantly obliterated the head of the thug on the left. Indeed, a single punch shattered it completely. The technician was propelled backward by the force of the attack, flying more than 2 meters away. Zhang Yunxi suddenly leapt into action, effortlessly shattering the alloy chains that bound him, and stood upon the moving iron bed. His height remained largely unchanged, yet his physique had expanded significantly, appearing to weigh no less than 100 kilograms. He resembled a statue, as thick layers of keratinous debris fell away irregularly with each movement, and his eyes were entirely engulfed in gray, with pupils seemingly vanished. The onlookers couldn't help but recoil in fear at the sight of Zhang Yunxi. 3 seconds later, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The laboratory and Apotheosis Mechs' glass door, along with the photon energy barrier, was obliterated, and 2 thugs, their bodies grotesquely contorted, were hurled away. Whoosh! Zhang Yunxi and Apotheosis Mechs' clothing was in tatters as he swiftly dashed out, exclaiming, Lu Yi, come, I shall extract my brain for you. Chapter 36. The preliminary genetic mutation. In the lobby of the Longwy Biological Laboratory, all the windows had been sealed with sunshades, and several signal jammers were activated inside. The patrol units outside were oblivious to the interior scene and could not detect the situation within with their equipment. In the lobby, Lu Yi, dressed in casual attire, crouched among a crowd next to the left wall, where 8 hostages were held, surrounded by 7 or 8 armed bandits. After Liu crouched down, One of the bandits approached and asked, "What should we do, boss?" Lu Yi replied swiftly, "Once Zhang Yunqi is dealt with inside, treat me as a hostage and pretend to negotiate with the patrol units in the police department. Stall for a moment, then surrender. I will be rescued. It and amp. Oppos. It's that simple. Understood. All memory data in the electrode chip must be erased, and the AI group and amp. Oppos. S memory system turned off." Lu Yi reiterated, "Leave no traces." "Yes, it has been completed. Now, shoot me in the leg." Lu Yi gritted his teeth, exposing his bare leg. "Make it count." "Boss, you. What are you doing?" The bandit looked bewildered. "This will make it seem more authentic," Lu Yi said, his expression fierce. "I cannot afford to be harmed." The bandit hesitated for a moment, then drew a kinetic gun. "Here I come. Fire. Hit me hard." Lu Yi turned his head away. The bandit aimed the gun at Lu Yi and amp. Oppos. S calf, preparing to pull the trigger. Downstairs, Zhang Yunqi has emerged. A sudden shout echoed through the bandits and amp. Oppos communication channel. Lu Yi, upon hearing this, abruptly looked towards the elevator. Boom, boom. At that moment, heavy footsteps resonated within the room, and Zhang Yunqi, his body ashen and resembling a stone statue, appeared at the stairway. The bandits inside turned in unison towards the staircase, their expressions filled with astonishment. Zhang Yunqi stood at the staircase, swiftly surveying his surroundings. In less than a second, he pinpointed Lu Yi, who was crouching amidst the crowd. And at that moment, Lu was also staring back at him with wide eyes. The two locked gazes, their animosity profound as the depths of the ocean. Whoosh! Zhang Yunqi sprang into action. His seemingly robust and somewhat clumsy legs propelled him forward with astonishing speed, leaving shallow impressions on the smooth floor with each stride. "Control him." Lu, gripped by fear, rose abruptly and turned to flee. Electric explosive balls, heated projectiles, and particle beams were unleashed upon Zhang Yunqi and Oppos' form in a relentless barrage. The sound of muffled explosions reverberated throughout the room. The attacks concentrated fiercely upon his chest and head, causing the thick, keratinous layer of his skin to crack and cascade down like fragments of a statue on the verge of shattering. Yet, to everyone and amp. Oppos' astonishment after enduring such an intense onslaught, Zhang Yunqi and amp. Oppos' movements remained unimpeded. The thick keratinous layer acted like a resilient armor, absorbing the majority of the firepower. Even the head, bearing the brunt of the assault, only leaked a viscous gray liquid, its nature indiscernible. Bang! Zhang Yunqi charged towards the two individuals on the left like a colossal gorilla, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick that sent one of them soaring several meters away, crashing violently against the cement wall and rendering him utterly incapacitated. The other person gazed at Zhang Yunqi in terror, instinctively taking a step back, completely forgetting to pull the trigger. Zhang Yunqi delivered a powerful punch to his opponent and amp. Oppos' abdomen, causing the latter to bend over, contorting his body like a shrimp. Bang! Crack! Zhang Yunqi thrust his knee forcefully into the side of his opponent and amp. Oppos' head, sending the man soaring like a kite. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air as the thug spat blood, splattering the glass visor of his helmet in a vivid crimson hue. Please, protect me." Lu, paralyzed by fear, dashed frantically toward the side door. The remaining thugs, fiercely loyal, blocked the entrance, their eyes reflecting both terror and unwavering determination as they glared at Zhang Yunqi. A new world. The crowd yearned to chant slogans, rallying their spirits. Bang, crunch, clatter. Zhang Yunqi charged into the den of wolves with the ferocity of a tiger, dispatching 5 men within a mere 3 seconds. Li burst forth from the main hall, running for his life while shouting, "Help me, help me. The bandits intend to kill me." Zhang Yunqi, within the confines of the room, seized a man and amp. Oppos' thigh and hurled him forth like a javelin. The bandit screamed in terror midair, his eyes tightly shut as he collided with the running Lu Yi. The weight of an average adult man hovers around 100 to 150 pounds, and combined with the inertia from being thrown, the impact was at least over 200 pounds. Crack! The bandit crashed into Lu Yi and amp. Oppos' back, immediately producing the sound of bones fracturing, and the two men ricocheted off each other like colliding bowling balls. Lu Yi clutched the left side of his ribcage, collapsing to the ground in agony, howling in pain. Outside the courtyard, the fierce conflict at the side of the main building caught the attention of the AI patrol team and the personnel from the police department, who were vigilantly monitoring the situation within the premises. Someone has escaped. Dr. Pang, Tong Zhan, and Wei Wu, among others, gasped in astonishment as they turned their gaze toward that side. On the ground, Lu Yi summoned the electrode chip from his mind, utilizing the wireless communication function to connect with his father. Father has killed him. We can no longer control him. We may proceed with Plan B. Lu Yi endured the excruciating pain as he established a connection with his father and Apos as communicator. At the side door, Zhang Yunxi dashed out with remarkable speed, having remained silent since his appearance, his grayish eyes betraying no emotion. Who is that person? Doctor. Pang stared incredulously at Zhang Yunxi, failing to recognize him at all. Stop. That gray. The bandit in the gray combat uniform. I represent the Mingzhu City Police Department, and I command you to cease your violent actions immediately. The patrol officer in the aerial police drone was at a loss for how to address Zhang Yunxi. His tone tinged with astonishment as he repeatedly ordered Zhang Yunxi to surrender. Buzzing. A fleet of over a dozen police drones approached, their various light cannons aimed directly at Zhang Yunxi and Apos' form. Simultaneously, over 30 members of the AI patrol unit from the side of the main building rushed forward, brandishing an array of weapons, targeting Zhang Yunxi and Apos' vital areas. He is Zhang Yunxi. He has unlawfully employed forbidden viral agents. His genes have mutated, rendering him aggressive, responsible for the deaths of numerous innocent individuals in the studio. Lu Yi, sprawled on the ground, urgently shouted, "Open fire. Kill him. Save me." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a member of the police department and Apos' AI patrol unit, positioned on a high platform to the left, operated a sniper cannon, shattering the ground before Zhang Yunxi. Chapter 37. A fist-shattering darkness, a deep pit, approximately 1 meter in depth and 1.5 meters in diameter, appeared before Zhang Yunxi. Outside the courtyard, at the edge of the security line. Get out of the way. Lu Zhonghui forcefully pushed aside the obstructing patrol officer, rushing towards the entrance with frenzied desperation alongside his wife. Get away. He intends to kill my son. At this moment, the Lu couple had succumbed to a state of reckless abandon. Their minds clouded as they witnessed their son being brutally assaulted in the courtyard. The officers from the police department were unable to discern the identities of Mr. and Mrs. Lu. Recognizing their desperate love for their child, they refrained from obstructing them, as the main entrance was guarded. The couple rushed to the entrance, shouting at Li Dongming and others, imploring, "Save our son. What are you doing? Help him." Inside the courtyard, he stood solitary amidst a myriad of weapons aimed at him, his resolve wavering. This hesitation did not stem from fear, but rather from the 18 years of higher education that had instilled in him a fundamental sense of morality that distinguished him from the criminals surrounding him. He harbored no desire to harm the innocent officers, nor to confront the justice system. His uncertainty arose from the innate kindness of a responsible citizen and a profound respect for the law. It is unrealistic to expect a well-bred student to transform into a cold-blooded outlaw willing to disregard societal laws in such a brief span of time. Zhang Yunxi. At that moment, the lean patrol chief from the AI inspection department bellowed through a megaphone, "No matter what has transpired, regardless of whether you have suffered personal harm, you must not act impulsively at this moment. The police are here, and the leaders have arrived. You must control your emotions. Reflect upon the sacrifices your deceased parents made to nurture you. Do not squander your future over those who are unworthy. Trust in the justice system. Please remain where you are. Leave the rest to us." This lean patrol chief had thoroughly reviewed Zhang Yunxi and Apos' personal records prior to his arrival and had gleaned the context from Li Dongming. Thus, he was not convinced that Zhang Yunxi had erupted into violence inside the office building, nor did he believe him to be a criminal. Zhang Yunxi, upon hearing the call of the patrol leader, gradually raised his hands. In this moment, he was both rational and filled with reverence for the societal environment. The 4 members of the patrol unit, standing to the side, observed as Zhang Yunxi lifted his hands, and they slowly lowered their weapons before advancing towards Lu Yi. Zhang Yunxi fixed his gaze upon Lu Yi, his legs bent in preparation to crouch. The other officers gradually approached. Outside, Lu Zhonghui clenched his fists, casting a meaningful glance towards his wife. Within the courtyard, Liu was aided to his feet by 4 team members, stumbling towards the door. "Kill him. He must be killed." This mantra echoed relentlessly in Lu Yi and Apos' mind, for during the act of violence, he had encountered both Zhang Xian and Zhang Yunxi face to face, and the electrode chip in Zhang Yunxi's brain had not been extracted. This signified that if Zhang Yunxi survived, The ensuing judicial process could lead to the AI inspection department accessing his memories, thereby solidifying Liu Ye's guilt. The student council president was gone. The title of an exemplary youth was lost. Instead, a lengthy prison sentence awaited him, potentially bringing ruin upon his father and family as well. Liu Ye limped closer to the studio's entrance, anxiety prompting him to lift his gaze towards his father, who responded with a slight nod. On the rooftop of a 25-story building to the left, a patroller was maneuvering a photon beam sniper rifle, slowly locking onto Zhang Yunqi's head. His gaze wavered and struggled, ultimately transforming into a cold and resolute stare. Observing his father and Apotheosis Mechs' expression, Liu Ye gradually turned to face Zhang Yunqi, only to find the latter fixated on him in return. Their eyes met, and Liu Ye unveiled a sneaky smile, his expression brimming with provocation. The two stood approximately 300 meters apart. While an ordinary person might fail to discern Liu Ye and Apotheosis Mechs' expression, Zhang Yunqi, undergoing a tumultuous transformation, could perceive every pore on his cheek with clarity. Liu Ye's smile ignited a tempest of agitation within Zhang Yunqi, accompanied by an indescribable sense of impending danger that surged through his mind. Zhang Yunqi suddenly rose to his feet. Bang! The beam sniper cannon, without receiving the command to fire, unexpectedly shot towards Zhang Yunqi. After a muffled sound, just as Zhang Yunqi had straightened his body, his abdomen was struck by a photon beam. The armored-like carapace was instantly pierced through, with a gray liquid gushing forth. Soon followed by bright red blood, Zhang Yunqi suffered a perforation in his abdomen, resulting in a wound the size of a fist. On the platform, the inspector controlling the photon beam sniper cannon was utterly astonished, for he had aimed at Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis Mechs' head, but the latter had suddenly risen, causing the shot to strike his abdomen instead. Furthermore, he was perplexed as to why, after the shot, only a bowl-sized wound had appeared on Zhang Yunqi's abdomen. This was a force capable of shattering an ordinary communication device with a single blast. Who the hell fired that shot? Capture the perpetrator for me. The frail inspector bellowed in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "There is a traitor among us. It is too dark." Zhang Yunqi lowered his gaze to the wound on his abdomen, suddenly igniting with fervor as he seized a police officer. "It is too dark. I refuse to believe in such nonsense as judicial fairness." Whoosh! Zhang Yunqi grasped the collar of the officer, lifting him as effortlessly as a chick, and propelled forward at a speed reminiscent of a flying car, racing towards the main entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Yunqi and Apotheosis Mechs' running speed has surpassed that of 3 minutes ago, exhibiting an even greater explosiveness, transcending the boundaries of humanity and rivaling that of a machine. At the entrance, Liu Ye was just about to depart when he turned to find Zhang Yunqi had already approached him closely. "The lock, it cannot be secured. He is holding a hostage." The frail chief inspector heard the observer's report. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Yunqi released the police officer and directed his question at Liu Ye. Liu Ye, stunned, retreated with a blank expression. "I warned you not to provoke me. I have long ceased to desire life." Zhang Yunqi grasped Liu Ye's collar and forcefully yanked him closer, raising his right fist high, aimed directly at the opponent's heart, and then struck down with tremendous force. Bang! Thud! With that punch, Liu Ye's chest shattered, and Zhang Yunqi's arm penetrated through Liu Ye's entire being, the bloodied iron fist emerging from his back. 3 meters away, Liu Zhonghui and his wife turned ashen, their expressions filled with terror. Snap! Zhang Yunqi brought Liu Ye down, relentlessly pounding his head with one fist after another, continuously shouting, "What are you laughing at? Tell me what makes you laugh. Who permitted you to smile?" "Ah, Xiao Yi." The anguished cries of Liu Ye's mother resonated from outside the door. Chapter 38. Explosive Streets, Xiao Yi. The piercing wails echoed outside as Liu Ye's mother, having lost her sanity, struggled to rush into the courtyard. "Do not go in, it's dangerous." The members of the AI patrol stationed at the entrance grasped Liu Ye and Apotheosis Mechs' parents, pulling them back. Inside the courtyard, the patrol officers who had initially surrounded Zhang Yunqi began to disperse, brandishing their weapons as they aimed and fired at him. However, such handheld beam weapons and thermal arms were utterly incapable of restraining his movements. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yunqi forcefully pinned Liu to the ground with one hand, his right fist relentlessly striking. He vented the pent-up emotions of frustration, anger, and helplessness that had been weighing on his heart. Liu Ye's skull was shattered, and not a single organ in his upper body remained intact. Zhang Yunqi rose to his feet, forcefully kicking Liu Ye and Apotheosis battered body aside and gradually straightened his posture. Shoot, eliminate him. Open fire. At that moment, Li Dongming and the leaders of the police department, who had just arrived, retreated in haste, shouting orders. Regardless of whether Zhang Yunxi was a victim or not, he was exhibiting extreme danger and aggression. The police could not allow him to continue harming others. With the command to fire given, drones and aircraft in the sky converged swiftly, descending to unleash their firepower. Kill him! Kill him! Avenge my son! Lu Yi and Apos' mother screamed frantically, pointing at Zhang Yunxi. Lu Zhonghui and Apos' gaze was filled with malice, and trembling with rage, he berated the patrol officers. What are you doing? You incompetent fools! Taxpayers contribute so much each year. Are you just going to watch him die at the hands of a murderer? Zhang Yunxi, standing upright, swiftly dashed towards the main entrance, his speed rivaling that of a standard household automobile. The force of his movement transcended human limitations. Your child may be small, but others are simply wild beasts. Zhang Yunxi roared in fury, charging like a bull towards the iron gate. You wretches dare to speak of retribution? In that moment, Zhang Yunxi and Apos' mind was devoid of any thoughts beyond his singular purpose. As a biology student, he was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within his body. Prior to this day, he had never encountered any literature describing a phenomenon akin to his own: rapid genetic mutation, bodily expansion, and cellular activity escalating to an unbearable extent, resulting in an array of abilities that exceeded human limits. All these factors were unequivocally signaling to Zhang Yunxi. His body was on the verge of collapse. It was akin to a tire being inflated incessantly. Inevitably, it would surpass its threshold and ultimately burst. Zhang Yunxi felt certain that his time was drawing to a close, and he believed that no one in this world could save him. Perhaps, in the future, there may be brilliant minds in the field of biological sciences who could discover a solution, but he would not live to see that day. Death. He could accept death, but could he die without purpose? Zhang Yunxi, despite his seemingly frivolous approach to problem-solving, has managed to grasp the situation. Lu, a student around the age of 20, undoubtedly cannot be the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes. The earlier behavior of Lu's father, along with the exchanged glances between them, clearly indicates that their relationship is not only that of father and son, but also that of accomplices. However, Lu's father did not directly partake in the crime nor commit murder. Given the current circumstances, he is unlikely to face prosecution. Why is that? How is it that one can orchestrate such chaos and still evade justice? As for me, facing death, I might as well act in the name of righteousness. With a thunderous crash, the heavy iron gates of the courtyard, before Zhang Yunxi, crumpled like cotton candy as he, maintaining a high-speed run, utilized his momentum to deform and damage the gate upon impact. Zhang Yunxi soared forth, heading directly towards Lu Zhonghui. Block him. Li Dongming and Apos' composure shattered. An ominous premonition gripped him, for he sensed that after this night, his position as Inspector General would undoubtedly be at risk, with a strong possibility of dismissal. 6 or 7 officers from the police department stood armed, interposing themselves before Lu Zhonghui and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The relentless hail of bullets struck Zhang Yunxi, inflicting a measure of harm upon his physique, yet failing to impede his resolute advance. Bang! Clang! Crack! Crunch! As Zhang Yunxi swiftly moved past, he effortlessly incapacitated 4 patrolling officers, either knocking them down or sending them flying. Yet he refrained from delivering any fatal blows. Come along with your son. Zhang Yunxi exerted force through her legs, propelling her body into the air as she delivered a powerful punch towards Lu Zhonghui. In that fleeting moment, Lu Zhonghui's expression became blank. The anger he had just expressed, the resentment within his heart, and the sorrow and anguish over his son's demise all vanished, leaving behind only a profound sense of fear. Drip, drip, drip. Zhang Yunxi soared into the air, while Lu Zhonghui found himself in an embarrassing predicament. As dampness spread across his trousers, with urine trickling down his thigh and pant leg. At that moment, a blue beam of light flickered in the sky, and Zhang Yunxi, suspended in midair, felt a sharp pain as his eyes were momentarily blinded. Bang! The beam sniper cannon, aided by electronic targeting capabilities, struck Zhang Yunxi directly. The gray outer layer of his skin was penetrated, causing blood to spurt from his shoulder as his body fell backward to the ground. Thus far, only the high-powered beam sniper cannon had proven effective in injuring Zhang Yunxi, as other weapons of lesser kinetic energy failed to demonstrate any advantage or impact. Thud! Zhang Yunxi plummeted from the sky, landing on his back with a thud, Secure him! Secure him! Li Dongming shouted, waving his hands. A dozen aircraft sped in at low altitude, the inspectors deftly maneuvering them to aim at Zhang Yunqi before decisively pressing the launch button. Bang, bang, bang. From the weapon bays beneath the aircraft, over 20 metallic chains shot forth, each tipped with a sharp metal spearhead, hurtling towards the grounded Zhang Yunqi. This tethering weapon was originally designed to combat AI entities, as they, being mechanical, were devoid of the sensation of pain, even if their bodies sustained severe damage. As long as their kinetic and control systems remained intact, the weaponry they bore could still be operational. Thus, employing metallic chains to restrain their actions proved to be a prudent strategy. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 chains streaked towards him, with 6 spearheads embedding themselves into Zhang Yunqi's body, piercing his legs, arms, and the area near his spine. It's over. Wei Wu, observing from a safe distance, felt an inexplicable sorrow for Zhang Yunqi and Apos. As fate. Surely, he would not survive this. Zhang Yunqi rose with a pained wail. His body ensnared by 6 metallic chains, stretched in a cruciform posture, on the verge of being yanked into the air. Entangle him, subdue him, the frail chief inspector shouted. I have no desire to commit malevolence. Yet, today I shall undoubtedly take him with me. With a furious roar, Zhang Yunqi leaned forward, exerting all his strength to pull ahead. Whoosh. In an instant, the 6 aircraft in the sky were thrown into disarray, swaying and drifting uncontrollably. Thud, thud. Zhang Yunqi forcefully pulled 6 aircraft forward, taking a few steps to gather momentum before suddenly breaking into a run. The aircraft, tugged along, began to glide, and the alarm system left the cockpit inspector utterly bereft of a sense of security. You must perish. Zhang Yunqi sprinted for several meters before abruptly lifting his leg and delivering a powerful kick to a police hovercar parked by the roadside. Whoosh. The hover-car, resembling a motorcycle in size, soared into the air like a cannonball. It glided several meters before crashing directly onto the running Lu Zhonghui. The weight of the vehicle, combined with its momentum, was akin to a freight truck laden with several tons, barreling down at full speed and colliding with an unsuspecting pedestrian. Bang! Crash! The sound was deafening, as Lu Zhonghui was propelled into the air, his body soaring 3 to 4 meters before colliding with the wall at the roadside. One side of his head was crushed by the impact of the hovercar, with his chest and arms visibly shattered. Lu's mother was utterly stunned, her gaze fixed on her husband, as she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, 3 drones that had just taken flight, seizing the moment while Zhang Yunqi subdued Lu Zhonghui, stealthily approached from behind and unleashed a barrage of automatic injectors filled with tranquilizing agents. Zhang Yunqi was pierced with numerous tubes on his back. As the automatic injector delivered the sedative into his body, a wave of dizziness washed over his mind, rendering his limbs weak. In the darkness, Zhang Yunqi found himself standing amidst the chaos of a desolate street, his gaze fixed upon Lu Zhonghui. Damn it! Is it satisfying? With that utterance, Zhang Yunqi collapsed rigidly onto the ground. Restrict him! Restrain him! The shouts echoed around him. Chapter 39. An unintentional sensation after being subdued, Zhang Yunqi was transferred twice within 4 hours. Yet neither the nearby district hospital nor the Mingzhu City Hospital could provide a diagnosis or treatment for his condition. Ultimately, Dr. Pang from the Divine Academy advised the police department to send Zhang Yunqi to Mingzhu Medical University Hospital for further care. Dr. Pang, a graduate of the university's biology department, had peers still teaching there, and many of his students were also elites in the field of biology. Given his acquaintance with Zhang Yunqi, the police department entrusted his team with the research and treatment of Zhang Yunqi. Why research treatment? Because even a top-tier biologist like Dr. Pang could not ascertain what virus had infected Zhang Yunqi or the nature of the changes within his body. Thus, they would need to conduct research while administering treatment. 2 days later, in the temporary ward of the biological laboratory at Ming Medical University, Dr. Pang examined Zhang Yunqi's bodily data, adjusting his glasses as he inquired, "Is the cryogenic treatment effective?" "Not at all," a young biologist beside him replied, shaking his head. "Its genetic structure is exceedingly unique. The arrangement of the 4 base pairs is unlike anything we have encountered before. The activity level of its cells is alarmingly high, from yesterday until now. The healing extent of his external wounds has reached 70%. By this evening, he is expected to recover." Dr. Pang fell silent. However, the rapid expansion of cells would soon threaten his life. Currently, we lack a method to suppress the continuous mutation of his genes. as the arrangement of its bases changes randomly and is in a state of constant flux. The young scientist continued. We have observed the changes in his cells and extracted his blood, but there is an even stranger phenomenon. What changes? Dr. Peng turned around. The cells causing the changes in his body, or rather a certain virus, withers and dies within 3 seconds of leaving the host. Even if transferred to another organism, the same fate befalls it. This prevents us from observing or analyzing it. The young man spread his palms. Clearly, we cannot determine what is occurring within his body. Dr. Peng furrowed his brow, his mind filled with intrigue regarding Zhang Yunqi's condition, coupled with a sense of urgency. Yet he felt a profound helplessness. After the genetic fission within Zhang Yunqi's body, all the knowledge he possessed seemed futile. Dr. Peng found himself perplexed. Despite his esteemed position and knowledge in the field of biology, he was unable to comprehend the alterations occurring within Zhang Yunqi's body. How could such a virus have originated? Was it an ancient virus existing on Earth, or was it artificially created? No, it must undoubtedly be a primordial virus that the current biological community has yet to grasp. For even if humanity could not decipher it immediately, they would at least comprehend its fundamental aspects. Dr. Peng steadfastly believed this, yet unbeknownst to him, the substance Zhang Yunqi absorbed was neither an ancient virus nor a product of human ingenuity. It was a fortuitous occurrence. Why was this so? Because Dr. Peng Bo ran a transaction involving 4 vials of the agent with Weber, which were not intended for simultaneous use, yet Zhang Yunqi inadvertently ingested them all at once. This fission was not merely a simple division. It was boundless, for it was entirely unknown. Since Zhang Yunqi began receiving treatment from Dr. Peng and others, all medications and medical apparatus proved ineffective on him, even being expelled from his body through urine and feces, with no absorption whatsoever. The only efficacy lay in a potent tranquilizer, which could induce a state of lethargy in Zhang Yunqi and Apo's brain, reducing the activity level of his bodily cells, thus temporarily staving off the process of genetic mutation. However, this was merely a palliative measure. Zhang Yunqi and Apo's body was evolving. Yet the new cells within had adapted to the tranquilizer and generated antibodies, rendering it ineffective. Standing in the ward, Dr. Peng gazed solemnly at Zhang Yunqi, who lay within the nutrient chamber, and softly uttered, "Prepare for contingencies." Indeed, he continued, first, persist in studying and observing the changes in Zhang Yunqi's body, exerting every effort to decipher his mutation code. Pausing for a moment, Dr. Peng added, simultaneously, apply to the police department to prepare for a memory download, and urge the hospital to swiftly develop a cryogenic chamber capable of preserving the activity of the new cells. Should Zhang Yunqi ultimately prove irretrievable, both his body and memories must be preserved. His genetic mutation may very well open a new door for humanity in the realm of biology. Upon hearing these words, those present understood implicitly that Dr. Peng had lost hope for Zhang Yunqi and Apo's recovery. The knowledge they currently possessed was insufficient to unravel the enigma of his bodily transformation in a short span of time. Thus, it seemed inevitable that Zhang Yunqi would succumb to the overwhelming changes within him, ultimately confronting death. As evening fell, in an ordinary hospital room at Mingyi University, Zhang Xin lay on the bed, having just completed her statement. The officers from the police department politely rose, urging her to rest adequately. In truth, that night, after Zhu Qizhen and Apo's cannon fire shattered the building, Zhang Xin had been forcibly separated from Zhang Yunqi. She had fallen into the basement, sustaining a minor head injury from the impact, and had lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, she found herself on the ground, being escorted away by the police. For the past few days, Zhang Xin has been recuperating here, providing testimony and even voluntarily sharing her memory images. However, apart from the patrol officers from the police department, only her mother has come to visit her. No other family members have shown up, and the academy, perhaps overwhelmed with matters at hand, has only made a few phone calls to inquire about her condition. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Xin felt a haze clouding her mind, prompting her to prepare for a brief rest. Suddenly, the door to her room was rudely thrust open, and in strode a young man and woman. Upon seeing them, Zhang Xin instantly furrowed her brow. "Look at you. You do nothing but stir up trouble every day, don't you?" The young woman, stylishly dressed and holding an expensive handbag in her right hand, launched into a personal attack. "I warned you not to meddle with that robot. And now, look what has happened. You've gotten yourself hurt, and our family's business is entangled in this mess. Do you have any idea how serious this case is? The police have already gone to question Dad today. You're as foolish as a pig. Can't you just focus on your studies at the academy? Why must you involve yourself in societal affairs? Do you even possess the intelligence for this? Indeed, you knew that the robot was destroyed by criminals, yet you still wanted to repair it. Did you even consider the possibility of retaliation? The man chimed in, his brow knitted in frustration. You look like you've undergone some genetic mutation. Your brain must be lodged somewhere it shouldn't be. Jiang Xin's delicate face betrayed no emotion. She lowered her head and hoarsely asked, "Are you done? Can you leave now? I need to rest." "Leave? Not a chance. I was out on a business trip when I had to come deal with your mess." The man retorted angrily. That robot fired particle beams in public, smashing cars and blowing up buildings. Now we have to face an investigation, do you understand? Jiang Xin slowly lifted her head, her gaze briefly flickering with disdain and hatred. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, in the temporary ward of the biological laboratory, panic erupted. "Not good, Dr. Pang. Zhang Yunxi's vital signs are unstable. His body is undergoing changes again," a young man shouted as he rushed into the laboratory. "Let us go take a look." Dr. Pang immediately rose, following the young man outside. "Have you increased the dosage of the sedative as per the plan?" Soon, everyone arrived at the ward, witnessing Zhang Yunxi's body once more manifesting a gray keratinous layer, and he awakened, emitting cries of agony from within the nutrient chamber. "How much longer?" "Doctor," Pang demanded of his team. Clenching his fist, he shouted, "Download his memories and prepare to completely freeze his body." "Old Pang, we haven't received permission from the police department to download the memories," I said. "His body is the key to unlocking new domains. We can't concern ourselves with that now. Prepare for the download." Dr. Pang is a professional madman. He refuses to watch Zhang Yunxi perish without taking action. He desires to preserve the body for future research and to download his memories, allowing him to exist in an eternal realm and explain his circumstances. This is of utmost importance. "Hurry, let us begin," Dr. Pang shouted. Upon hearing his command, everyone immediately set about constructing the necessary equipment, even at the risk of violating the law. Please, save me," Zhang Yunxi pleaded, desperately pounding on the nutrient pod. "Dr. Pang, Dr. Pang." At that moment, a young man clad in a white coat rushed in, sweat glistening on his brow. "The security department downstairs received an anonymous delivery. The contents are crucial." The young man handed Dr. Pang a small box. "The card is inside." Upon opening the box, Dr. Pang discovered a dozen vials of a blue serum, resembling those used by high-ranking officials, along with a succinct printed card. The words "inhibitor, it can save him," stood out brilliantly on the card.